I thought you were making fun of me for actually starting the stream on time, and I was about to get insanely offended at you. But you managed to salvage that. Thank you for the sub. Good to see Locky, Dragonfly, Jolly Red Time. Overwatch class with Spylo starts at the same time as my debate class. Unfortunately, if only I got this guy, it wouldn't be happening to me. Unfortunate. Good to see you, by the way. How cold is it outside, out of curiosity? How cold is it outside? I feel like 40. It's not that cold.
It is actually 50.
50? Yeah, it's not that bad.
Actually, we're in like a warmer spell.
Which is what? 10 Celsius? 10 Celsius. It's not bad. It's really not truly that bad. Hello! Hello, 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 hello. It's supposed to rain. Oh dear. Appears we have a problem with replays. We're attempting to sort this out. Disaster. We'll make the best of it. I'm checking mine to see if the replay issue is on your end only or if it's a general thing.
Yeah, sure.
That's bizarre. So, in the meantime, as I'm doing this and pulling up your form, do you want to kind of give me a brief rundown of who you are, why you got coaching, and what you hope to get out of the session? Live coaching or not?
Wait, do I self-introduction or?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm Ling Ling, and I've been playing Overwatch since launch pretty much, and
Bang.
I peaked like 4K flat pretty much, and my main role is hitscan DPS or like cast the one trick.
Nice.
Depending on how you take it. And yeah, so I want to get coaching for Sojourn because I just feel a bit like I like the hero, but I feel like I'm just bad at her. So
Okay.
I just feel like a bit lost. Like sometimes I don't even know like what I'm doing. Like
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So I'm looking through your form. You said you feel a bit lost right now. I want someone to point out mistakes, maybe give you some points to focus on. Okay, sounds good. That's what we're here for. Break me down your Overwatch history a little bit, because you said that you'd been playing literally since launch, and then you.
Oh yeah, my
4K
Overwatch history.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, I started playing at launch more or less, very casually though, and then I think I one-tricked Pharah first, like maybe 3.5, 3.6 or something, but that was like
nice.
years ago.
Okay, cool.
And then when I started uni, in my first year, I started to like taking Overwatch a bit more seriously. I want to like grind a bit more, and I know like uni is like the best time for that. I know. And I also got into teams. I think you coached like my Sombra before or something.
Maybe your name sounds very familiar. Yeah.
We don't talk about that. My Sombra, we don't talk about that. And I joined like a one-trick team as like a Cassidy one-trick.
Yeah.
And we scrimmed for like 4.5 maybe for like
a year
and a half.
Dang. And you were like 4K at the time.
Yeah. I peaked 4K flat, so
Crazy.
I wasn't like
way overshooting then.
Yeah. I was like dead weight. Like I was just anchoring the whole team.
I mean, maybe. Teams are people bring value to teams in different ways, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, continue. Sorry.
No, I mean that's pretty much it, and yeah, now I'm just my team is kind of like in a we're taking a break.
Okay. How long have you been taking a break?
Now I'm just.
How long have they been taking a break? How long have you been away from team play?
We haven't played since maybe like the last 2 months of Overwatch 1, because like there was kind of nothing to like scrim for, like grind for, so we kind of stopped.
Sure.
And I think we're missing some people in Overwatch 2. Some people's like PCs are too bad to run it.
Got it. Okay. So just finding like your own personal improvement in the meantime.
Exactly.
Okay.
I want to like start grinding again.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So I guess let me ask them one more question, and then can you stream over Discord in a few minutes? Is that something that your PC can do?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Well, I'm gonna ask you one more question, and we can at least start hopping in queue. And what I've done this before. What we basically do is we'll just go through the form in pieces, and then while in game, I'll give you some tips and some advice and feedback, and then when we're out of game, we can either continue in the form or we can take a few minutes to briefly look at the game that you just played. Okay, so long-term, short-term goals, and this is a big one. So I don't want to go pro or anything, okay? But hitting GM again would be great. My dream would be able to hit GM1. Okay, fair enough. Seems good. That's kind of like your own individual focus outside of the team. Do you want to end up back in team play again? Is that kind of like the you'd hope to get there again, or like where are you at with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if my team was to like restart, like if we like were to like restart scrimming again, I'd definitely like join them again and like start scrimming. But I don't know if I want to join like a quote unquote like normal team.
Yep.
Because I feel like it's like a lot of time investment, and honestly I don't think I can bring that right now. So
Got it. Fair enough. Okay. And then looking at your training week, which kind of ties into that, you're a university student. Nice. How's that going, by the way?
Yeah, it's going fine. The first year was like rough, like the first 1.5, 2 years, or maybe like rough, but I think I found my rhythm.
Okay.
And,
yeah. You're pretty far in now. Is this year 3 for you?
Yeah, it's my 4th year actually.
4th year.
But like I didn't do anything in that first year, so I retook that. So.
Oh, well, glad you finally hit your stride. Good luck with that. What are you studying at the moment?
Physics.
Whoa, nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Any idea what you want to do like long term with that, or is it just kind of something to learn in the meantime while you figure things out?
I don't know. I mean, I have
Welcome
no
to
idea
club.
what to do, like what I want to do for work. So.
Yeah, no, trust me. It took me forever to figure out what I wanted to do for work, and look at what I'm doing now. So, university student, do some sports in your free time too. Ooh, what sports? Your just form just gets more and more
that's
interesting.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know if you know that, but it's called the Jugger. It's
Spell it out in Discord for me so I can look it up.
Yeah, I can. It's yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Jugger, okay.
It's like kind of where you hit each other, like it's 2 teams of 5.
All right, we're gonna pull
with like kind of different roles.
I'm pulling up a Jugger
I can
reel
watch the stream,
on the stream really fast. Holy
cow,
I mean,
dude. It's fun.
This is sick. So what's the goal? You gotta tell me like what's the purpose?
So the goal is it's 2 teams of 5.
Yeah.
And 4 people on each team have like those foam stuff kind of things, and one guy doesn't. Yeah. And
has
the one guy that doesn't has to like take a ball and put it in like this guy we're seeing on screen. I think I'm delayed. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, he needs to take like an egg or like a ball and put it like into the enemy skull.
Ah, okay. Into the enemy skull?
Yeah, like no, like they have like a goal. We call like a
goal. I thought skull like in this game is violent. Holy cow, that's cool.
It's not that bad. It's not.
Okay. This is fascinating. What got you into this, and where is this played?
I think it's pretty big in Germany. Like,
got it. Okay.
It's nowhere near as big as like traditional sports, but it's rather big compared to like other countries.
Yeah. Got it. Okay.
And I saw it like in like a magazine when I was like 16 or something, and I found out my city actually has people playing that. And I was like,
okay. Now you got me.
It's really fun.
This looks super fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. It's very chaotic, but
yeah. That's sick. I was a big combat sports guy. I kind of am still a big combat sports guy. So this looks.
You were like an MMA coach or something.
I played football, tackle football, like American football, all through high school as well. So love this kind of stuff. Brain injuries are just great. Okay. All right. So you said sports. So skipping through here. I mean, university do some sports in your free time. Is that mostly just that sport, or do you other things?
Yeah. It's just that sport. Like twice a week. That's it.
Fair enough. So I don't have a consistent schedule. I'm just kind of playing whenever I find the time. Okay, so I know what does your inconsistency look like? If you can kind of break that down bit by bit.
The main issue I think is like as I said earlier, like finding fun, like kind of my way to like getting through with like uni. And well, the way I do it is I usually work at night. I'm trying to change that right now, but that's like how it usually goes, because like during the day I can't find like the motivation to like work efficiently. So, and like if I have like say an assignment I have to hand in at midday, or usually it's like midday or like 8 o'clock in the morning, I usually work through the night, because it's like 12 a.m. It's like midnight, I haven't done anything, and it's like I have to hand it in 8 hours. So I just like work through the night, and it happens like quite a bit because I don't know, I just can't find the motivation. during the day. And so what that leads to is like my sleep schedule is just completely like destroyed.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah, so I don't really have a consistent sleep schedule, and sometimes I wake up at, I don't know, 12, sometimes at, I don't know, 3 in the afternoon, sometimes 6 in the afternoon or something.
Oof.
Yeah. And yeah, that's not good. So
no, it's tough because it's like it's not just the fact that like I think don't take my word for this. You'll need to do your own research, but I think the body tries to work on like, is it a diurnal? I forget what there's a circadian rhythm of like the sun's up, you should be up. The sun's down, you should be down. Like your body is healthy around that. But beyond that, even if we were like, people got to work the night shift, so that happens. But the other thing is that the body likes to get into a rhythm, like we're creatures of habit. So then even if you were to wake up at 12 every day, that would be better than waking up at 12 and 3 and 6 and so on. You know what I'm saying? So you end up like your body doesn't know what's up. Like, is it sleep time? Is it work time? I don't know. So
yeah, exactly.
I mean, you know, I'm going to tell you, but that would be something to at least, okay, if you're really struggling to perfect it, okay, let's just make small steps. You know what I'm saying? Like, is there anything that you could do to make that marginally better or more consistent at least?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to fix that right now and like trying to get into like a healthy sleep schedule, like 12 to 8 maybe. But...
Yeah, it's something, right? Something consistent, right? And even if it's like not perfect, or even if it's just like a couple days a week, you're off your schedule, but for the most part, you've been more consistent. That's better. You know, it's hard to break bad habits that have been around for a while. Okay, let's go ahead and jump in queue. If you can start streaming now, that would be great.
Sure. I'll just stream Overwatch, I guess.
Should be okay. I've had issues with streaming Overwatch in Discord if it's in. Okay, never mind. You should be good. I've had issues with it in full screen, but yeah, you can just hop in queue. And then...
Wait, so if I go full screen, does it break it or?
I think you're okay. Looks okay to me.
Okay. Yeah, as you can see, like there's like no replays for some reason.
That's bizarre.
Like I mean, I restart the game, and like the player of the games are there. So
yeah, that's really strange. I've never seen that. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Like I got out of the game, I was like, yo, that's the perfect game to send him, and
that sucks.
I went to my replays, I was like, wait.
That sucks. That sucks. Is your game audio on? Are you streaming window or are you streaming your screen?
I'm streaming my game, I think.
Okay, maybe I just have
to
turn
Can you not hear anything?
Wait, now I can. Okay, I had to turn it up on my end. Okay, let's while we're waiting, let me see if we can go through a little bit more. So, tell me about your training schedule right now, outside of like just your sleep schedule.
So I don't have a training schedule.
Right. But what does the inconsistency look like right now, and on average?
I think most of my time I duo queue with someone. And just pretty much whenever I have time.
What does that usually look like? I know you said there's no consistency, but
let's just see. Say like maybe we just started like 10, 12 in the afternoon. I just go in and play, by the way. I don't like
no warm-up.
Do like big warm-ups.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think that was the question.
Okay. And then how much do you play every day? Is it just no?
No, I don't even remotely play every day. Like last week I didn't like play at all. Pretty much. So I play for like the Uni League in Germany. Like I play in the Uni League. So we scrim once a week and we have a game once a week. So that's like the minimum. And I usually get like maybe 2 sessions a week.
Lock it.
Or maybe like
lock it. Quick. There you go. Okay.
I usually maybe go like, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours per session, like twice a week on average, I think.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second to change things on my end really quick while you're getting that all situated. Chad, I'm not going to be able to put the rank, so you guys are just going to have to watch. Okay, so continue. So let's here's what we'll do. Let's actually take a quick pause on the form. So I want you to just play the game. I don't want you to try to do anything. I don't want you to try and position better or think about your E or your ult. Just play the game. Just play the game. And then the way I like to live coach is we give very, very, very basic little tidbits, things to think about along you go along, but I'm not going to be sitting here spamming you with information as you go along. So just focus on your play, ignore the distractions. I will give you some ASMR humming in the background, and you just do your thing, all right?
Okay.
Really good placement of your E, by the way. That was really nice.
Thank you. That was just a very nice trap of that Junkrat.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. Like, wait, Junkrat's a thing now? What? It's so weird.
Whoopsie.
Good to see you.
Hear me.
Going somewhere? Need repairs. What's the rush?
Nice.
Ah, whoops.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I could have charged my gun more.
Yeah, it's okay. It's hard to know, like, to memorize, like, those breaking points, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I thought you had it charged enough as well. But looking pretty good. I like
I
it.
could try the trap maybe more. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
it's
you're okay. I thought you had enough there too. Don't worry about it. Look
Okay,
at,
so like my
pretty
team
good.
knows I just haven't died. Like,
Yeah.
Can I get some healing? Thanks for the help. Stay put.
yeah, I was about to press Q there, but I missed the key, so I think
You're
I'm just
good.
gonna like.
You're good.
This ends now.
Nice.
Down. Cybernetics
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Oh my god.
I think the ult there seemed reasonable.
Yeah, I could have gotten more.
I want you
I
to
think.
try and farm charge off of not Sigma Barrier unless that's the only thing you
Might
can
have to
shoot.
adjust my approach.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
They're giving you some sightlines where we can get a couple of squishies, and I think that's gonna be better.
It's not
Yeah,
over yet.
okay.
Come on.
I need healing.
Okay, walk forward and try and get some charge. Yep.
Freeze. Coming through.
Nice shot.
Disrupting. This is restricted airspace. That feels
Ha.
much better.
Lucky.
Not the lost. Someone-
Careful trap.
someone to
Just to
Can I
your
get
right.
some healing?
Wait, that's cheating. I mean, Oh.
Just that's why you hire a coach.
True.
This ends now. This ends now. Calculating. Forecast set range.
Oh, jeez, that Sojourn duel. My butt cheeks have never been more clenched. Alright, keep focusing on trying to get charge.
Of like not Ryan or
Anything that's available, but yeah, not Ryan if you can. And keep in mind that Sojourn's been able to shoot your Ryan a little bit, so she probably has charge. In there. Nice. Watch out, Junkrat trap, Junkrat trap. I'm just messing. I'm just messing.
I was expecting this time, so I was like, did I really miss it? Can I get up there? Yes.
You're insane. Nice.
Okay, it's time.
Alright. Pick a target.
Wait! Never mind, it's not time. And I was looking to trap too, but it doesn't matter.
That's great. Alright, let's go. You got this.
Gonna need a new paint job after this.
10 seconds.
Hello. Good to see you. This ends now. That's one.
Nice.
Let's get back to basics.
Oh no. Nice shot. That's alright. It's alright. Still
I probably
winnable.
could have gotten the Zen there, but yeah.
Nah, you're good. You're good. 10 dice. You guys win this.
If they won't quit, neither will I.
They're all OT spawned. You guys should win.
Ah, true.
Hey,
Nice.
Team carry.
Nice.
so fast.
It's big shots. Alright, so their comp hasn't really put you under a lot of pressure. It's been mostly just farm and shoot, hit the shot. A little bit of feedback from what I'm saying is I could definitely think you could be trying to farm that shot off of not shield in situations. Like you saw that there at the end. Remember when you were in the high ground and you're shooting the Zen in the very back instead of the Reinhardt in front of you? That's a good example of where you're not only putting on better pressure, but you're farming your shot slightly faster than you would be about shooting a shield. So you need to really kind of get a better feel of how little those shields give you charge when there's other targets available. Outside of that, let's just keep doing your thing. Take a little bit of extra time before you like launch that railgun to make sure you're lining up your shot, but keep doing your thing.
Okay.
I think your E's have been good. Your ults have been good. I think everything besides that looks okay. And I'm just gonna keep screaming Junkrat trap like every 5 seconds just to mess with you.
Hey, plan to win.
I can see it. I'm just like, no. Oh my gosh.
Good to see you. Hey,
Yeah, my issue with well, any hero really is that I'm like my headshot accuracy is like really low. Like even on Kree or something, like I'm more of like a consistent body shot kind of like guy, and not like. And with Sojourn, it's like it's bad. I can't just like keep going for body shots.
Yeah. We'll talk
dies.
about that. That might have something to do with like how quickly you take your shots and like
True.
a lot of reps. But really aim for the head here.
One. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Don't you dare wake him up. Oh.
Was me. Wait.
Get him. There you go.
This ends now.
Nice shot.
You're all under arrest. Empowered and ready to fight.
That was good. That was good. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. Oh shit. I mean, I tried. So,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, exactly. It was good practice. Oh no.
You gotta be kidding me. Always.
Okay.
He died.
Okay, I mean, wait.
Ooh.
Shit, he saved me. He saved me big.
He did.
60 seconds.
Oh. Nice.
My Ryan just saved me big. That was nice.
Nice.
Stay on your toes, soldier.
Nice. Probably a reset.
Yeah.
Can touch. Wait a second.
Can I get some healing?
Looks like you guys are going with trance, I think. Maybe you guys don't have.
No, fuck.
Close. Yeah, I was trying to kill Diana there, but
Yeah. I mean, I think it was fair. Like, there's no real chance to kill the Sig, so play for the Ana.
Empowered and ready to fire. Hostile spotted. This ends now. That's two.
Okay. I see you. Nice job. Keep it up.
thank you.
I'm gonna want to look at that team fight when we get to the review after this.
Whoops.
I've never
mean,
seen that before in my life. Booped by a Bastion bomb into a headshot. That's wild.
Look, I mean,
That is Chipsa level unlucky, man.
it's okay. It happens. What the fuck?
Huge kill. More.
Oh yeah, team carries.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh no.
Wait. It's fine.
You guys are good. Oh, easy.
Huh?
I'm on my game now.
Yo, it's scary. It's scary.
Biggie. Nice. Clutch.
Can you touch? No way. Yeah.
No, can't touch. Okay, shoot me that replay code. I want to talk about a couple of things. The audio was getting glitchy there at the end too. It's kind of buzzing all of a sudden for like the last 2 minutes. And in the that's okay. I turned it off. It's fine. But show me that replay code because there's something I wanted to go over with you.
Yeah, if that's possible. Oh wait, that was a huge diamond that moment. Wait, if that's possible, I mean, yeah, that's what I thought.
Don't sweat. Don't sweat. Just shoot me the replay code and we'll discuss what.
Yeah, I
wanna go over.
can't because I don't know if you can see it. But...
No, I can't. Hang on. Oh my gosh, there's no replay code? What on earth, man? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. This is gonna be wild. This is gonna be like Inception, stream within a stream. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up my stream VOD.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah,
and we're gonna look at my stream VOD of you playing.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Give me a second if I can find the right team fight here. Okay.
Yeah, this is like bugged or something, I think.
That's okay. Yeah, so okay, let's do this. So I'm gonna turn on my stream.
Yes, so I stopped mine.
Actually, you know what? You could just jump in my stream, just watch my stream, and I'll pull up the stream VOD. That'll probably be easier. Okay, so let's take a look at this. All right. So
1 second, 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so
just mute the stream.
Yeah, you could just mute this. You could just mute the stream. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So one thing I'm noticing with your play in general, I think you have a couple of issues with the rushed right clicks. We talked about that maybe with your headshot accuracy. I don't know if those two are correlated, but it's certainly worth raising some eyebrows about. I think the very minor issue with farming charge off of shield alone when there's other targets available is something to kind of keep an eye on. Now, obviously, given the map and the situation, it was more obvious because you're playing Circuit Royale, so it's harder to farm up charge off of squishes. It's just one giant tunnel. However, it's something worth pointing out.
Yeah.
The major issue that I saw, and it didn't really get punished, it wasn't really the best map or composition to see it, but it was something worth discussing, is your shift usage and your positioning around that. Now, I want you to watch this really quick here, and I want you to tell me the issue with this and why. Okay, so you're watching here. I know you're a little bit delayed. It's fine. Watch your shift here.
I probably shifted into the May or something. Yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
Okay. Not a big deal, but what was potentially an issue about that?
Like if I were to get pressure there, I can't get out.
Right, exactly. It's not just that, oh, I shifted in and they're gonna dive me and kill me. I mean, they don't have mobile comp to pressure you. But they do have some sort of spam, there's some sort of range. They got Blizzard, they've got Flux, they've got anything like that. I mean, look what they pop right here, Kitsune Rush. You can't shift out if they pop that 2 seconds earlier, right? So worth noting. Now, there's another reason why this is an issue as well, and I'm actually going to continue here. Let's keep watching here. I don't think it's this situation here. Yeah, see, this is not so much. You're going for an actual aggressive play. I think this is the fight here. Was this the fight? I'm going to keep watching here. The specific point in time I want to go over. Yeah, this is, yeah, you can see it again here. Do you see here? So you're going to go in, you're in the middle of the enemy team, you're feeling kind of pressured, okay? So then you're just going to shift for no reason, and then there's your escape cooldown again, gone.
Yeah,
not great.
Shift.
Yeah, it's a wasted shift. And then I think it's the next fight where I really wanted to talk about it. Yeah, I think this is it. Okay. So obviously wasted shift, but it's actually a lot more complicated than that, all right? It's because look at the situation right here, okay? You have charged shot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what should you be doing right now? This is really important. Think very carefully about this. Shift is an escape cooldown. We've talked about this with Sojourns before. You don't really need your escape cooldown that much versus their composition because they don't have dive, right? So then how should you be using your shift?
Wait. How I should be using my shift?
Mm-hmm. This is a hard question, by the way. This is not an easy answer. If I'm playing Kiriko versus Spam, and I'm standing and just shooting Rhine Shield the entire time and never getting my teleporter forced, I'm a worthless hero, right? I should just play BAP at that point, yeah?
Yeah.
So you want to play in a way to where you can actually utilize the mobility given to you. So that might mean like taking
So
a
like an
flank
off
with
angle?
Yeah, you take like a flank, right? So like for you, you have a get out of jail free card that's really just not going to be forced versus the enemy composition. So you either play in a way to where you just farm shield, shoot, and literally never die to a Flux, Blizzard, Ryan spam ever, or you limit test. What do you do right now?
So I can take an off angle. I'm just not sure if I should walk to like the off angle and then shift out if needed, or if I should shift with the off angle.
See, this is the thing. You can play more aggressive positions because you have that shift that other hit scans can't. And because your hero never has to ADS, right? You can play in such a range that feels way too close for your hero. Like right now, as you're charging your as you're charging your shot, you could already start rotating to your right, and start to basically duck behind that wall. And you could even do it with your E as well to get a better angle with your E, and just go for backline. Like you see where your Ryan is tucking in right there on the right of the screen? Go flank. Go take a flank and have your shift, have your E, have your charge shot. And do you see how much havoc you could cause with that?
And try to go for like a play on that backline.
Exactly. You go for a play. You go for an assassination on the backline, body shot, headshot, throw it. You literally go right click E, and then continue to shoot, and then shift out as necessary. And is that higher risk than what you're doing right now? Yes, but that's much, much, much higher reward. And ironically, the way you're playing it now is not any safer because you're just using your shift brain dead anyway. So I'm not saying you either need to play it more conservatively, or you can play more aggressively and have your shift as a get out of jail free card. But right now, it's like the analogy I was saying the other day when I was working with the Sojourn. It's like having an IRL get out of jail free card and robbing robbing a gas station for a $1 pack of gum. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a get out of jail free card, do something with it. You know what I'm saying? Do something with it. Right now it's like, oh, if they pop shatter, maybe I can dodge it. Like, no, go get this Mei on the right side of your screen. You should have run into her with your E and right click and probably killed her, forced ice block, or forced a ton of resources onto her. And easily survived. Easily. And again, remember your hero is like not great versus like a Junkrat point blank range. But you're really, when you have a shot in your E, you're ridiculously good in close range compared to most snipers. And so you see what ends up happening there. Your shift is just used to get you a slightly better sight line for your railgun. But man, that just feels so hollow. You know what I'm saying? Now, the reason why this wasn't an issue on this map as a whole, like you can see right here, like could an Ash hold here very easily? No, not really. Is because the nature of the map doesn't allow for a lot of flanks like this. You know what I'm saying? It's just the map. The map doesn't have a lot of off angles and flanks, but you need to be looking for these more often. And then having your shift as a get out of jail free card. And I will say that's probably even slightly true, even to an extent, versus a lot of dive comps as well. Maybe not as aggressive with your flanks, but if you can get like early pressure and farm a railgun and threaten the dive, and they have to use their dive cooldowns on you, and then you just shift out. Like that's why I'm telling you right now, that's why Dallas almost lost the grand finals. The Dallas Fuel almost lost the grand finals, not just because of Proper hitting shots, but because Proper was baiting so much attention over and over and over again, and he would just shift out over and over and over and over again. It was really, really tough for them to deal with. And that's kind of like what you need to be exploiting with this hero. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Now you need to be smart with it, but that's what I want you to aim for.
Okay.
And that is a play style that's like good to look for, because really, regardless of what you're playing into, you need to be aware of that. Okay, let's queue up. Let's queue up again, and then while we're queuing up again, let's see if we can get anything more. So we were talking about your playtime. Playtime is obviously a problem, right? The inconsistency. Yeah. So again, like the sleep schedule, I think for you, it's going to be about the low-hanging fruit, right? So like, what can I do? Being able to play consistently every day, or 3 days a week, or 4 days a week for however long is going to be better than what you're doing right now. Because you just said, oh, I didn't play at all last week, or I don't do this. If you can improve it from where it is right now, then that's where we need it to be. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what are you thinking? Like, obviously, you're going to need to put some time on your own thinking about this, but what are you thinking right now? It would be the first step forward in that direction.
Yeah, I actually want to ask,
Sure.
like, what is like in your opinion like the minimum like time like I'd have to play to like say improve slightly or like keep my current level? Like what would,
At
like the
masters,
minimum?
low masters, or like mid masters, whatever.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I mean, depending on how you're training, like how intense you're training, I'd say the minimum would have to be like 14 hours, 14, 15 hours a week.
A week. Oh
A
yeah,
week.
fair enough.
Yeah, I would say minimum 14, 15 hours. And then if you want to bump, like actually like progress, it's going to have to move to probably 20. But that's a tough question because it really depends on the person, depends on the intensity.
True.
I was able to go pretty intensely, and I had a pretty narrow hero pool, so I was able to get to GM on 20. But that I know other people that have not been able to get to it with 20. It took like 25 plus. I'm looking at your hero pool right now. Cassidy one trick in Overwatch 1. Why are you not playing? Is it Cassidy just too weak for you right now and you're playing Sojourn? Is that why? Or do you enjoy Sojourn or
I mean, he kind of lost his like
identity?
he used to hard flank on Cassidy,
Yeah.
and like now you can still do that, but I feel like I mean honestly Sojourn's just a better hero, and
Yeah.
I honestly collect the hero like Sojourn, like the way she's like designed, how you like build charge and then go for like aggressive plays and
Yeah.
stuff. So yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking about going back to like Cassidy or Ashe is the other thing I used to play.
Okay. I mean,
But because also it's like Sojourn's getting nerfed maybe, so
probably. I mean, yeah, certainly in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems fair enough. Like I think like as long as you don't have like this glut of a hero pool, you're playing like 4 heroes, then I think you're probably fine. Yeah. Okay. What do you think about his sticky, by the way, compared to the flash?
I think it's like I kind of love it because it's like really really BM.
Oh, it's so
there's nothing more
tilting.
fun than like body shotting someone, sticking it, and just like looking at him like for like a second.
I hate you. Yeah, that is actually so tilting. It's like, bro, you hit one body shot and this thing went through a wall.
It's just like
through a wall, dude. I cannot tell you. I literally have a screenshot. I don't remember where, of like the sticky grenade just literally going through a foot of wall.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like I've had to like track Genji's like through like I think a dash or something. Like
it's so
like a double jump. Like it just like it tracked them like straight up. It was insane.
It's ridiculous. Okay, we are back in game. So what I want you to work on here is, regardless of the enemy composition, try and figure out like how aggressively you can play. And use your shift as a get out of jail free card with cover, right? Cover. And then obviously keeping in mind whether they're on dive or not. But let's just kind of keep that concept in mind and toy with it. What I'm expecting you to do is feed a little bit, but that's okay because that's stress testing, right? That's
you used to like play very aggressively on like on Cassidy at least, and like on Ashe too. But I don't know. I lost that I think.
Okay.
After I started like grinding some Sojourn rank because like I was getting punished too much I think.
Got it. Okay.
Just another day.
So I'm just like a big pussy like thing with the team.
Yeah. Well, it's easy in maps like that right there. It's not always super obvious that you should be doing that, but yeah. Let's take a look.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
I should have shifted first.
That was beyond stress testing. You were breaking the back. Okay, just be a little bit careful about going that deep. I would play like on that off angle, and then obviously not having cover there means that you're not gonna even have time to shift out.
True.
That's okay though. I respect it. I respect the push into the limit. That's what you're gonna have to do.
Come here. I can heal you. Come to me for heal.
Okay, close.
Yeah.
Keep toying with it. Keep toying with it. Just find that balance between, like, look at especially when you have charge and E. That's when you start to kind of split. And when you don't necessarily need to.
Okay, I've charged. Thanks for that, Ryan.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's go.
Stack in it. Don't worry about taking an angle. Line it up. Nice.
Oh.
It's alright. It's alright. Nice shot. That was good. No. That was good. Took an aggressive angle, needed to track the Genji, shifted out towards safety, got out, and then pushed really aggressively with the shot, got the Ana, and then obviously had to shift out as well. There it is. Nicey.
Quick repair won't fix.
Ooh.
Oh shit. Wait! Oh my Jesus!
That's
Wait,
it!
what the?
That's it! You did it! That was perfect.
What the hell was that?
He's so shattered. Cover.
Jesus. Oh yeah, right.
Oop, shot. Nice. Shift. Nice. Get him. Oh, nice poop. Oh, nice.
Okay, yeah. Choked a little bit, but...
It's okay. You good? Ego for charge now?
Oh yeah, I could go for some charge first and then...
Just sit right here. Yep, this is fine. That Sojourn's not going to have charge, remember. There's nothing for her to shoot. Nice. Nice shot. Nice. Good stuff.
Yeah, thanks, son.
You're good. That was good. Especially towards the end there. You saw that, like, they had a little bit of dive, so you had to respect the Genji dash distance. But it really frustrated. Did you see how frustrated they were? like the solo shot, they're so tilted at like that, and you just shift away, and you're always entering these fights at a higher charge. Just had to be careful about the first couple of fights because you were so split so early that if any chip damage they did on you, you couldn't get healing. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's oftentimes better to kind of wait for you to have those cooldowns, like that railgun, that E, and then look for that play than it is to permanently be on the flank. You know, you're not necessarily a soldier.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I need to build up like my rail first, like...
Yeah. And if you could build your rail on a slight off angle, that's great. But if you can't, then yeah, you gotta adjust.
Wait.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Still have your ship, so...
Okay, it's okay, I can be safe in this one. I mean, wait! Okay, maybe not.
You're good. Okay, fine play, but obviously you need to respect cover there and have, like, where are you shifting to before you get there, right?
Yeah.
I think you decided, oh shoot, I'm gonna shift my team, but that was a little late there.
Good to see you. Hey.
Come here. I can heal you.
Okay, ego. Make sure she doesn't have a shot, then ego. She's gonna have a shot. think you could have egoed that. He didn't have his deflect or dash.
Yeah, you didn't have deflect.
And you had your E as well.
True.
You should have got punished for that. He's.
Oh yeah, I mean.
Yeah, you just mechanically
That's
beefed
just
it.
bad.
Yeah, wrong cooldown trade. But you see how like difficult that should be for him.
Yeah, yeah.
Should be really, really impossible.
This case isn't done yet.
Yeah, I'm getting carried by my team. I'm not gonna lie.
You carry the first round. Oh, Jax.
Oops.
Oopsies.
Ajax. Fine.
Oh, you guys still win.
What's up?
Oh wow.
Peace out. Huh. Get her, ego. Oh no way! Let's go. Win this fight.
Yeah, I could have feel like 3 people there, but
This hero is so stupid. Let's go. Win the fight. Nice. That E doesn't feel like it does a lot, but it does.
it like zones the Genji away, I guess. Oh,
Yeah.
so-
All right, let's go.
Where's he even? Oh. I might have missed him on the screen. I mean,
That's a very
yeah, I just kinda lost him.
important cooldown trade. No, this is a great opportunity. I'm glad that mistake happened because that's what we need to talk about when this review is done, and then we'll be done. Because that's actually extremely important.
We're outnumbered. Watch yourself.
The kitsune is ready.
Nice. Nice. And he dies. Oh. Throw that E. Throw it. Unlucky.
I should have thrown my in earlier.
Yeah, it's like as soon as you get an opportunity to use it in that Kiriko, use it because
Yeah.
you're gonna get
Oh,
it.
I get it back.
Yeah, you get it back. Yeah,
Hello.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking.
that's fine.
Watch out for this one.
Wait, oh.
Nice. Ball game. Nice job. Okay. Well, do you have the replay code now, or is it just permanently bugged? Let's find
Wait,
out.
I'll look. 1 second.
All right. Sure.
I don't think so though.
Surely.
Oh wait, it's loading.
Wait.
Nah. It's,
Dang, man.
it's
Okay.
deleted.
Back to the stream we go.
Yeah, that's
All right,
that's
so
very weird.
last thing I actually want to talk about. Actually, we don't even need to go to the stream. I think you're going to remember this fight really clearly, so I don't need to. I'll just stream it over Paint because Paint is going to demonstrate what I want a little easier. Let's do this here.
Wait, what am I? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll just stream it in Discord, so there's no delay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, you remember the fight where you were in. There's like this is the mega health pack, right? And your team was over here. You know, and then
And I
you
was
were
on the right side.
Then you were on the right side, exactly. And there's Genji is able to. So this is the problem.
Yeah.
The problem with the reason why your shift wasn't a get out of jail free card was 2 reasons. One, that Genji had the option to force your shift without using his shift. Do you see that? Because you were too close to him, he was able to walk on top of you without using his mobility cooldown and force yours. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the number 1 mistake you can't do. You cannot let a monkey not use jump and force your shift, or a tracer not use any blinks and force your shift, or a Genji to not use dash and force your shift, because then obviously as you disengage out, they're going to be able to use their shifts to continue and pursue you. You see?
Yeah.
But the other problem with that, and you need to be aware of, and this is something that if you really want to take this to the next level, you need to be able to track not only their shifts but their pursuit. So in other words, even if that Genji had used dash on you and forced your shift out, it still could be considered a mistake in that particular instance. Why? What did he have?
Blade?
He had blade. Yes, exactly. And why is that a problem for you?
Because after I shift, you can just blade and
Right,
dash again.
right. So he actually has 2 cooldowns. So in that instance, you actually either need to like trust your beat or whatever. But if you don't have an answer for that, then you're gonna need to position accordingly. Now, it's not just blade that you have to worry about, is it? What else do you need to worry about? What's another ultimate or dive hero that you need to be aware of?
Monkey? Or...
Yeah, primal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So again, with Monkey, if Monkey just jumps you and he is able to get on top of you and or force your shift, that doesn't mean that you're automatically safe either, because he can then primal afterwards and then screw you up. And primal is even worse because primal can also mess up your shift, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So that causes disaster. So basically, here's the thing: is I think overall you're on the right path with practicing that. I think that's kind of like what you need to keep stress testing that. However, you need to understand that it's not as simple as knowing that and practicing that. There's also the nuance of what's the ults, where is there good cover. Can I get healing from this position? Because obviously we saw early on in the Shrine one where you tried to do it, but you did it too early. You couldn't get healing. You had to end up getting a health pack. Your downtime was too high. You were having a hard time charging a shot. You kind of see what I'm saying? So this is an idea that you need to continue to work on with Sojourn, where, again, you have the escape cooldown. You need to position in a way to force it. We'll see what nerfs they do to her in the future. This playstyle might change slightly. For example, if her shift becomes like 8 seconds, it might be a little bit harder. But I have a feeling it's still going to be a relatively powerful skill that you need to utilize. Now, does that make sense, first of all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it does.
That was probably the biggest thing we saw from the Circuit Royale, and that and rushing your shot just a little bit. So those are 2 things I'd recommend in terms of gameplay you work on. Now, you are a lot more than just gameplay, obviously. There's a lot more to what you needed to work on and what people in general should be working on. We talked about sleep schedule. We talked about your training schedule needs to improve. Your hero pool looked okay. Your sleep quantity looked okay, but not where we want it to be. Now, the last question, which usually we go before we get into the gameplay, but we're going to go into now, is what do you feel is holding you back? In your form, you said, to be honest, I don't even know anymore. There's a lot of issues in my gameplay. My mental isn't great either. Not that I tilt or get toxic, more that I lose confidence really quickly. As we wrap this up, talk to me about that just a little bit, please.
Oh, yeah. So the mental thing. Yeah. So I basically, I don't tilt or something. I think that's also one of the reasons I'm still, on the team. But so say I'm playing, I think Widowmaker is the best example. What often happens is if I just switch to Widowmaker because, I don't know, nothing else is working, I will hit 2 or 3 shots. It'll look pretty good. And then either I miss or I get killed by the other Widowmaker, say. And that just brings me down so much that I'm just like every time I'm trying to hit a shot, or even with Sojourn, every time I'm trying to line up a railgun, I'm just so scared of missing, I guess. That just I just missed. Obviously I can't aim properly, and then I just missed.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a common issue, really, really common. I think people have, it's hard because mechanics is so much physiological, you know what I'm saying? Where if you
it's in the head.
If you doubt yourself, it translates into your body. Whereas if I doubt myself, but I'm still thinking about my ultimate, I will probably make a good decision with the ultimate. Maybe not the best, but man, it really confidence does translate to how accurate your hand and arm move a lot of the time. Have you tried anything to improve that?
I don't even know what to try, to be honest.
Okay. We talked about this before. Let me actually link you. I talked about this on a YouTube video I released a little bit ago, but I'll give you the breakdown regardless. Give me a second here. And basically, the idea is that we know that when you're not confident, you're going to miss more shots. However, the only way that you're going to both improve your ability to hit shots, period, but also improve your ability to deal with missing those shots is through frequent exposure. So when you're talking about, oh, I'm on Widowmaker and I miss a duel or I lose a duel or you have to look at those opportunities not as a challenge that you need to kind of push through for you to be able to improve your mechanics. Like, good, if you're losing to a Widowmaker that's better than you, that's the best way to improve your aim, right? You don't get better by shooting training bots. So that's like, it can be frustrating, but that's the best opportunity to improve. But also, you being able to deal with losing is a really, really good skill set to build at the same time. I actually there was like something I did in my channel a long time ago called like, there's like the challenge of the week. And I actually had people in my Discord try ending their ranked games, like ending their training schedule on a loss. Just to see how people would respond to that. I was curious because I think that is a skill that is underrated. Being able to be like, that was bad, that was really not good, and being able to be like, you know what, that was good practice, I'm going to stop there. And on a similar note for you is being able to get like your head blown off in a Widowmaker duel over and over and over again, and then be able to be like, well, that was good practice. That is hard to do. That is hard to be like, to objectively look at that and call that good practice when your emotions and your ego are in the way. And so what I would say is that like, you really need to change your mindset about that and be like, those are huge opportunities to improve your skills, not only mechanically, but also mentality wise. Remember that there are no personal or permanent repercussions from getting your head blown off. The worst that happens is you get flamed in team chat or team voice. You leave team chat, you leave team voice. You're never going to see or hear from those people again. You know, there's no like, oh, you're an idiot, your family's going to make fun of you at the dinner table for like the next decade. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no repercussions at all. It's like, you have almost true complete anonymity, right? To where like you can be as bad as you'd like and get away with it. Whereas, you know, suckers like me, if I go into a ranked game and I'm stress testing and I'm feeding, they're like, wait a second, this isn't the real Spilo, right? Because I'm like, dang it, man, that's happened to me before and it sucks. You don't have to deal with that, man. You can do whatever you want, you know? You're like, you are a lot more, your identity is probably a lot more outside the game. So when you get into Overwatch, nobody cares who you are, right? You're a good player, but nobody cares who you are. So do whatever the heck you want. Stress test, like what we're practicing right just now. That's going to get you flamed a little bit. You're going to die a little more often than you would otherwise. And you're going to lose more duels. And you're going to put yourself in situations where you need to be mechanically better than that Genji, right? And, you know, what's the worst that can happen? You get the avoid warning, you know what I'm saying? You know, that doesn't happen to Sojourn players first off, but like, you know, also,
I was going to say,
but you see what I'm saying, right? My point is that you don't need to necessarily change your mindset and go and meditate for 6 hours. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. It's a good opportunity. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't even matter if you do get tilted. Just keep doing it. Because at some point you're going to be like, it really doesn't matter like whether I miss the shot or not. Either I'm going to get better at making the shot so I get tilted less often, or I'm going to get pushed to my emotional limits more often, and I'm going to have to learn to deal with losing more often. You can either be a loser who loses a lot, so you're a loser, or you could be somebody who loses a lot but actually does something about it. Like, a loser is not somebody who loses a lot. A loser is somebody that loses and they learn and change nothing. Nothing changes. There's no attempt to improve. There's no value gained from the loss. You got to see what I'm saying? You could be the bronze Mercy main that has been bronze for 15 seasons and never improves because you're always shifting blame away. And a lot of that usually has to do with like who you're blaming or who you're putting your attention on. So, you know, even if don't be too hard on yourself, but really, truly don't be scared to put yourself in situations to fail, because that's the best opportunity for you to improve, whether it's mechanically or being able to deal with it. Because that's the thing, is it's like, you're like, oh, I struggle with that feeling. Well, here's the bad news. If you want to get the GM, or, you know, best case scenario, GM1, that's not going to change. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be somebody better than you. There's always going to be somebody better than you until you get to the very top. And even then, like, there's always going to be an Ons, you know what I'm saying, out there who's just the best, you know? So unless you're Ons, and then even Ons has off days. I mean, I speak from experience. Scrim the guy. He would have an off day in Widow. He'd get his head blown off, you know? If he went home and cried about it, then that would have ruined the week. So there's just, especially with mechanics, because people can't be consistent with mechanics. Nobody can. You have to be able to deal with that. But yeah. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Okay. I think one more question, like
Mhm.
about the time I should play. Is there like an upper limit to like at which point,
Diminishing
like I don't know,
returns.
say like 40? Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. Well, on a day-to-day basis, I would say 3 to after 4 hours, I'd say diminishing returns really kicks in.
So after like 4 hours per day.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if you're not taking break. If you're able to take breaks, you could definitely push that to where like you're still getting like good value in like 4 or 5 hours, you know. But even like if you're not taking breaks at all, even like something 2 hours plus can be bad. So what I would recommend is do hour and a half short break, like 5 minutes, hour and a half short break, and then just feel it out from there. And then when you feel your intensity really dip, call it, go work, rest, exercise, sleep, whatever, and then try from there. So I would say, I guess over the course of a week, diminishing returns from 30 hours plus probably.
Okay.
But that is just gut instinct and experience. I don't have any science behind that, but that's just my gut instinct.
And like, is it more important to like say do 4 hours every day?
Yes.
Or
I know what you're gonna ask. Yes.
yeah.
The consistency matters more than because because if you go for 8 hours every day, your intensity is going to completely plummet, right?
That's true.
So you need it's more important like getting consistent, short, intense sessions than it is to go for just raw hours. Like you spend 12 hours Saturday, Sunday, you know, and then 1 hour the rest of the week. That's not as good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. If you do have any other questions, let me know. Just shoot them to me over Discord anytime. And then also the replay code rule, shoot me a replay code if you can ever get them to work with a timestamp with what we talked about. If you're like, I wasn't sure how to position here, or I wasn't sure like whether I did the right off angle here, give me the timestamp. I'll type you up some feedback in a day or two, and we'll go from there. Sound good?
Sounds very good to me.
You got a lot to work on, so be patient, whether it's sleep, in-game, out-of-game, aim, mechanics, training schedule, whatever. Be patient. Small improvements, major small adjustments, major improvements, rather. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. Cheers, mate. Keep in touch, all right?
All right. Thank you for the review.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye. That was Ling Ling, Sojourn Extraordinaire, and we are going to move on. Ready? To go. I'm going to actually sit down here because I've been standing. Always extraordinary. Everybody is extraordinary. Anybody who's seeking the time to better themselves, whether they're bronze or top 500, is extraordinary in some way, shape, or form, at least in their willingness to improve. That is truly unique. Thank you, Ling Ling. I appreciate that. Next time you should do that before the coaching session. You get a discount, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Good job. Good luck. Yeah, let's do this, mates. Yo, how's it going? Can't hear you.
Yo.
Oh, there it is. Okay, how's it going?
Pretty good. I have holidays this week.
You, what is it?
I'm on holidays this week.
Oh, nice. How are you enjoying your holiday?
Pretty good. Second day. So I had to work today because the colleague who steps in for me usually is father of twins since last week.
Oh my gosh.
So I still have the work to do. But yeah, it's fine.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it's going well. I'm looking at your form here. Where is your form? Why can I not find it? Need to look at. Oh, there it is. Okay, I lost it. It's been a while. It's like I don't know if it was like the timing or the scheduling, but it's been like 2.5 weeks. So that's unfortunate. Let me get the replay code DFB Paraiso. Okay, what hero and what rank?
I'm in Master 5 at the moment, and I'm playing Sombra mostly.
Okay, Sombra. How are you handling the adjustments of the hero since the nerf?
I think that she feels worse now, but I think she's actually viable because she's unique in what she's doing, and there's no other hero, and I think there's not many counters on her. True. You just have to adjust the playstyle. So
true. I think like what you were saying about this things that she does that nobody else does is like actually a really great way to put it, because even just the introduction of the ping system has been such a massive game changer for what Sombra can really contribute to the team fight. And again, no other team, no other player can really do that. Okay, so let's why did you get coaching? What do you hope to get out of the session? Let's start with that.
As I wrote in the offer, I took a 2 years break because I got a lot of fed up of Overwatch 1, all the stuns and stuff. And then I came back for Overwatch 2 to try it out, and I finished at like GM level,
Nice.
4050, 4100 usually. And then I got replaced in gold Overwatch, starting Overwatch 2.
Okay.
So then I worked my way up to Master 5, and I'm like heading to get back to GM level and maybe stay in there and to improve, like getting to 4200.
Sounds good. So first off, congrats on the GM. That's always an achievement, regardless of the situation. So well done. And what got you frustrated at Overwatch 1? Let's kind of start with there. Like what kind of turned you off about the game at that point in time?
The toxicity. Like this really pisses me off. And usually to get back into the game and to get to know myself better, I usually turn match chat off and don't use voice chat to just focus on my own gameplay. And now that I'm feeling comfortable and confident again, I get into team chat more often. But when I feel like there's some toxicity happening, I just quit and go out of voice chat.
Good system. Good system. I respect it. In PC anyway, generally the higher ranks are a little bit less toxic. Is that the case with consoles, or pretty much the same all the way through?
No, there are less toxicity in higher ranks. But usually, for 2 years ago, the European servers were put together with the Arab servers, and they were like the top peaks of toxicity I've ever witnessed.
Oh dear, culture clash, I guess.
Yeah, kind of, because they were like that confident, and they only were like speaking in Arab, and you can't communicate with them. And if they speak in English, they just blame you.
Yeah. Fair enough. That's tough. Well, looking through the rest of your form here, goals. I think this is the big one. You said getting back to GM already, but getting back to GM and stay there. I hit multiple times. It's on 3900 most of the time. Now the game changed so much. You need to improve more and more to get back to where I was and improve even more. Sounds good. So let's look at your training schedule then. Okay. I look at a lot of VODs and playing solo queue with your mates, one support and one tank. So let's actually start with the VOD thing. So what do you mean you look at a lot of VODs? Kind of break down how that looks and what do you look for in those VODs?
I watch like full gameplays of streamers. Doesn't matter if it's Sombra or not, because there are not many Sombra players. So the only one who I can actually watch is Fitzy, and he's not that active in the moment. But yeah, I just feel like how they position and how they play the game. And there's one question I actually have, if you have some recommendations to watch, because some streamers are going for those entertainment plays and not the right plays, and sometimes.
I'm actually going to write that down. I don't have one off the top of my head. Sombra streamers.
Fitzy is playing very smart. He's not that good mechanically as compared to other GM players, but he's playing so smart and it's just one or two steps ahead of everyone else.
Yep. I made a note to look into it, see if I can find any other additional things for you to look at. So that I don't know of a lot, but I will look into it at the very least.
There was Cody, but he just came back now and he's not playing Sombra that often.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. And then so you look at pro VODs. What do you see from somebody? Yes. What have you learned from somebody like Fitzy, let's say?
That Sombra is a character where you can be good at and be smart enough. You just can BM people and just outplay them. You just need to look at the people's movement and how they're playing, and then you can just be one step ahead. Heck, Lucio beat who's going to beat because Genji is blading and all this stuff. And when you position right, you get the right target, everything happens. And I think this happened into this VOD as well.
Perfect.
Like
so
2 times.
A lot of like clinical IQ plays, right?
Yes.
100%.
This is what Sombra is good at. Okay. You don't need to be good mechanically that good, but if you're smart, you can do a lot.
Okay. Now here's an interesting question for you. I feel, at least pre-nerf, the way Sombra played adjusted slightly in Overwatch 2 to where you were rewarded more for the assassination playstyle just based off of the damage boost on the target. And then now that has shit, what is it now, 1.25? What is it now? It used to be 40% now.
Now it's 25%.
So 25%. Do you feel that adjustment has changed at all, or do you think like now it's a little bit more IQ?
No, it's more difficult because, for example, Sojourn is one of the biggest threats you can't really assassinate a Sojourn anymore because when you have had 40% damage boost, it was way easier to assassinate them than with 25 now because they can now turn around and one-shot you.
Yeah, and the hack lasts longer too, right? So
yeah. No, hack stays the same, but you hack a target for 8 seconds and they can't use abilities for like 1.5 seconds now.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
But you can't rehack them again as well. Like this is actually a problem with tanks.
Right. Okay. So how does that affect your tank play, I guess, or your play into tanks rather?
You have to hack them in the right times. Don't make them hacks useless.
Okay. Yeah. So 1.75 to 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
Hacked enemies are no longer valid targets for hacking for the duration of the 8-second effect. So you can only rehack them at the end. So you cannot just disable their abilities over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. This is a huge nerf in my opinion.
Yes. True. Okay.
Even bigger than the damage reduce.
Probably true. Okay. Definitely affects more than just the assassination. Okay.
Yep.
Is that kind of like where your VODs are limited to, or like the pro streamers? Do you look at your own gameplay? Do you look at other videos? Like where kind of find out where your educational content consumption like goes to?
I look at my own gameplays as well. I didn't look at this one because I want to get surprised what you're criticizing me.
Okay.
But I usually look at them, and it's hard because in Overwatch 2 it feels like you either hard roll or you get hard rolled. There's not much in between. And when you get hard rolled and there is really nothing that you can do because your team just gets shit on, there's nothing much to review. So it's when you yourself hard roll. So I got to pick those games where it was really close and
right,
like this one.
Okay. And then you said in terms of your playing, you're either solo queue or playing with either one support, one tank with your friends. Much? What is your play schedule? Whether it's solo queue or playing with your mates, how does that look like right now? On a week-to-week basis, day-to-day basis.
When they're on or not.
Okay.
Because Overwatch is not my highest priority. I'd rather go exercise and have like usual work days. So I do it in my actual free time when I have everything else done.
Sure. So on average, what does that usually translate to? Is that an hour, 2 hours a day? What is it off? What is it?
Usually up to 2 hours a day, like in weekly average.
Okay.
And on weekend days, a bit more.
Okay. That seems reasonable to be able to get the GM, especially if you're training intensely, which we need to be making sure that, like you said, it's such an IQ level, high heavy hero too, that there can be no wasted effort, right? And that can be difficult, especially as somebody who is working and somebody who's exercising, to like be able to put in that mental energy as well, which leads me to my next point: the sleep. For you to be able to put that intensity, right? It needs to be 8 hours. 6 to 8, it has to be 8 for somebody who is working.
It's 8 hours because I'm exercising. And...
Good. I was going to say that is unquestionably needs to be the case. Okay. Let's and you only play Sombra. You said flex.
No. I'm flex DPS. Like Sombra is the one I enjoy the most and I'm feeling most confident on. But I can flex and mainly flex good on hit scan heroes as well.
Okay.
So I played lots of Ashe in Overwatch 1, Cassidy, Soldier, like all these heroes.
Okay.
I'm not that good on Tracer or Genji, Mei, Sim, but like hit scan heroes the most.
Okay. Definitely. I mean, when you are training with intensity, you're going to need to be able to put enough intensity onto the heroes so that there's actually a provocation for change. Like you're able to learn and internalize playstyles. So for you, be very careful about how wide that pool goes, because that's the equivalent of walking into a gym and training biceps, triceps, legs, arms, abs, core, right? Like you have to be able to channel that intensity otherwise. And remember, have you heard me talk about dynamic hero pools yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Basically, the idea is that if you don't like playing a hero because the hero gets nerfed to a point to where it's no longer fun. For example, like let's say Genji gets trash nerfed like he did, don't want to play the hero anymore. Don't play the hero. Instead, adjust to what heroes you enjoy. And then if the patch notes change and the hero that you enjoy, like let's say Sombra really truly is really, really bad, okay, then adjust your hero pool this month for the next couple of months, several weeks, to something else. And then you can but during those months or weeks, you are only focusing on those heroes and then adjusting it as you need to based off of patch notes and what you find fun. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Doesn't have to be
My
one
main
trick
heroes
summer
I switch
forever.
on. Yeah, my main heroes I switch on Overwatch 2 is Reaper, Soldier, and I try to get better on Surge because she's actually broken.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, just be cautious with how wide that pool is. Okay,
Yeah.
and then the last question is what do you feel is holding you back? And this is the crucial one, right? Sometimes understanding, sometimes teammates. Okay, break those 2 points for me down, please.
I think the heaviest part is that when you jump from Diamond 1 to Masters 5, the game actually gets harder incredibly.
Mm-hmm.
Like the DPS, enemy DPS are way stronger. And I don't think that my teammates hold me back all the time. I don't know. It just maybe I think it's my own playstyle because when I watched the 1 hour Sombra VOD you released 3 weeks
On
ago.
this map, actually, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on this map.
Mm-hmm.
I went on comp and went 14-3 just by this
Hey.
1 hour VOD. So
Good.
it's probably mostly on my own. And I don't know. I don't blame teammates when they play Doomfist or Ball. They can be good at it, and I just have to adjust my playstyle around it.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that because obviously, like, even if your teammates are to blame for a game, it's like not something that you can within your locus of control. So then you have to be able to shift it to something because otherwise it gets tilting, it gets frustrating, and that's going to be demotivating. That's not going to be fun. Okay. Do you have any other questions? Anything else you want to discuss? Do you want to pick at before we move on?
The main question on this game is why didn't we win this game? And I don't know if I played bad or if it's teammate in the end, but this is my main question why I choose this VOD.
Okay, we'll look at it then. I will start streaming on Discord. The bitrate might be a little bit bad. If it is, you can just hop in my stream and ignore the stream delay. But yeah, let's take a look real quick. So Master Sombra, console, looking to climb back to GM. And what did you learn from, and what have you been focusing on? Like your 14-3 run, you did the in-depth Sombra coaching session. What did you really pick up, and what have you been trying to practice from that VOD?
Target priority. Because I didn't know it in Overwatch 1. I mean, it's obvious, but this was just clarifying for me to get out of stealth and keep an eye on the Ana or the Ashe, Sojourn, or Widow, because these are the most dangerous heroes. And the playstyle around it. Because when you play against Tracer Reaper, you can like do whatever you want.
Right. But against the sniper, the range stuff, you have to target priority. Okay. So you look at the enemy comp right now. What do you see?
Reinhardt, Ana, Moira, Hanzo, top. Hanzo is annoying, Ana is annoying, and the top turret is annoying.
This is a rough comp to play into, isn't it?
Yes.
There are no DPS that you can really bully. Even Hanzo is rough, right? Moira, there's no like squishy that you can assassinate necessarily. I think if you get a good hack on Hanzo, maybe, but even that, it's a single body shot, and then it's like, do I stay?
Yeah.
I don't know. So you tell me. So what do you think is your playstyle, at least versus this? Like, what are some of your options? None of them are very good, but what are your best options available? Do you think?
When looking at this right now, probably the top, because the top is isolated, kind of. And if I get a hack on the top, the turret doesn't detect me when hacking.
Wait, if you get a hack on the turret or the hack on the torb?
No, the hack on the torp.
Right.
The turret doesn't detect me, and I get enough damage with a good aim to kill the top, even though he rages.
Interesting. No, wait a second.
This is possible.
So if you hack torb and then decloak, the turret doesn't shoot you.
It does.
It does.
But when hacking the top, it doesn't
during the
me.
hack animation. Okay. So then hopefully we can break that turret, because I do think Torb is probably your best assassination target if that turret is not part of the equation. Probably the safest kill. He's big, fat, ugly hitbox, right? And then, like you said, even when he rages or overloads, rather, I don't remember what it's called. You can kill him. You can kill him, right? No armor, usually. Right? So let's see what we got. I think also as well, if you get opportunities to just spam hack, like this is where like the ping system is really good. So you're like, okay, maybe I'm not super good at getting assassinations, but I'm gonna provide so much information to like where this guy is. I'm gonna get good mid-fight hacks. And then here's the other thing. They don't have an answer for your EMP. They have no support. They don't have anything else. So even if you struggle in the neutrals, right, when you get the ultimate, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to deal with that. Because look at even how they're positioned, right? They're not a lot of flanks. They're going to be stacked. You're going to be hitting 3 and 4 man EMPs probably consistently. Let's see. Also, the lack of mobility here from their comp means that you can literally set up in their spawn if you want to, and there's not going to be anybody hunting you down. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about this?
I went on the Ana because I talked to the Doom on voice chat, and he was like he's gonna dive, and I think Ana is the most obvious target to hack.
Yep.
And because she's so dangerous for me with the sleep dart and the grenade, I went on her.
Why else do you think this works? Now you may not, you
Because-
probably do not know where the Hanzo is right now, right? So you got a little bit lucky. But do you see where the Hanzo is on your screen just now?
Yeah.
You see?
No pressure from him.
No pressure. Look at the torture too, right? You see?
Yeah.
Literally nothing
Yeah.
they could do, right? So this is I think this is going to be the key there, is whether it's Torb or Ana or heck even like a Reiner or Moira, can you find a way to avoid the other people seeing you when you go for a hack like this?
Yeah.
Because I mean, look at this.
And she was on the wrong side.
Yeah, this is brilliant, right? You don't even need to get the kill now, because look at her positioning. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Unlucky. I think obviously you could have, like, the mistake here. The thing you need to be aware of is, like, okay, you wanted to get the kill very badly, but as soon as this happens, obviously you need to be at risk, because remember this. What's the problem with this here?
I had turned my back on the whole team.
You have turned your back on the Hanzo, on the Torb, on the Rhine. Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. A little bit unlucky though. So
I think I might even click, but bad ping. So
okay. What ping are you at usually?
On my own flat, the connection is pretty bad, so I'm playing around 80 ping, 80 to 100.
Yeah, it's not great. Okay.
Yeah. I had a few deaths out of it.
Unlucky. That's the Sonic. So obviously another reason why you hate Hanzo as well is I think he Sonics this corner here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's annoying. Okay. Right now, do you know where that Hanzo is?
Nope.
Okay. Because again, I really, really like this hack, but right? You see what I'm
Hanzo's
saying?
dangerous.
Right. Like right now, he's not dangerous. Right now, Torb turret's not dangerous. Torb's not dangerous. So this hack is really, really good, but it's lucky that it's good. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You did not know where Hanzo was. You should have known where Hanzo was. And what you could do is you can get in the habit of doing it for your team and for yourself. When you go through, ping them. Ping. Okay, now I've done my homework, right? Now I know where they are, so now I'm gonna go for my play. So not only will it help for it's like forcing you to do your job, and so that you know what you need to know before you go for a play like this. Because if you know where Hanzo is, you could even go for like a hack here, right? If you're scared of Hanzo, you know. Or look at what you're doing. You see this? Do you see this?
Yep.
This is good, but you know, don't leave it up to luck. Careful. Good. I do wonder as well if you have the time versus a composition like this with no flankers. Could you set up in their spawn? Could you set up like here? Like I wonder if you could set up here or like in here.
I could, yeah.
Potentially. I'm not sure. I think it might help you to get, because this choke is really hard to get through, right? The Sonic Arrow is making it hard, and then you might even die here because you don't. You almost die. You do die. Yeah. Okay. So
look at this kill. This is pretty unlucky.
I agree.
He shot in stealth.
Yeah. That. Wait.
He shot me in stealth.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. True story. A week ago, I was playing on Esperanza, I think, the push map. Esperanza? Okay, I'm butchering the pronunciation. And I was shooting to heal my Genji, and I missed my Genji, and I shot a Sombra out of stealth, and it forced her EMP early. It's really funny.
Yeah. So this is the second unlucky death this game.
True. This one was truly unlucky, but I still think it could have set up in spawn.
Yeah. Usually I do set up, but because they're not that isolated, I think it's pretty hard and have longer routes to get back to the team.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm trying to think my logic through here. They're not as isolated, but they also don't have the speed to chase you down.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know if you could... I don't know if you do set up and spawn if you're going to get punished versus a because like who's going to chase? Maybe a Moira? Maybe? I don't know because she's gonna. They're not gonna have the tracers or the Genjis or whatever to go find your translocator. You know. Okay. Again, here, like I have to ask the question: did you know where Hanzo was right now?
Not yet.
Not yet. But again, let's make it a habit. You walk through the choke, ping, go for the play. You know, even just if it's just the one target that you need to know, ping, and then go. Ping, then go.
I'm not used to pings. I'm new to the game, so pings are actually new to me.
Yeah,
so
yeah, but it's like it is like such an underrated thing in Overwatch right now.
Yeah.
So it's especially good for you too, because again, what you're doing now is good, but it is lucky that you see that you're not gonna get. You don't know where Hanzo is, right? So it's lucky that this is good that he cannot see you. Okay. Okay. Your Sojourn Kiriko should probably break Torb Turret for you. Okay, unfortunate, but you guys got the turret. Hanzo, right?
That's why I went to the car.
Right, but not only that, this timing, right? This is something we talked a lot about in that Powder Iso VOD is, you know, not great.
Yeah.
This Hanzo, everybody and their mother is looking at you right now. This is extremely risky. This Ryan is feeding. We talked about the CMP, right? It's like, it's actually so tilting. That's actually so frustrating.
I tried to interrupt the Moira, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it was in theory a good EMP, but look at the range of the CMP. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 targets just outside the range. Oh dear.
My main focus was to interrupt the Moira, but it didn't happen.
That's really unfortunate. This is good. Okay. Okay. Ping Hanzo and set up. And then this is where, like, if you're getting stuffed, you might just have to go around, right?
Yeah.
Which is what we do. Okay.
We lost our main tank.
So there's no main tank, right? So you're just kind of the main tank now. You're starting the engage. Yep. So what do you think? This looks okay to me. You know, but again, this is good because where's Hanzo? Right. Right. He's distracted. So I would even take the time to just to ping him anyway, just to kind of give your team some information and remind you that this only works because of Hanzo is not looking at you.
I just push them back.
Yeah. Where is he? Ha! That was scary. Okay, this is it. Nice.
Alright, I'm feeding.
Yeah.
Even shivering.
Nice, they just used 2 ultimates for nothing. That's gonna snowball them. Okay, I am seeing timing is okay, could be better. I think you need to be more aware of what you can actually pressure, which is something that you said that you have improved upon, and I think it's okay, but it could definitely still be better, right? Especially that particular Hanzo, and I think by starting that as a ping discussion, where you ping and then make your decision based off of that, could be a good like habit to get into. And then there's been
who's more dangerous, Ana or Hanzo?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Like, this is the thing in this game. I don't know who's the most dangerous thing.
Here's the thing: is I don't think it matters 100% as long as you at least know where one of them is. Let's start with just one. If you can track the one's position and then adjust her on that, or even you ping the Hanzo and hack the Ana, you know, there's you're dealing with it. And now they're on Ashe. So
Ashe, Sojourn, both dangerous.
Yes, but also very fragile to you as well, you see?
Yeah.
And you can do silly things like this locator placement's crazy because, again, who's going to punish you for this? Nobody. Yep. They don't have the speed for it. So...
Talking to the team at the moment.
Yeah. This is again where you can be using pings, like if you're especially if you're using voice chat right now, ping. Right now, ping Ryan's position, ping where Moira is, especially this right here, ping the Ashe position. you need. I don't know if it's how easy it is to keybind things on console, but this, especially as a Sombra player, this has to be the case. Has to be.
Okay. Then I'll find a space.
Yeah, you need to find a space because right now, ping the Ashe, super important. Especially if you're calling, like communicating dives, it just your team can see them through walls. It's like a hack essentially. Nice. Too close, too close to the enemy team. Oh, nice juke. Oh, yeah, it was just too close. Like we talked about their lack of mobility, but obviously if you throw it on top of them, it's not gonna work. This is a nade. Huh. Nice hack. Okay, seems fine. I mean, we didn't really get a chance. So, one of the few times where I think throwing a translocator makes sense, right? Normally we don't like that, but I think this particular time it seems okay. It might not work, but I understand why you did it, and it might work. Yeah. You needed to quickly cancel that, and you did. So that locator is unfortunate. You need to get out of here. Yeah, you need to get on top of her. Very risky play, but I think it's, again, you have the rally armor, so probably okay.
Yep.
Oh no! Why are you guys Kiriko ulting?
He was actually apologizing for this.
That's unfortunate. That's alright. Set up. Alright. So now that you have the positioning set up, what's your priority? We talked about trying to find the big brain idea of like what you should be doing, when you should be doing. Okay, well look at the enemy comp. Tell me, what's the play?
I have to distract Diana, probably. And then try to get a focus on one of the DPS, one kill. Yeah.
I think these DPS are extremely vulnerable to you. Like the Torb Hanzo is miserable, right? They've actually just gone to a comp that's significantly easier for you to deal with, so you need to be dealing with those squishies in the backline. And again, ping.
Ashe is easier than Sojourn because you can't get the kill within the 1.5 seconds when she fades away.
Right. But even pressure on Sojourn is better than dealing with a Hanzo where there's like too much of a threat of death. Okay, so know where they're positioned. Ping. Like even right now, you're running forward. Start pinging. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, there's the ping. Ping on the Sojourn. Team needs to know that. You need to know that. This hack is fine. Right. This is fine. Right? Yeah. Nobody else is here. He's overextending.
Yep.
Kill him.
That's why.
Yeah. He's an idiot. Probably would hack that Ana, to be honest with you, but this is fine too. I guess you guys are just calling Sojourn. Oh, yeah, this fight's won. I'm just glad you guys didn't lose because of the Kitsune rush. That would have been annoying. Wait. Okay, I'm scared. Okay, your team scared me for a second. I thought, no way, you guys lose. Haha. Alrighty. Set up. Ping. Genji. That's another hero that you can harass. Even if you can't kill him, still harass. EMP, I assume, at this point in time. You could still be pinging these things, right, by the way. Like, ping, location. They're on Widowmaker right now. I mean, obviously you need to know this because... Right? You need to avoid that sightline. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, kind of greedy with the translocator toss, but I think you can get away with it.
I used to do this in Overwatch 1 every time.
Right,
so
but you can see how now it's... You're right, you're used to it, but it's not always the best play.
Yeah.
Ooh. Nice. Okay. Ping. You know they're on a hit scan here, so find them, find their setup, find their position. Like, let's look at this real quick. So here's the thing. I don't think what you're doing here is necessarily bad, but here's the problem. Will you tell me what's the potential issue out of this particular play? You're timing it well, right? The target is not even bad. Like a hack on Genji's fine, right? Like it's not like there's a sniper that you're ignoring right now. But what's the potential issue?
I'm on my own on the Genji.
Right. You're one-on-one the Genji. You're and also like look at your cover right here. Do you see how far out in the open you are? If this Genji dashes you or like anybody does any damage to you at all, you're gonna have to translocate out immediately. What I question is if you had been faster, could you have set up and set up for like a play here? I don't know.
It takes too long, like 4
Right.
to 5 seconds
Okay.
when the fight's still going.
Okay, so then, is there a location where we could have set up and engage from better cover? I don't know.
Only on the bridge.
Okay,
Above
only on
my
the bridge.
team,
Could
because
you-
it's very passive.
Okay. Then maybe there isn't a better solution here.
It's a weird spot.
It is a weird spot. Because it's just too easy to get rid of you here.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Nice hack. Okay. That's a cap. Okay. What are you seeing so far from your gameplay? You've had some unlucky stuff. What are you seeing so far, though?
I'm not aware enough of enemy dangers.
Okay.
Need to be aware where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the most part. Don't have to throw my translocator for EMPs every time. Maybe jump off from high grounds to get the angle.
And remember, the awareness of the enemy team ties exclusively with the ping.
And
right?
the pings, yeah.
Right. That I think those two things kind of go hand in hand for me. I agree. I think everything else has looked okay. I think those two things are the ones that are standing out to me the most. Let's keep going. And this is where, by the way, as well, you could be pinging as well. Ping, 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 ping. Give your team a little bit of that extra information about like what they're running, you know, before they need to.
I did via voice chat.
What is it?
Everyone was in there. Via voice chat, everyone was in there.
Okay, gotcha. So you just need to. Oh no.
Yeah. I knew it when I died. I knew it.
Yeah. I mean, you were at an HP to where even a body shot would have killed you there, but yeah,
The flick was sick.
It was
Look
sick.
at the flick.
Let's watch. Oh wait, this already happened. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Okay, that's a great shot. Nice. And what should you be doing right now that you're not doing?
Look for the enemy.
Where is Hanzo? Right. There's no Ana now, or Cassidy, right? If there's an Ana, if there's a Hanzo, there's a Cassidy. Where are they? Because what you're doing right now is good, but it's an accident. Because it just so happens that the Hanzo is here, so he can't see you. If he had been anywhere else, maybe he can see you, and this position isn't good, right? You need to know this. And not only that, remember, the ping allows you to tell your team too, because remember, the Hanzo isn't just dangerous to you, it's dangerous to everybody else in your team, more so than the Rhine, more so than Lucio, because those guys are obvious, right? Those guys are obvious, everybody can see them. But you need to be able to scout these things. And if you turned your camera, like you can watch, as you're walking through this choke right here, he's right there, right?
Yeah.
He's right there. So this is good, this is really good, but it's fortunate. You've been unlucky and you've been lucky at the same time. And we need to we need to fix that. I mean, you can see it there. I don't even know if you knew he was there. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure that arrow might have gone through the wall, by the way. Let me look at that. It looked like it from my side anyway. Let's actually watch. You see that?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that arrow went through the wall. That is really unfortunate. That brings aim assist to a whole new level. Let's watch. Oh, it does go through the wall. It gets you right in the knee. Oh no. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Stupid Hanzo players, man. Tell you what.
Immediately punished.
Seriously. Alrighty. Ping, 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 ping. Where are they? Where are they? Nah. I mean, it's okay, but... Oh, you almost got him.
And they almost died.
And you almost died. That's okay. That was a little bit of bad luck, but I think, like... Because here's the other thing about pinging on point here. So, like consider this.
Yeah.
Here's a cute thing. If you go to point, and I'm not saying that every Kiriko is going to do this, or that even Kiriko should do this, but if you ping Lucio as you're setting up, right, before you have, and your Kiriko can TP to you, and this guy's dead.
Yeah.
And there's no way no way, that's it. So
the play was because they were fighting 4v4. I was just wanted to stop the payload.
Yeah,
Because
I think
having
that's
Lucio
fine.
auto fight was better than Sombra auto fight.
Right. And you also have a much higher chance of killing him than he has of killing you too. So
Yep.
I think it's fine, but we can consistently see that ways that you could do better. And he also is probably calling help. Yes! Nice job.
Doing half clips.
and I mean, it's tough. It's Lucio, right? And you know, you're living as well. Cart doesn't move. You're living.
Yeah.
Be very
I
careful
think
about
right now we're setting up for EMP bomb.
Yeah. I will say your HP needs to be filled. There's no reason for you not to be. I mean, you're waiting anyway, so just grab one. Where are the health packs over here? Actually, I need to find out. So there's a health pack in here, I know.
Yeah.
And then here,
up
there's a mega here. Is there anywhere
there.
else?
This one. I think there's on
Here?
Yeah, in the back there's the mini and the mega.
Mega, and then mini is... Where is the mini? Is it back here?
I think there's a mini back there. But there are few health packs just.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, they're now I'm curious. Where is that mini? That's gonna drive me nuts. Wait, is there? I know there's a mini like over here. Wait, no, it's a mini here. Yeah.
Yeah, in this room. But
Yeah. Okay.
this is a shit
Anyway,
place to set up.
Full HP, please. Full HP.
Yeah. I was waiting for heals. We had Ana and Kirito.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like it okay. It's just like it's a fat EMP, but feels really
I use
scary.
it for Moira and for McCree.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if I hit all of them, just to ult interruption.
Yeah. Okay. Good EMP, just spooky. You instantly TP out. That's good. All right. Okay.
Bad positioning.
Yeah, definitely bad positioning. And this is like, again, where it like becomes like, if you're gonna hack anybody, the hack has to go in Hanzo, and then you need to be able to finish them off quickly, and then at a better range, and obviously in a better positioning as well. I mean, a lot of your mistakes here feel like, oh, it's a little bit unlucky, but it's consistently the same issues, right? It's like it's not enough respect for the things that can kill you, and then you die to that stuff. Like you die because of Stormbow there. That's what happens. Or Storm Arrow. He Storm Arrows you. Bang, 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 right? And that burst with the Rhine Swing is what kills you.
They have my attention now. Gotta go.
They're on Reaper now, so now like, do you see how easy this life is for their comp? Like, look at it. There's only one target that you even care about at all, right? It's
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, no comment. Ping, 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 can ping that. Uh-oh.
Just in case.
Ping, ping, ping. I mean, ping this guy. You know what I'm
I
saying?
had to heckle Lucio just because he was sitting.
Oh, I agree. But ping this guy.
Yeah. I don't use pings at all, so
Right.
I have to.
I won't
this.
keep saying. I won't keep telling you why, but I am gonna point specific points in time where a ping would have been useful. Let's do that.
Sure.
Easy. That Lucio gets rolled. Again, ping there, right? Hanzo's here. This is good because you know where Hanzo is, so then you can position accordingly to hack, and then like look at the Hanzo, right? He can't shoot you, so hack on Rhine. Right. Okay. Where's the Hanzo? Set up. Bit of a mess with the EMP setup. I know what you were trying to do, but obviously that's a disaster, right? So a lot of your deaths have also just been like little goofy micro errors, like getting pinned by a Reinhardt, walking in front of the enemy Rein, dying to a Reaper TPing on top of you right before you translocated out, dying to a Reinhardt and a Storm arrow right in front of you. There's been a lot of deaths that feel unlucky, but if you're just a little bit more focused, a little bit smarter, then you probably would be able to cut 5, maybe even 6 deaths out. The other one was like the hack on the Moira in front of the Hanzo. Hanzo just flicks, hits the shot, and you're dead. There's been a lot of deaths that have been very avoidable. No big macro concept to teach there either. Just play better, right? Again here, right? I know what you're trying to do, but ping the Hanzo. Ping this guy. Ping the Reaper too. Ping the Reaper. Your team needs to know this guy's in spawn. Yeah, they need to know. Pinging is better than communication a lot of the time. And then even with how you EMP here, the EMP is good, but you know Hanzo's there. So it needs to be EMP, get to this wall ASAP, as fast as you can. Where are we? Good EMP.
No kills.
No. What happens here? Oh, you're down your Kiriko. It's a 4v5. You're on ball. The Lucio dies immediately. They get their cooldowns back. The hack on Ryan is fine. But then your Kiriko, I mean, they just shut down Kiriko. That's it. Okay.
Yeah. And they had time left, so it was only drawable.
Yes, only drawable. Okay. Ping, 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 ping. Because even if you call this is what they're on, you can also ping like where they're on it. Okay, so.
Yeah.
They get a TP to point, I assume? Ah. That's a Sonic. That's a Sonic. Right there, right? So.
Yeah.
If he knows where you are, it is not a duel you can win even with hack.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's... Wait. What? Okay, I guess that was a messy fight, but alright. Okay, now they're on 2 heroes that you can target. And for you, this is going to be more about avoiding Hanzo targeting Ashe, right? Or avoiding Hanzo targeting Ana, right?
Yeah.
Okay, ping, ping, ping. Ping this, right? This guy's walking up. Nice. Nice. This guy dies. Perfect. Very, very, very drawable. Haha. Maybe. Oh!
Classic.
Classic. But you have to remember, like, especially in Overwatch 2, there's just one fewer thing to shoot. You know?
Yep.
So that they're gonna do, there's gonna be more times where they do spend looking for you because there's just less to do, you know?
Yeah.
Not an impactful hack whatsoever. And this is something that if you're gonna like this makes no sense whatsoever. Again, like, what should your priority be right now? Remember what we talked about, and like you said, you watched the hour-long VOD review. Okay, what should you be doing right now?
Take care of the other 3 most dangerous
find out,
targets.
take care of them and find out where they are at the same time. Find out where they are and then deal with them.
Yeah.
This is a huge waste of time. It's a big kill. Nice. Okay, but your impact here was nothing on this defense. Worthless, completely worthless. Okay. What do you see so far? I think you have a relatively streamlined focus, I think. What are you seeing?
Ping.
Yes.
To communicate with the team, even though I'm not in voice chat.
Right.
And to let them know where they are.
Yes.
And
that's tied
getting
into
rid of those minor mistakes, like be aware of the danger.
Yes.
Enemy danger like Hanzo or Ashe.
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes. You talked about, like, that was something that you learned a lot of, but there's still, like you said, you're not doing a horrible job at it, but there's still room for growth. Especially if you want to be making that GM push, then that needs to be, like, you need to be, like, so difficult for that Hanzo to nail down, and while you're just picking apart everything around him. Or if you do go on him, you need to be hacked, you need a corner, and you need good timing so that you can really burn him down. I think the ping and avoiding knowing where and avoiding or directly targeting your threats were the big two for me. Big two for me that you can be abusing a lot, even if you are in voice chat. Ping is massive. And then the little details, which unfortunately I don't have a lot of feedback on, but just something to consider, was the chucking the translocator, like / setting up your EMPs. And then, like you said, the silly little deaths, right? For lack of a better term. Yeah. There's a lot of silly little deaths that I think could and should have been avoided that would have, I mean, there was a lot of them, at least half a dozen, that would have won the map for you. Do you have any questions? We have some extra time, so we can keep going. If you have another replay code, we could probably look at a couple more fights from that as well. It's up to you.
No, I don't have them because they're really buggy, and I don't have some pre-patch.
No worries.
I'll post-patch even.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough. Do you have any questions?
There are not many. Yeah, I'm thinking. What is actually for me? It's very hard. If the enemy team runs, doesn't matter which tank, but if they run Sojourn, Mercy, and Ana, and the Ana is sticking to the tank, it's very hard for me to get any value out of my hacks because the DPS are flow by the Mercy. They get healed. Soldier has his medicine pack after 1.5 seconds back. Sojourn flies away. So what should I do against this comp? Give me some paint.
Think about sure. Let's actually let's do it in paint. All right, let's do it in paint. Ask for paint. Guy wants paint. We'll give him paint. All right, let's do it. Give me a second here. All right, just 1 second. Okay, so you're playing Soldier. How are you going to be positioning generally? Like, let's say this is the Rhine, this is the Ana. Where is Soldier often going to be if you're the enemy soldier?
Flanking.
Okay, so he's going to be on an off angle, maybe hard flank, or maybe not. Okay, so then Soldier and then Sojourn depends, right? But let's just say she's somewhere like here, right? And you've got the Mercy that you said is ping-ponging basically between here, and then here, and then here, going back and forth. So any target that you hack gets Mercy pocketed, right? Now, this ties directly into how space works and creating and clearing space works in Overwatch, where you can create space by your team, for your team, by doing one of two things. You can either hack and kill this target or hack and force this target to run away, right? Which is great. Nice. They're no longer on the flank. I could use the flank. Team is safe. The flank is safe. Well, you were saying that's really hard because what's happening is the Mercy's just flying to and supporting that flank, making it really hard, right? So the soldier doesn't
even the damage boost.
Right, and even the damage boost. So it's like you hack this target, but then they're getting Mercy pocket, and then they don't actually leave here. Well, here's the thing: if you can hack this target and keep this target's attention for an extended period of time. Remember, the reason why this off angle is dangerous is to put it simply, is because that can shoot your tank in the back or it can shoot your squishies in the back line.
Yeah.
So if you could keep this off angle occupied, not even get a kill, not even force it to run away, but keep it occupied and busy during the crucial moments of when your team is taking an engage, then you have created or cleared space for your team. Even better if you can get that Mercy on top of the target as well. Because now you're taking a 2v1. And if you can use cover well, then what you'll do is you'll be able to take 5-6 seconds, right, of attention at a very crucial point in time with a very low risk of dying. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think this is the most difficult comp for me to run against Sojourn, Soldier, and Mercy. So is it still? Shall I go for the DPS or shall I go and try to hack the Mercy? Because she's way more easier to kill when I use cover.
I think either one is fine, because if you hack the Mercy, what are the DPS going to do in reaction to you, right?
Turn around and shoot me.
Right, so the goal is still the same. So what you do is you need to find the pressure where you get the most kill threat out, and then you're playing on the enemy's reaction. A hack on a soldier versus a hack on a Mercy. Well, if the Mercy can't get away and you can threaten the kill on the Mercy more, then that's going to do more value than you, because you won't kill what's killing you, but you're not really necessarily trying to do that. You're just trying to cause as much panic and havoc as possible at the crucial moments. So if you can force a lot of panic by hacking the Mercy, and get the Soldier and Mercy to look at you, and maybe honestly the Ana maybe too, right? The Ana has to look at this angle as well to pocket the Mercy. Then even if you don't get the kill, theoretically that should be more value for your team than what any other hero could do, right?
Okay.
That now doing that is going to be hard. Obviously, the risk here is that like if you do this, you don't have eyes on Ana, right? Maybe that Sojourn, Sojourn can see you, right? Maybe it's like if they're getting damage boost, that he turns around as you're hacking, damage boost, rockets, cancels hack, and then maybe you die, right? That's really frustrating too. But if you play it really well, you have a good cover, right? Like a good corner to play around here, and you're able to do that. And time it really, really well. Maybe get the hack of Soldier, even better, get the hack of the Mercy. Then you're gonna be able to get more done out of the hero as well. Something else you'll notice about this is a very, very micro thing. If you hack a Mercy, a lot of them are gonna panic and probably stop damage boosting as well.
They're turning around and trying to fly.
Right,
They spam the fly button.
turning around trying to fly, and they'll often default to mashing mouse 1 as well, which is just the heal for them. They'll just heal, right? They just kind of get panicked and they stop damage boosting because they're trying. They think maybe it'll heal me too, you know. Yeah, that is something that I would try and do. And then obviously, if this off angle is feels really impossible for you to deal with, you're not getting any help, you're not able to get. Well, then if Mercy's here, you could set up here.
Yep.
This guy is also very, very, very killable as well. And then you said obviously she's on top of the tank, but potentially still targetable, right? Even just for pressure, even if not a kill. Definitely a tough situation, but again, it's going to be about this would be if we talk about we learn what we talked about today, it would be pathing through, ping this target, set up for this target, pathing through, ping both targets maybe, and set up for this one right here, and set up and try and go for the Sojourn, right? And then you're like, okay, I'm gonna need to avoid that Ana's LOS if I can. I'm gonna avoid the Soldier's LOS. Or if you've got, let's say, both the Soldier and the Sojourn on top of each other, right? Maybe they're both on top of each other. Well then, yes, this becomes a lot more risky for you to go for them. But if you do go for them, you get a 2-for-1 special, right? You get both looking at you. And if you can just literally just be a rat, you know, not even going for the kill at all, just an annoying rat, then you're going to completely remove the DPS presence from the team. Or now this leaves this target a lot more open, where you can actually path here, set up on this target, and you don't have to worry about a Sojourn or a Soldier shooting in the back. They're all over here, right?
Yeah.
You kind of see what I'm saying? So you talked about IQ. This is where your intelligence is going to come into play with how you're setting up your engages, because there is so much variety, but the rules are the same: cover, timing, target. And if you can apply those things in each situation, you're going to be able to make much better decisions. You have any other questions?
Probably the last question: is there any good DPS to duo queue with? As Sombra, or is just everything good? Of course, dive DPS, but is there just one who you really would point out?
I would say Tracer or Genji, but those are also not super meta right now or super strong right now. Sojourn's always fine because you can always set up things for your Sojourn to look for a one shot, because what you could do as well is hey, I'm gonna go for a pressure timing on a hack, and then that's when your Sojourn can look for aggression with a railgun shot. You can synergize things like an EMP overclock combo, right? Where they have no abilities for the overclock. I think Sombra Sojourn is a totally fine combo. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Nothing off the top of my head. Anything that can dive with you or play aggressively off of your timing, whether it's a dive DPS or anything else, is always good. It's always good.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything besides Sojourn that's meta that's immediately obvious to me. I'm not gonna say, hey, you could EMP Riptire. I mean, I don't know how much Junkrat's being played, but I don't know. Anything can work. Anything can work. But the ping thing is gonna be helpful regardless.
Yeah.
Okay. You have other questions?
That's it for me.
Okay. Keep in touch. We did finish a little bit early, so the replay code rule, correct? About send me a replay code if you have any questions. And what I will do is I will look at the timestamp. Just send me a timestamp. Who should I have gone for here? How should I have set up? If you get that Sojourn matchup that you're talking about, send me the replay code. Send me the timestamp when we can get replay codes to work, and then we'll take a look at it. Sound good?
All right.
Keep in touch, mate. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you very much. And good luck moving forward. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. All right. So that was Leon, the Sombra extraordinaire. I got a reward. What did I get a reward for? Get some drop thing. I don't know what that is. Okay. Anyway, hope you guys found that interesting. Let's we got one more. We're actually ahead of schedule, so we might even start our Chiyo review sooner rather than later. Super Nut. We have a VOD review. So let's take a look at this really fast. I don't even know if I'm scared if is this even gonna work? Yes, it does work. Brilliant. Hi Zanzibar. Oh, hi. Thank you. I have no idea what's going on with it with the replay viewer right now, to be honest with you. So I'm spooked. I'm spooked. Trying to find out what hero we're looking at here. I think we're looking at Diva, y'all. I think we're going Diva. I think. Yes, looks like we're going to be looking at Diva. Let's take a look at our coaching form here. So this is a gameplay review. For those of you guys that don't know, this means that we're just going to be looking over the footage after briefly looking over the coaching form. The coachee will not be in the voice call, so this is a slightly cheaper and a slightly shorter option for coaching if you guys are interested in just getting your gameplay looked at. So Super Nut here, let's look through this form really fast here. Yep, so this is the Diva play. This is GM. Okay, so let's change our UI on stream. And if you guys ever have any questions about like what I'm reviewing, just check. Usually this will be accurate on the bottom left, and the exclamation mark VOD command will usually be accurate as well, which I'm going to update in just a moment. Commands, edit, VOD, GM, Diva. Yeah, a little bit of variety. Okay, what do you hope to get out of the session? I want to know what rank I deserve. Man, y'all are corny. You're in GM. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I could get a pretty decent read of somebody, but yeah, okay. Let's check. What are your long-term goals? Better cooldown usage and ult tracking. Okay, so we can talk a little bit about ult tracking at the start. Before we start, better cooldown usage sounds good. What do you feel is holding you back? Ego, positioning, communication, ability tracking. That's a lot. Okay, we'll talk. Focus more on your gameplay. We'll talk a little bit about your ult tracking as well. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to relegate your questions on ego to me over direct message or in Ask Spylo. We'll go over it more in detail. Communication as well. We'll focus more on the ult tracking side of things, but yeah. Okay. Now this is the interesting part of your form before we wrap this up. So we're gonna quickly go through the reform. I know, Ilkat, I know. We need to get some more variety. Game for 1 to 3 hours per day from Thursday to Sunday. So that's 4 days out of the week, and you're in GM, and it's only 1 to 3 hours. So I think if your goals are if they are rank related goals, then you're definitely gonna want to be playing more than 1 to 3 hours 4 days a week. Specifically, I would expand the days of the week. It's before I would increase the hours per day. So if that could go Wednesday to Sunday, Tuesday to Sunday, Monday to Sunday, Sunday to Sunday, the week before, so you're actually retroactively training, that's even better, 8 days a week. But yeah, obviously we talked about that with the previous summer review. It's about expanding your training time rather than just working more on individual days. So, okay, I think that's mostly it. I definitely think, let's talk about ult tracking really fast. So here's the thing. If we go into, let's just set up a custom game really fast here. Let's talk about ult tracking. So CarQ has an excellent video on this as well. I highly recommend you guys check it out. I forget which video it is actually. It's released relatively recently. It talked about the stat window. But you will be able to use this. I'm not going to even actually play the game here. But you're going to be able to use your screen as information for ult tracking. So if you guys are looking to get into ult tracking just a little bit for your own team's utility, it can be actually super impactful. First life hack, having a general estimate of the ult charge for different heroes can be helpful, but it's not necessarily 100% necessary. In other words, it's helpful knowing that if I look up Winston Overwatch, right, and I go onto his wiki, I'll pull it up right here, and I go down to Ultimate, right, it's helpful knowing 1850 points is the ult cost. In other words, it's going to take, I think 1850, 1,850 damage point-wise to be able to charge up his ultimate. Now, the reason why this can be tricky is because, remember, tanks feed less ult points. So if I do 1850 damage to a squishy, I will have an ultimate. If I do 1850 damage points to a tank, I will not necessarily have my ultimate yet. Now, to complicate matters even further, remember this. Winston passively generates 1% ult charge every 3 seconds. So you don't necessarily need to do this much damage. Remember, you just get passive ult charge anyway. So in other words, if I wanted to get 100% ult charge, I'd wait 5 minutes and I'd have my primal rage. So what you're going to need to learn to find is you need to get a general sense of 2 things. Number 1, how fast a person generally charges their ultimate just based off of ultimate cost. For example, something like, oh, I'm about to get removed. For example, a hero like a Tracer doesn't require many ultimate points before she charges her pulse ball. It's very cheap. In fact, let's actually look that up really fast. Tracer Overwatch, 1850 for Primal Rage. For Tracer, that's the one that everybody knows, it's only 1260. So Tracer builds her ult very, very, very quickly. Okay, so even if you aren't doing a lot of damage, you will build your ult very quickly because of the passive ult charge. So you need to know that. Which heroes take longer to farm, which ones take shorter to farm. And then the other thing that's helpful to know as well is also generally who is that hero usually shooting. For example, if I'm playing, I don't know, let me think of a good example for this one. Maybe like a Reaper, right? A Reaper, if you're playing it versus like a Winston or, I don't know, a Doomfist or a Junker Queen, might have a decent amount of damage, but if you think about how your Reaper might be playing, is your Reaper spending a lot of time shooting tanks? If he's spending a lot of time shooting tanks, then even though he has a lot of damage, remember, tanks feed less ult charge, so he's going to have less ult charge, period. Whereas a hero like a Sombra, or maybe a hero like a Tracer, which we talked about, is probably spending less time shooting tanks and more time shooting squishies, which guarantees a high ult charge generation because squishies feed full ult charge points. Remember, tanks feed less. So, all that being said, you have to not only have a general estimate of how fast your target generates ultimates, but you also need to know, was that target shooting mostly tanks, shooting mostly squishies, or a mixture of both? And then you're going to press tab, you're going to look at this, and you're going to go, okay, whoa, this Mercy was doing a lot of healing. You guys see how much healing this Mercy is? This Mercy definitely has Valk. This Zen was doing a pretty lot of healing and doing a decent amount of damage. This Zen plus passive ult charge probably has Trance. So on first fight, it's actually pretty easy to guess who, there it is, right? There's the Trance, right? He probably just got it about 10-15 seconds ago. So it's very easy to know based off of that. Now, this is where it gets tricky. That Zen used and built his Trance. He did a lot of healing with his Trance, so it's no longer reliable to use the scorecard to tell you how much ult charge this person has. For example, this Zen used Trance. How much of this healing is from that Trance? I don't know. Maybe 700, 600, 500? But remember, that ult charge from Trance doesn't count towards building the next ultimate. It's just in the void. So I would probably guess based off of the amount of time it's been and the fact that, is Zen dead right now? I think Zen might be dead, right? So Zen's dead. So I could probably guess that Zen's probably at like 20% ult charge right now, right? He's not even close to building that next Trance. Whereas this Mercy, who's been constantly involved, there it is. You see it? She has built another Valk because she's been constantly involved. But I'm not reading that based off of stats because it's now gotten to a point where it's impossible to read stats anymore. It's gotten so glutted and so messy after the first fight. A second, third, fourth, fifth fight and so on gets harder and harder and harder. But I can generally feel that person's contribution, and that just comes through practice. Now, there was one exception to that rule. If this was Koth, Escort, any sort of game mode where there's a stop and a reset, you could, if these stats freeze, you can memorize, okay, this is where we were at. Okay, I will know if they get to around 3,000 damage on the next round of Koth that they probably have their ultimate. Yes, you get less ult charge for healing and damaging a tank. Yeah. So you can generally memorize what they were before the round started and make that adjustment accordingly. Last thing I'll say is generally just trying to get a read of how much the previous target did the previous fight. Was there a lot of healing going on from that one target? Did that one target do a lot of damage? Did that target die? Remember, if you're dead, you're not getting ult charge. So if you got somebody in the enemy team that has been dying or feeding a lot, they probably don't have their ult yet, or they're going to be very slow to building that next ultimate. So all that being said, the way to ult track is to have a good read of opening stats for the first ult, but more importantly, getting a better feel of how the enemy counterpart is charging their ultimate. And what we always say, I think Jane was very popular with saying this, and I think it's a good way of starting, is it's better to start ult tracking one at a time. Pick even just your enemy counterpart right now, like the enemy tank, the enemy DPS, the enemy support, and try to get a feel of how close you think they are to the ultimate, and then try and do something with that information. Remember, ult tracking is only as useful as what you do with it, adjusting how you play, adjusting the play style, adjusting the game plan accordingly. If I'm playing Diva, for example, which is what we're about to coach, and I get the feeling that Reaper has done a lot of damage onto a lot of people, not just my tanks, then that might adjust how I use my Matrix, because I want to make sure that I have Matrix for Death Blossom. So all that being said, let's actually get into the review so that we can actually do something with this information. I'll try and bring that into the review a little bit as we go through it as well, and not just kind of be a one and done. So it'll be like, hey, what do you guys think about ult charge here? What do you guys think about that? So you should pick one character you want to track and watch them specifically. I wouldn't even say watch them specifically. Like I wouldn't but I would, between fights, take the time to think about their contribution and see if you can predict whether they're going to have ultimate or not. And even if you don't necessarily do anything with that information immediately, what it can do is eventually you'll get to a point where you can do it more consistently, and then you can actually do something with that information. I had a question about this. Do you think I should have death cam on? I think it's fine to have death cam on. Yeah. I think it's fine to have death cam on, but then just skip it as soon as you see their ult charge. Skip it as soon as you see their ult charge. Let's skip the Zarya because we wanted to work on the Diva. So let's take a look at this Diva here. Zebra, the enemy Mei. So the thing with Diva, bully off angles. If there are no off angles, then use the off angle to dive. I look at the enemy composition. I find it extremely unlikely that any of them are going to be taking like aggressive off angles on you. So what you're probably going to end up playing more like is more like a dive Diva, where you are taking the aggressive positions and then looking to dive and pressure enemies. Because I don't see Bastion Mei as being heroes that are probably going to be playing like aggressive flanks. So maybe you can peel off the Doom, but it's going to be more about like what you can do as Diva directly pressuring the enemy team to help your team, rather than peeling off your backline a lot. So remember, that's a very important dichotomy with Diva, is like, is there something that's going to be aggressively threatening, taking aggressive angles that I need to gatekeep and prevent from doing so? If not, then I need to be taking those aggressive angles and doing something with it. Very common concept in Overwatch. Let's see what we got here. Be very careful about stuff like this. This is, again, like really not your effective range at all. So this just means a negative HP trade for you. Your team is not engaged, first off. But also, like, this is just Bastion's better range. He's better than you at this. So don't lose HP to doing essentially nothing before the fight even starts. I think this is fine. This is the one target that you'd want to pressure. Obviously, please don't feed punch, but that is the one target that will be going aggressively that you can punish. I don't know why you're matrixing here. It's a Mei, right? So need to be a lot cleaner with like some of the details here. So like right here, it's a Mei. So you're either going to turn your head hitbox so that you don't want anything else to headshot you, or you're just going to shoot the Mei. It makes a lot more sense to me. I think also as well, target priority here as well. You've dealt with the Doomfist, right? But there's still a clutch hero on the field. That is the Bastion. That is also happens to be a hero that you are very good at dealing with, especially when that target does not have his turret form, which we saw used earlier. So this needs to be your priority. I look at the enemy comp. The reason why you choose the Bastion, the Doomfist, is not just because, oh, they're the most lethal threats to your team, but they also happen to be the threats that you are ridiculously good at. You see, the thing with Diva is the things that your team is scared of are also the things that you're very good at dealing with. It's a very good comp. Hey, Stompbox, good to see you, mate. Would you assume based on what the majority of the enemy team should want to do? Yes. So first thing, you should generally look at the enemy comp and get a good read. Like you saw me do it before we even watched any gameplay. I saw Mei bash in. I'm like, they're probably not gonna be taking crazy flanks, you know. So it's not Tracer Sombra. We're not dealing with like a Genji or a flanking Sojourn. So it's like, okay, they're probably gonna be playing generally more in passive positions or shorter off angles that I could deal with. So I made that decision immediately. Now I will say, as D.Va, you generally lead towards gatekeeping and defending more than you do aggressively diving the enemy backline. That's usually Winston's job. However, I look at the enemy comp and there is literally nothing that that's going to be taking aggressive off angles besides Doomfist. So then you're going to be diving more. And the nice thing about D.Va and Winston is that they have different strengths versus different heroes as well. So like, let's say the enemy comp right now doesn't have any, there's nothing that's going to be taking aggressive off angles. So then why would you play D.Va? If you're going to dive, just play Winston. Well, Winston isn't as good in the 1v1 matchup versus a Doomfist, versus a Mei, versus a Bastion, right? Obviously. So then D.Va becomes actually the better dive hero just based off of the enemy composition. Another way of looking at this is like, you think of Sombra Tracer as both being dived heroes, but when you play Sombra versus when you play Tracer, it will depend oftentimes on what heroes you're going to be diving. Sombra will struggle more versus something like a Hanzo, but will do a lot better versus something like a Widowmaker, just based off of the way her hero works. Sombra will do better versus a Doomfist, right? Or then a Tracer, but a Tracer will do better versus, for example, like, I don't know, like a D.Va. Well, not say D.Va, but you get my point. Different matchups favor different heroes, even with similar playstyles. But I don't like this here because I don't like ignoring the Bastion. That's a really, really good hero for you to pressure, and also happens to be the hero that your team will need your help with. So target priority and avoiding wasting HP early. Ooh, that Mercy is strong. Nice. Hey, look at that. They went Ashe. Honestly, you're not mad about that. Again, that's probably not a hero that's going to be taking super crazy flanks, but it is a hero that you need to be dealing with when she does take aggressive positions. Like, for example, when your team tries to push to this high ground, you need to make sure this hero doesn't have free range when that happens. I will say this right here is a little early, so just be cautious. Well, maybe it isn't early. It looks like we are going very aggressively here. I'm just like, whoa, I guess we are going. Like, okay, well, never mind. Yeah, out. So you kind of need to wait for. You need to get out. You need to get out. Because you're down one. I don't know how your Kiriko died, or who died? Sojourn died. But yeah, you need to get out. Okay, let's see. I just don't love who you're focusing here. So I get it that the Ashe is playing far back, but I also look at this as like, you have a D.Va bomb here. Would you not want to just kind of prevent that Ashe from playing the game rather than Mei? You know, I think here, if you did go for this Ashe, you would have the opportunity to pressure the Ashe, maybe get demeched, probably not, get the Mega, reset, go again, and you have Bomb as a get out of jail free card in their backline and a location where I don't think you're going to get punished for remecking. So this isn't necessarily bad. You are pressuring the Mei, keeping her on the off angle, out of position, forcing the Mercy Beam on her. It's not a horrible matchup for you, but I just think that in this particular situation, there were better options available. And like peeling this off here, this is actually really important. Now, right now, chat, right now, this is the moment of truth. Maybe the most important thing I say in this entire review besides the target priority. As D.Va, what should you be doing right now? Let me give you just a little bit more information so you can make this decision. This is an unbelievably important thing to understand. What should you be doing right now? This is a good tank thing to understand. Reinhardt, Winston, Roadhog, Orisa, Sigma. This is a very important point in time. You see? Is it better to peel off a Doomfist on your backline where you can matrix some of his shots? Yes. Or is it better to make sure that this Doomfist aggressively diving gets no support, but not just no support, that this Ashe doesn't get a chance to free fire while he's baiting all the attention? Because you see what he's doing, right? Do you see how aggressively these guys can play? Because the Doomfist is in, they can hit all the shots. Because it might not even be the Doomfist is the one that gets the kills. It might be the Doomfist baits all the attention, and that Mei and Ashe get the kills. So then you have to consider, what is my hero better at? Is my hero better at peeling off and preventing the backline from being part of the engagement, or peeling off and punishing the Doomfist who has Meteor Strike, right? There's where the ult checking comes in line. You haven't seen it yet. You know he's got it. And I would argue here with Bomb and versus this sniper, I would say, yeah, yes. I think the best peeling that you could do here would be not even necessarily to engage the backline, but to shoot and sit right here and just, you're not getting through me. Matrix right on that Ashe, bait all of them to pressure you, and remember, you could survive. You have your boosters, you have full HP, and you have a bomb. And yes, if that Doomfist kills somebody, it's gonna suck. But I would much rather take the odds of a 1v3 Doomfist than letting him 4v whatever uncontested free fire in my backline while the rest of my backline is screaming and running. I think this is where I would go for backline. Now it's going to depend on the hero. If I'm playing Sigma, definitely ignore Doomfist. I'm definitely going to be shielding and spamming backline off. That's what my hero's better at. If I'm playing Reinhardt, definitely I'm not peeling off my backline. I'm going to shield off this stuff from doing anything. If I'm a Winston, definitely backline. Zarya? I don't know. Zarya could bubble off the engage better, and Zarya also doesn't feel as comfortable surviving versus this many people, so Zarya would be trickier. D.Va is usually pretty tricky as well, because D.Va is really good at peeling off her backline, so D.Va, it's a tough one. Roadhog would probably not peel off. I think maybe you could hit a hook on Doom. Maybe it'd be okay. But Roadhog would be like spooky playing a corner here. You see what I'm saying? Oftentimes it is better to trade backline than it is to focus the enemy tank as a tank. Now, if we said this Doomfist was like a Sombra Doomfist, right? Then I would definitely peel as D.Va. Definitely peel. Because again, there's one fewer target that's going to be spamming and one more target that you need to peel off. So then I'd definitely peel. But then if that was a Sombra Doomfist and I was a Sigma, then I probably still wouldn't peel. Do you kind of see? It's like, it's a tough decision to make. It's a tough decision to make. And D.Va, it's really hard because you are an excellent peel target, but you're also an excellent pressure target, so you have to decide which one is better in each given point in time. This is unquestionably a mistake, and it gives him way too much, and you need to stop feeding punch. Oh my gosh, that is unacceptable. Unacceptable. Especially using a cooldown to feed punch your micro missiles. For crying out loud, man. No. Have some discipline. Nah. Yeah, so really your impact on terms of controlling or pressuring enemy backline has been nil. We've fed punch a lot. Not great. Please do not peek this. Please do not peek this. Please do not peek this. You're down your Mercy. You're losing too much HP before the fight starts. Your Mercy is not ready. You're not taking a fight right now. You do not have poke. If your Sojourn hits a one-shot and you want to engage and prevent the res and take the 4v4 now, that would be acceptable. But it has not happened. So do not peek. You do not have any range. Your Kiriko, I can forgive because she might hit a headshot. Sojourn, I can forgive. Far, I can forgive. I cannot forgive you. You do not have poke range pressure, especially versus the enemy comp. With that Ashe, with that damage boosted Ashe, with the Kiriko, with Mei. No. Discipline. If you have to go in the next 2 seconds or 10 seconds from now, you need your resources. Wow, we didn't feed the punch. Shocking. Nah, this is just... Nah. I don't know why we even engaged the Doomfist there. You guys are taking a 4v5. This is a disaster. Disaster. Okay. Again, I do not understand your target priority here. I do not understand it at all. You know that Ashe is still on the field, right? Or am I missing something? No, the Ashe is still on the field. Where is the Ashe? Why are we going for the Mei? Is it because of the Blizzard? Honestly, I don't give a fart about Blizzard, man. Get the Ashe. I don't care if they get a Blizzard off in a 2. It's over. Just don't let the Ashe get a trade, you know? I don't know. I guess maybe it was a Blizzard. I won't give you too much of a hard time about it. Okay, be careful. Careful. No, 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 no. What are you accomplishing with this boosters? Now I see what you're saying in your message. So they said, Supernut said in the message, this is a close game. My rank was GM2. Doomfist main Zebra was playing Mei. I really like this game because it was super close, and one of my teammates told me I should stop using boosters aggressive since they were waiting for me to engage and punishing me for it. Yes, but you can see it right here. You hyper focus on his ult. Okay. You have to be really careful about hyper focusing on an ult if it ends up costing you your entire neutral playstyle. You have to look at your composition right now and be like, we should have a lot of tools to deal with Mei ult besides me, right? So for you, it's more about dealing with your playstyle. And right here, like, what does this accomplish? This gives up your positioning, loses HP, and you're not actually pressuring the enemy team at a good time, right? Look at your team. Nothing here. Oh no, another Fed punch. Again, a lot of attention put on Doomfist. A lot of attention put on Doomfist, and not at all put on zoning or controlling backline. So, right here, you feed punch again. This should be your opportunity to turn your attention and shoot and matrix these guys so that your team can deal with Doomfist or survive this Kiriko ult, and instead, you're going to turn around again. You're going to get punched in the open. You get the Matrix, nice. You're going to booster out. You lose your position instead of just simply standing here and holding Matrix. And ultimately, we're never getting enough pressure on the Doomfist to actually secure the kill either. Like, you are decent versus Doomfist, don't get me wrong. This is not good. Not good. Was it Mei super low? You might be right, yeah. This is not great, I think, considering the fact that, like, the ironic thing is that this is the one time you go in aggressive on the backline, but this is the one time where it's probably not really necessary. I think it's not a bad thing, but considering the team is like in your spawn, right? We don't really want to be going in aggressively and getting traded here. Like, I would just kind of play it slow, peel off your backline, and just wait, you know? But, like, I don't know. It's not the end of the world, but I just find it ironic that that's the one time you decide to go in. It was probably the worst time for you to go in. Nah. Not great, not great, not great. Real messy. Matrix, Matrix! Matrix! It's a Sojourn ultimate! In front of your team! Look at this! She's right in front of your team! She's shooting at your team! You're kidding me! Come. You can do better than this. Matrix, you got 2/3 of it left. Use it. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. But holy mackerel, use that Matrix. Again, you can see it here again. You see this? You're even. Your team is stabilizing. Do not booster in unless you have confirmation that your team is able to push in with you. Your team is ready now, but you're already in. Do you see this? So you are like, nobody on the enemy team is 1 HP right now. Nobody. Nobody's low. Nobody's used a bunch of cooldowns. There's nothing about this screams I should be going in and diving right now. You're not even full HP. And yet this is the time that you choose to go in when your team is 1 HP. And what that means is you're going to get demacked here. You're going to get demacked. Oh my gosh. Surely. Do you see this? Do you see this? You lose so much resource. You get pressured so much early on for meaningless pressure. Let me be very clear. I do not have a problem with this idea of what you're doing. This lines up kind of what we were saying earlier, where go in, dive the backline, pressure the backline, cause some chaos and go from there, right? You are baiting a lot of attention. But the problem is that your team isn't ready to push and you were not at full resources when you could have been both. So you go in by yourself, and then now your team is ready, but you're literally dead. And so then you're on the back foot, 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 on the back foot. Now you're dead. Not great. Viraji, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah. This needs to be better. This needs to be, and this can be so much better. Give me 1 second. I just had this horrible realization. I didn't realize if this was a classic roast or not. So I'm either not roasting enough or I'm roasting too much. That would be a disaster. Classic roast. Never mind. See, we're not roasting enough. Oh my goodness. And you, well, right, but you let Mayult slip here. Why? Why do you let Mayult slip here? It's because of when you went in. How you went in. You know what I'm saying? You go so crazy, so early for just no good reason, without your team, without your HP, without your matrix fully charged, and then easily isolated, easily focused down, all of your resources melted away, and then that's it. The irony is that you're so focused on Mayult, you're letting everything else slip, which then is costing you the Mayult. Right. You're better than this. Give me a break. I mean, maybe I'm being the positive one here. Oh, you're a rat. You're a rat. You know that? 5 HP in a dream. Well, what is this? Give me a break. You didn't even need to do this. You got no friends. You got no friends. I hate people like you, man. I really do. That's just a snapshot of who you are as a person. I hope you know that. Oh, good. Oh, you should have died. I would have. Like right now, again. It's the time, like, it's like you've now overcompensated. I've been focusing on Doom too much, guys. I'm so sorry. I've not been like zoning or pressuring backline or offing those. I've not been putting enough dive threat. So you know what, guys? We're gonna kick it way to the opposite extreme. 9,000 all the way in. I'm going and by myself all the time, regardless of the situation. Dude, turn around. Like, look at this. Does this look like a good time to dive? Does this even remotely resemble a good way to dive? No! I'd call you a jackass, but that's disrespectful to the donkeys. I know donkeys aren't technically jackasses, so before you say actually... Come on, man. It's like the fight hasn't even started. You've traded, oh guys, they used Maywall. It's a 4v5. I'm sure they're very happy to use Sojourn and Maywall to have a D.Va player literally not even involved in the team fight, to have a Kiriko player literally not involved in the team fight because she's vomiting every healing resource onto you. Shame on you. Shame on you. You're the type of tank that everyone doesn't want to have. Good. Nah. Man, you're kidding me, man. What rank do you think you should be in? I don't think you should be ranked. I think you are rank. Okay. Gee, look at this. Okay, that booster was kind of weird, but hey, look at that. Timing was like the bare minimum was achieved with timing, and it's so much easier. Sojourn shot. Wow. Please be careful. Please just and have some discipline. Okay, have some discipline. Okay. Let's pause for just a quick little commercial here. Okay. Good. So far, the last 10 seconds, 15 seconds have been good. Okay? This has been great. Right now, if I turn around, what am I going to see? Okay, wow. Ready for this? Shockingly, your team isn't with you. So you've done a great job, and yet suddenly everything goes out down the pooper because you just refuse to have any sort of awareness of what's going on behind you. Like, it's so good and then just so terribly bad. Like, turn around. No, you've got the robot. You guys aren't even pushing the robot. There's nobody with you. You're about to get demeched by a Kiriko, for crying out loud. Scoob. Like, what is please? Oh my gosh, I cannot believe. Like, I understand what you're trying to do. We're trying to chase staggers here, but that is like the biggest trap if your team is not able to push up with you. So, the biggest trap. Please be careful. There's something going on behind you. There's a Doomfist. What is he doing? He's learned from the Book of Stompbox how to guarantee an avoid slot position in 60 seconds. Look at this jackass. Look at this guy. Roller Kid 96. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? What a moron! Look at this guy. Look at his team. What is this? Is GM. This is Grandmaster. Grandmaster. The chess players must be sitting back and like absolutely shaking with laughter. These guys are Grandmaster? Wow. The bar must be set unbelievably low. Holy crap. This takes from doing the limbo to a high new level. Or a low new level. Or a whole new level. Depends on which way you're looking at it. Okay. And that's unfortunate. I can't really blame you for that one. So, as tempting as it may be. Ah! Double support ult. Oh, my body is weak. Okay. Good. Get him. Get him. Because we're actually chasing staggers here. Your team is actually moving their flabby old butt cheeks, so that's good. Nice. It's funny. It's real funny, chat, how obviously your team kind of gets in a flow state here and things tend to snowball, right? That's great. And obviously you pop double support ult. But you feel how like as soon as everything kind of gets lined up timing wise, it feels like juiced. It feels like everything's kind of flowing. Everybody's matching each other's tempo. Like the enemy team is now the one getting snowball. The enemy Doomfist was the one that was feeding now and messing up, right? You see this? You see this? This is what we want to see. Look at this Mercy. What is she doing? Careful. Classic Bastion ult. Just mash it. I don't know where or what I'm aiming for at this point. I don't know if it's even timed properly. But this is at this point, it's like the Bastion ult has just become like ornamental. Like, the enemy team. Wow, look at these fireworks. Isn't that beautiful? Oh my gosh, please. Y'all need to watch my Bastion ult video. I'll teach you how to bash. Oh. Oh no. No, that's tragic. That's what he gets for being a moron, to be honest with you. The question is like, you can't fix stupid, that's what they say, right? But the question is, why would you even try? It's really entertaining when you don't. Okay. Ah! Oh, mommy! Nice! Oh, no, we're in. Isn't that a horse race call? I feel like I've heard that somewhere. Okay, this is really quite good. I will say we would have liked if you could have ended it in a better position. So you flicked it really nicely, but obviously being able to end it in a better position would have been juiced. But nice. Okay. Deep inhales, deep inhales. All right, we're gonna win this. Don't feed that punch. Yes, we didn't feed it. Yes. Go, 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 go. Match your team, match his timing, match his timing, match his timing. Yes, 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 yes. Everything is succulent when juice when you're matching timing. And you're also, do you notice also as well that, like, I mean, obviously you notice this because we talked about it already, but your play style is adjusted here. You're matching Doom, but when he's going in, you're thinking more about backline. Okay, yeah, they're just snowballing. This is the flat stagger. Now he's staggering. Oh my gosh, chat. I'm just delighted that this has become literally just a team of which team is going to stagger more. Don't poke, don't poke, don't poke, don't poke. Get ready to die. Now. Yes. Delightful. Nice job. Replay ended. Okay, so let's talk. Have you been here for the whole review or just the second half? Oh, water. Well, the first half we talked about backline trade versus early resources getting forced, which we did hammer on later on as well. But I definitely think for you it's going to be about conserving your resources before you make a play, especially into ranged comps. Like you need to play to your effective range, either playing to dive, control space, and short signs, and so on, or to peel. And then it's really just going to be about playing around your team's timing, managing your resources early in the fight, and then being able to make the read versus the enemy composition, whether it's better for you to peel or to aggressively contest and hold space. The enemy comp in this particular map was not taking a lot of off angles. So they're mostly just kind of stacked together. So the best thing you could do is just either to dive or to hold off the backline. Now, D.Va gets a lot harder, as you know, and when things start to take flanks and off angles. But that's also when you shine, right? D.Va is really not a great hero in Coliseum because there aren't a lot of off angles. So I would suggest you look it over. Message me if you have any questions. And then I guess we just go from there. I think reasonable points of play here. We talked a little bit about your coaching form as well. Talked about the amount of time you're playing, things like that. But I think particularly the attention on just the solo Doomfist diving over and over and over again, rather than paying attention to the enemy backline, which you could zone off. Even if you didn't need to dive, you could at least zone off, was a big one. Robin Hood song. It's a great song. Great singer as well. Do you have any questions, Stuntbox, from what you saw? Roger Miller was a legend, man. Love me some Roger Miller. No, it does. It's the Robin Hood song. I'm just being a general nuisance about it. Roger Miller was perfectly cast. He's the best part of that movie. Okay, let me know if you do. Keep in touch. Good luck. Timing with your team, early resource management, and I would go as far to say playstyle, whether that's either diving, peeling, or controlling space, and being able to make those reads based off of the enemy comp and how they're playing. That is what makes D.Va so hard to min-max, is being able to make those reads and adjust those reads on the fly. For example, if they're playing a heavy dive composition, but then you have peeled off the dive, or those dive heroes are not set up yet, the things like early contesting space and not even peeling are more of a priority. But then once they get the off angles, peeling becomes more of a priority versus the dive comp. But then once you've peeled the dive and you've cleared them out, then diving the backline becomes a priority. It's very fluid. It's very dynamic. It changes in every situation, and knowing your strengths is what's going to allow you to pivot from playstyle to playstyle. I think so too. You are very welcome. Let us begin. Chat, it is time. I have here a notebook. And in this notebook are some of the most abominable... No, I'm just kidding. Is a full list, at least as full as brain dead 12 IQ idiot could make, of settings in Overwatch that you need to be changing or that you need to be aware of. So here's the deal. I got a lot of help from y'all last week and figuring out what settings and doing research and what settings I needed to research more. And I did my homework as best as I possibly could. And I think I came up with some interesting conclusions. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you what I've learned about all these settings, what I would recommend, and if nothing else, highlight settings that you need to be looking into, researching it yourself, and stress testing and experimenting with yourself. So let's start here, okay? So let's start with general settings, okay? These are all general settings. Let's actually start with Mercy, because I think Mercy is a good one to do general settings with. Okay, so general settings. First things first, I want to give a shout out to the iOS video that I'm going to link in Twitch chat right now, and I'm going to have in the description of the video when I put this on YouTube. This video is really, really the best out there that I have found when it comes to actually in-game video settings audio settings, sound settings, window settings, all of those things. This is the video that you guys need to be watching when it comes to this. This video will be specifically about hero settings, which he does touch on in the video, but doesn't go as in detail as I'm going to go. I'm going to go a lot more in detail on the specific hero settings. And we'll go on that later. So check that video out for sound settings, video settings, min-max your frame per second, better quality of life. You need to check those things out. Let's actually get to the actual in-game hero settings though. He talks about sensitivity in that video. I'm gonna touch on it as well. First things first is you need to know that sensitivity multiplied by your mouse's DPI, which you can check in your own mouse settings, is the way you calculate your EDPI. Eggs, donkey, PP, igloo, okay, EDPI. That is sensitivity times your DPI is your EDPI, and most players will find a number between 3,000 and 8,000, probably be a good range for most people. Generally, 4,000 is the general ballpark for most players. Playing most heroes when it comes to aim dependent heroes. Tank heroes can sometimes have higher sensitivities. Very mobile heroes like Genji players, Tracer players sometimes have slightly higher sensitivities as well. Flex support players like myself are generally on the lower end. Like I believe, what is my EDPI? It is like 2,800, so it's a little bit below 3,000. So that is the number one thing you need to be checking out. Crosshair is totally user preference based. However, I will recommend smaller crosshairs. Different colors have different benefits. Usually green is one that is usually most visible in most maps. However, you don't want a big crosshair because it should be to help you align your focus without distracting you or blurring your vision. That's the number two thing we're going to talk about. Next setting that everyone needs to kind of be aware of is in your gameplay. Let's actually get into your movement here. Controls general. Okay, here we go. Crouch is dependent on the person, but it needs to be easily accessible, and not only accessible, but it needs to be spammable. I have mine on C because I do not need to crouch and jump at the same time. So what I did is I used to have a lot of issues with spamming jump. A lot of new players do. Jump, jump, jump. That's bad habit to get into for movement related. So what I would do is I replaced it with C on my keyboard, which meant that instead of jump spamming, I just got in the habit of crouch spamming. And I'm not as good at it as I used to be back in the day, but it is extremely good habit to do so. And the other reason why I like it is because it allows me to freely use my pinky for shift. And it doesn't mean I have to stretch my fingers down to crouch. I can keep my WASD, pinky for my shift, thumb for my crouch. That's what I like best. I know Alt is also one that people can use. I don't have it on Alt, but you can do that as well. There's different preferences for that, but that you need to keep your crouch accessible. It needs to be accessible and spammable, okay? The other one is ping. So ping is the thing that you're gonna utilize to tell people where they are and what they are. So that's a training bot, guys. You can see it through the wall. You can do it on anything, right? Guys, watch out over there. There's something over there. Be careful of that. But there's different ping commands. Let's go here, right? You guys, I encourage you to look through the list of ping commands to find which ones stand out to you, but certainly notifying enemy ping commands needs to be very accessible and very, very spammable. Maybe not as spammable as crouch, but if your ping button is hard to use or not very comfortable, you need to prioritize that as quickly as you possibly can, because that is something that every player in Overwatch 2 could be using more. Very, very, very important ability to use. One other one that is, make sure that you just have, I think everybody should know this by now, but interact. Where is interact here? I don't remember the full list of things that interact with interact, but Symmetra TP, you need it to take Symmetra TP, so make sure that you have that bound to something accessible. It doesn't have to be spammable at all, like crouch or ping need to be, but it is something that you need to know where it's at, okay? So this is good here. Quick melee as well, it needs to be accessible as well. I like it on the side of my mouse. I have one or two buttons on the side of my mouse. I like it there, but that's more personal preference as well. Okay, everything else relatively default, I think, for the most part. I'm not going to, by the way, break down every setting, but mostly big hero settings that need to talk about. Now, last couple of things I'm going to talk about that are good to have as well are easy access to the group up command. So that gives a notification to your teammates where you are, even if it doesn't necessarily mean group up. It's like, hi guys, I'm here. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Group up, that's a good command to have. The second one that might be even more important than group up is I need healing. That is X for me. That needs to be very accessible. Guys, here, I need healing, I need healing, I need healing, I need healing, I need healing. Very important to have that one. And the other one that is not as useful, but can be useful, is having it easily easily accessible ultimate status. It doesn't have to be spammable. For example, mine is the alt command, and then I just bring my mouse down. So that's easy enough for me. So I just do this right here. But it's also good communicating with your teammates about your ultimate status as well. So those are the 3 biggest ones for me. But by far the most important one is then I need healing and group up. Okay, so those are 2 ones to have relatively keybound to other things. Now this is where we're going to be getting really, really, really interesting here. Okay. First thing is ability sensitivity. We're going to be talking about this one more in detail for each hero, but the ability sensitivity, to make things simple, is essentially how close you need to bring your crosshair to either an enemy or a friendly teammate for the ability to work. Look at Guardian Angel sensitivity. It's 100%. So if I bring my crosshair on friendly bot, even look how far my crosshair is away from friendly bot, but I can still Guardian Angel them. You saw how far away that was from him? Now, if I change that sensitivity to the opposite extreme, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you for the subs. Sorry, I have my headphones. Falco Tank, thank you for the subs. The Chits, the Big Yak, DDAF OW, Jung Benzo, and Fifi Oh No. Thank you for the gifted subs, mate. I really, really appreciate that. I need help was incredibly useful. You're more likely to get peeled on support. Okay, so where is I need help? Let's actually find that one right now. Because I think you're right. This is why I've got you guys in here. Communication, need healing, need help. Okay, I mean, is that the same one here? It's the same one, I think. I think it's the same one. Waiting for the sub notifications to stop screaming. Need help is a different one? You sure? And it says need healing, need / help. Oh, the ping here. The ping. I don't know. You might be right, but worth pointing out that maybe this one is useful as well. I think that I need healing one works okay for me, but maybe this one is worth looking at as well. Anyway, with the sensitivity, if I crank my Mercy sensitivity with Guardian Angel all the way down. Ready? Zoom. This means that look how close my crosshair has to be to the target for it to work. I have to be literally on top of the target for the Guardian Angel to go off. So what this means is if you're struggling with accuracy with your abilities, whether it's Zarya Bubble, Hack, Mercy, you're going to need this setting to be low. But keep in mind that it does mean that it's going to force you to be accurate for the ability to even go off. So for me, I might set my beam, actually 100 might not be best for Mercy. I might set my, we'll do it later, okay? But what you need to know is that sensitivities will depend on the hero you're playing. Some sensitivities you want high, some sensitivities you want low, some sensitivities depend on the preference, okay? Next, the thing that we need to talk about are toggles, okay? Toggle essentially means that you can hold the ability for it to work for its full duration, or you have to tap it and it automatically goes for its full duration until you tap it again. In other words, the difference between toggle or not toggle is I have to hold the button to push the tissue paper away, and it's going to keep doing it until I release, or I'm going to tap it and it's just going to go automatically until I tap it again. The reason why toggles, at least on PC, I don't know how it is in console, but I would recommend for PC to always be off, is because yes, it requires a little bit more musculature work, like more work, but it allows quicker response time. If I turn toggle Guardian Angel on, I Guardian Angel and I just press the button, it does it for me. Great job, I love it, love automation. But the problem is if I want to stop my target Guardian Angel, I have to press it again. And even if that button press is super fast, it does slow you down. It's not as fast as simply releasing. It's an extra half of an action, which is going to slow you down. So turn it off. I'm gonna go through the list here, but I don't think there's a single hero that you want toggle anything on. It's uncomfortable sometimes, but you need to learn to deal without it. You think there's one specific that need help? Yeah, I have heard that things like super jumping back in the day were better with toggle Guardian Angel. I don't remember. There's a couple of that. Like here's the deal, guys. I am not a one trick that's played 1,000 hours on every single hero. So there are going to be some teeny detail exceptions that I might get wrong, but overall, these are going to be the proper settings. Okay. So let's actually get into this here. Okay. I almost forgot 2 other things that we have to talk about. Okay. Scope sensitivity on Ashe and Ana, you 37.89. From my information that I have is the accurate way for Ana, 37.89. I think that's the same with Widowmaker because it's fully scoped in. This is the 1-to-1 ratio for when you're not scoped. 37.89 for Widowmaker and Ana. And then for Ashe, I believe it's less so. It's bigger because you're not zoomed in as much. So 51.47. Now, you're gonna have to take my word on this one. There's a lot of science and information behind this one that I studied years ago. My information is up to date. I do know that there is some variance of what people use for this here. There's logic for it. I don't think there is a scope sensitivity that works for every hero perfectly on big flicks, but from what I know, this is what not only most people recommend, but a lot of pros use this setting as well. So it's good enough. Trust me, it's good enough. The other setting that we talked about in detail on is recoil recovery aim compensation. Ugh, that's a mouthful. Let's go and demonstrate it right now. Recoil recovery aim compensation is when, I don't know what I'm doing here, I'm an idiot, is when you have an automatic readjustment of your crosshair every time you hit a shot. So for here, look at my crosshair. I shoot, it goes up, it goes back down to head level. Up, back down to head level. I'm not even moving my mouse. It's automatic kickback, and it goes right back. Now, what this setting does is if I go shoot and kick back, but I move my mouse down so I shoot and then move my mouse down, you're gonna notice that it doesn't sway. So in other words, I'm gonna go boing, 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 but I'm gonna pull my mouse down and just tight. It doesn't additionally sway the additional amount, right? So watch, I'm going to, you see the sway? It's still up, but it doesn't go down. I'm moving it down so it turns off the sway. You see that? I was a little slow there. So fire down, bang. You see there's no additional sway down. Now, that essentially gives you control of your crosshair faster when you're aiming down. Even a teeny bit down, it gives you control of your crosshair faster without having that additional delayed sway. Now, it does mean that it's not technically perfectly accurate because if your muscle memory is used to the sway, then you're going to anticipate it and it's going to mess up your aim. For example, when I turn this off, you watch for the sway. You see that? Oh, it's the reload animation. You see, I flick down, but it still goes down further because it's not. You see that? You see that? I'm aiming, clicking, then down, and it keeps going. You see that? That can mess with people's aim. So here's what I've learned about recoil recovery aim compensation. You ready for this one? Drum roll. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I have heard people that dogmatically say that you should turn it off. I have heard people dogmatically say that you should turn it on. I have people say that it doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. I do know, and I've talked with several Overwatch League hit scan DPS players that do not. I've talked with Overwatch League hit scan players that didn't even know the setting existed and have it on default. So here's what the takeaway is. There is a chance that turning it off is the best thing to do for most heroes. However, I do not have any hard facts that is the case for most Overwatch League players, and it's certainly not going to stop you from being an Overwatch League level hit scan. It is at best a micro detail, and regardless of which way you go with it, your body will get used to it and you'll be able to learn how to aim regardless of whether you have it off or on. The one exception to that rule that I have learned from Landon, who is a Baptiste, essentially one trick for ages, is that he says that with Baptiste, it's really good to have it off because you're firing so frequently that you end up running out of mouse pads. So let me demonstrate that. So I have recoil on. So I have the setting on with Baptiste right now, which isn't great. Okay, so let's show why that might not be great to have. You ready for this? I'm going to aim at select the right hero, and I'm going to aim at head height. You see this? So I'm constantly pulling. So you see how my aim kicks up? For me to fight that for the triple burst, you see how my bullets might miss because I'm shooting? You see it shoots up, shoots up. So what I have to do is to counter that with BAP is I have to pull down just a little bit. Every time I shoot with BAP, I'm pulling down on my mouse pad a little bit. I want you guys to watch this really fast. I'm pulling down. Let me actually get this set up really quick here. I'm pulling down. okay? Every time I shoot, I'm pulling down slightly. Ignore all the notes here. Okay, ready? Ready? Put it back up. Pulling down every shot to fight that recoil. Reload. Pulling down, pulling down, pulling down. To keep all 3 shots aligned to prevent the kickback from pulling down, pulling down, pulling down, pulling down, pulling down, pulling down. And eventually, you see how I'm running on a mouse pad? That's what you're trying to fight here. When you turn that off, when I pull, I don't have to pull down. I pull down and it resets. I pull up, I reset. 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 So actually, without getting too complicated with it, chat, you run out of mouse pad less because I actually have to fight that by aiming back up. It's gonna take some getting used to, but you're gonna run out of mouse pad less essentially by having it off on BAP particularly. Other heroes, it doesn't matter as much because you don't have that triple fire rate that you have to pull down on. But for BAP, it's good to have it off. So turn it off on BAP. The other heroes, it really doesn't matter that much. It really doesn't matter that much from what I know. Okay? I dropped my notebook. So, all the crappy, uncomfortable, weird settings that we've kind of hit on at once, I think that's mostly it. Let's get started. Diva settings. Here we go. Diva. Toggle defense matrix off. Toggle off. Toggle off. You want better control. You do not want to have to press it again to cancel it off. Hold boosters. This falls into the toggle variety for me. You do not toggle your boosters. You hold. Instant release whenever you need to. That is an have it on. Hold boosters on. Toggle defense matrix off. Doomfist, no relevant settings. Junker Queen, no relevant settings. Orisa, no relevant settings. Reinhardt, no seriously relevant settings. Again, toggle off. Movement relative to camera during barrier free lock. I found mixed signals on that one, but nothing doesn't seem to be particularly, you can leave it on. There's nothing super important with that one that I know. Maybe some tiny micro, nothing super impactful. Roadhog, nothing impactful. Sigma, toggle barrier off. Reload recalls barrier off. You do not want these settings active. Okay, moving on. Winston, primary fire, cancel secondary fire. You want this off. The reason why you want this off is because you do not might want to rely on what if you mess up your release and you accidentally primary fire. That will cancel all the charge that you've generated from your secondary fire. So you want that off. Now, one little tip that somebody gave me in a direct message, which I don't like, I don't use, but I think it's worth mentioning, is that you can go into your Winston crosshair, your reticle, and you can select show accuracy on. And what this does, watch the center of my crosshair. Do you see how ugly this thing looks? You see that? When that fully goes up, it's fully charged. Do you see that? So what that can do is it give you a visual cue for when your right click is fully charged. Similar to how Hanzo's show accuracy stats work as well. I don't like it. I don't necessarily need it. The audio cue is good enough for me, but it's worth noting maybe when you're getting early on with Winston for you to kind of have a visual cue for when your thing is fully charged. Okay. Moving on. Let's move on to Wrecking Ball. Toggle grapple claw off. Okay. Zarya. This is where we start to have some issues with Zarya. So let's actually swap to Zarya. I actually probably need to change my settings with this one, actually. So this is where we talk about sensitivity, right? Where, like, how important is it for you to be accurate with your bubbles versus timing with your bubbles? So for me, boy, like, I don't need to be that accurate with my bubbles. See how far my crosshair can be from the target and I can still bubble it? But the problem is when I have this. I might just, oh no, I didn't mean to bubble that guy. I meant to bubble this guy, right? So for most people, I would imagine having this high, but maybe not super high, so you can still benefit from a little bit of accuracy would be helpful. That would be my gut reaction, is you don't want it low. That requires you to be 100% perfectly accurate with your bubbles, but just to help make sure that you don't accidentally bubble the wrong person, and might be good to have your sensitivity a little bit lower. Okay, good to know that one. One of the few sensitivities where there's a little bit of judgment. Ash, we already talked about the relative aim sensitivity earlier on. Recoil recovery aim compensation. doesn't matter. I prefer it on, but it depends on you. Toggle zoom 100% off, 100%. Bastion doesn't matter. Cassidy recovery, recoil recovery, aim compensation on. We talked about that already. On or off, it depends on the person. This is where we get a little bit of the nuance here. Now, I do not like target confirmation on duplicate. The nature of things like echo copy requires speed. If you cannot select the target you want to select, then it makes no sense for me to have confirmation. That additional button press is not something that I like doing. So I have it off, but I can see why people might have it on. I'm not gonna be dogmatic about that. Duplicate sensitivity, I'm also gonna turn down just a little bit for the same reason of the Zarya, where I don't want to end up targeting the wrong person. Let's actually go back to spawn really fast and demonstrate that really fast. So, same thing, right? What if I want to copy... Let's just finish these guys off really fast.
Maximized combat efficiency.
1, 2, 3. Okay. If I press Q here, that's actually... Oh, I can't copy a training bot. Dang it, I can't demonstrate this. Shoot. But basically the sensitivity of echo is like, how close does my crosshair have to be to the target to copy it? If it means that I have to be directly on top of the target, that probably requires too much accuracy for the speed required in a copy. However, if it's 100%, there's a much higher chance you're going to end up copying the wrong person. I know I can copy Tracer, but so for example, if I turn my see my copies at 9, this is reasonably close. But if it's at 100, it's just a little bit too wide for me. Now, if it's at 0, that's what you wouldn't want because, or 10, because look at how close my crosshair has to get to be able to copy. So I would recommend not 10. Probably not 100, depending on the situation. Probably something like 80, 90, 70, something like that, where you need to aim to the target, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Then one of the controversial settings that we brought up was her echo hold for flight. I like hold for flight because I enjoy forcing... I like having the ability to kind of control my flight without having to, like, being able to instantly release it when I want it to cancel, right? So like, boom, instantly release it. I get immediately put it on a cooldown and I get the benefit from it, right? I don't have to hit it again to cancel it. But then the problem with that is you might want to crouch while you're flying, which is a lot of button presses because I'm having to hold with shift and then hold the crouch at the same time with my thumb. So it's kind of like a, you know, kind of a claw. So let's say I wanted to drop here. I could hold C. Kind of a neat situation. I prefer hold flight on, but if you're finding yourself having to move up and down a lot while maintaining in flight, it might be better to have that one off if you don't mind hitting shift again. But that one, it depends. Automatically climb walls, please have that on, or excuse me, off. Off with Hanzo. Junkrat, Riptide automatically climbs walls, off. Hold your space bar to climb walls, remember. I mean, it depends on console. I'm sure Mei, nothing. Pharah, nothing. Reaper, nothing. Sojourn. This is the big one with Sojourn. I know some people were swapping M1 and M2 because it felt more natural to aim their burst right-click hit scan with M1. That is totally up to you guys. I can tell you right now that is not even a necessarily encouraged setting change. It is completely personal preference. Most Overwatch, I don't know a single Overwatch League player that has those switched. Doesn't mean you can't do it. Doesn't even necessarily mean that it's good or bad to do it. It just means that there's no necessarily huge advantage for it. Yeah, it's a cool little hip thing that a lot of people are bringing up, but it's not going to necessarily change your world unless that's just what you want to do. You're welcome, Xishim. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Sombra, hack sensitivity. So this is very similar to the other things. I probably need to change mine from 100. I don't think 100 is where I want mine at. Something closer to 90 is probably closer to what I want because, again, I want to make sure that I'm hacking the right target. I need to hack, but I also need to hack accurately. So in other words, if I'm here, there's a real risk that I could hack the wrong target here. Oh, no, I wanted to hack this guy, right? So what I want to do is I probably want to change my sensitivity to like 80 or 80, let's just say 85. I'm just going to complete ballpark here, guys. You're going to have to experiment with this on your own to where I do need to aim on the target, but there is a little bit of leeway still in case I miss, but there's less of a chance of me hacking the wrong target, right? I can still hack relatively quickly, but I don't have to be right on the target. Okay. Soldier 76, yeah, I must have skipped Soldier, my bad. Hold to sprint needs to be on. It's much faster to stop sprinting than to tap it again, and being able to do that is incredibly important. Symmetra, no. Torbjorn, no. Tracer. Okay, this one is another really interesting one, and again, very, very preferential based. I know a lot of people, both in and out of Overwatch League, that use right click for blink and use shift for blink. In theory, I feel like shift for blink should be better so that you can use your right hand to aim, right? You can just aim with your right hand. You don't have to worry about blinking and aiming with your right hand. However, I do know of a couple of Overwatch League players that play Tracer that use right click for blink. So I think it's probably better to use shift, but I don't think it's actually that huge of a deal. I know a lot of Overwatch League players that have also have their ultimate on shift instead. I know some Overwatch League players that actually have right click as pulse bomb. So I think Tracer is one of those heroes that you're going to need to experiment heavily with and try and look up a lot of research on videos and what the pro is doing, and then find out what works better for you. So because the hero is so fast, and so it's gonna really, you're gonna need to be comfortable with the hero, which means a lot of reps first off, but it also means you're gonna need to toy with which settings feel most comfortable for you. Worth noting. Okay. Let's keep going. Widowmaker, we talked about this already. Toggle zoom off, relative aim scope sensitivity, we talked about this. Recoil, recovery, aim compensation depends. But this is the big one. Grappling hook sensitivity needs to be low. This is the biggest setting that I see screwed up from all sorts of people, even pros forget to change the setting. If I have my sensitivity on 25, it means my grapple is relatively accurate. If I want to grapple for this wall edge, I don't have to aim directly on the wall. I can aim like here, and I'll still hit the wall. That's not bad. The problem becomes when this is like 100, then you get really, really, really wacky issues. I mean, who's played Widowmaker for any time at all knows exactly what I'm talking about. Let's say I want to grapple across the opposite wall. Wait, what? No, I want it to grapple here, right? Please do not have the setting on 100. Please do not have the setting on 100. Please do not have the setting on 100. It is important that your grapple can go up quickly, so having it on 10, it probably isn't great. But you need to have this on the much, much, much lower end of the spectrum, because there's really no reason for you. If again, this is a perfect example right here. If I want to grapple up, or do I want to grapple across? If I grapple here, this will not put me across, it will put me on the wall. See? That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Very important that you guys get that setting correctly. Okay. Keep going. Making sure I'm not forgetting anything here. I have all my notes here. Okay, this is where we get to the juice, because the support settings are often pretty tricky. Toggle zoom off. Recoil, recovery, aim compensation depends. Relatively aim sensitivity while scope 37.89. Nano boost requires target confirmation. I do not like this setting. I don't like it. I know some pros do use it. Most pros don't. I don't like it. I don't like the additional step that I have to do to nano boost. I just prefer to be accurate with my nano boost to begin with. Yes, you're gonna have a goofed up nano every now and then, but in general, the speed is very important for me to have with this hero. So I like it off, but I can understand why people have it on. I'm not gonna be dogmatic about it. Now, what you can do to fix this is change the setting again. This is probably a setting that I should have had differently as well, where you have the nano boost sensitivity to a point to where you need to be accurate, but not perfectly accurate. It again will probably make it so that there's fewer times where you nano the wrong person. Whoops, I missed my note. So like for right here, do you see this? Do you see the scope here? You see the scope? I need to be accurate, but if it's too high, even just a little bit higher, there's a much higher chance of me aiming this direction, but I didn't quite get enough to get on the right target. The problem with too low, of course, as we talked, is that I have to aim directly on top of the target, which I might not be able to get it in time. Like, what if I go like, oh, nano boost, nano boost, nano boost, right? That requires a little bit too much accuracy in the heat of battle, right? So I would recommend getting the setting high, but not too high. But you can nano around walls for dive. That is true. That is true. But those niche situations that's more of a niche situation. I am spyloing today, yes. Okay, let's keep going. We're almost done. Batiste, we talked about this already. Automatic or recoil, recovery, aim compensation, I like off on this particular hero. I think it needs to be off, although it will take getting used to. Okay, and then automatic reload off. The reason why this is, I don't know how many of you guys watched the ML7 video back in the day, but basically the idea is that if the recoil, with the automatic reload on, it forces you to reload sometimes in situations where you want to shoot. So let's say I'm healing. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just spamming heal, spamming heal. And I really want to finish off this target right here. Shoot, 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 shoot. With it off, see, I don't have to reload my healing. See that? I can keep, and then I only reload when I want to. And it goes vice versa too. Let's say you run out of bullets. Right? I'm just spamming, 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 spamming. I don't want to reload. I want to heal. Because somebody really, oh, this guy's going to die if I don't heal. With the problem with it having it on is as soon as you hit 0 on either your healing or your damage, it automatically reloads for you, which I don't love. It's not really a big bad setting, but it's probably min-maxing. It's probably better to have it off. Okay? Brig, we talked about this one a little bit last week. Toggle barrier off, repair pack sensitivity. Probably can have this one a little bit more accurate, but again, doesn't need to be perfectly accurate, especially in Overwatch 2. There's less clutter on your screen. One thing that we did with Brig that I had to, it's gonna take me some getting used to. I've just been a bad boy. I've not fixed this setting until recently, actually, is taking your shield dash, taking your mouse 1, and that's your melee. This is not my mouse 1. So then for me to bash, look at the bottom right of my screen. You see this? See this equal sign? This is my melee thing. So if I want to bash, I actually have to melee, not swing. So what I would recommend is toy with your settings with your melee and with your mouse 1 so that you're not actually, while you're shield dancing, right? You don't accidentally shield bash, right? You don't want to do that. You want to actively, purposely choose when you shield bash, which means you need to re-keybind your M1, your normal damage, to melee, and then change your melee to M1. You guys kind of understand? You flip-flop your melee and M1, and that makes it so that you have to actually consciously bash for it to work. Little tidbit, definitely helps a little bit. Okay, last few. Kiriko, allied health bars, all that stuff is fine. Swift step sensitivity, I think it's good to have it 100% because this is an ability that you want to use very quickly. Healing Ofuda sensitivity, I forget. There's something about like how if you aim your crosshair directly on the target, it tells you if you can TP on the target, you can heal the target. Now, if both are at 100, that's true. But you see this healing might not hit. You see this? Because my swift step sensitivity and my healing sensitivity aren't the same. So what you might want to know is that if both of these are at 100, you might have issues. Did that change correctly? That should have changed correctly. That should have been correct. But yeah, the blue outline doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be healing. However, if you're having issues with landing your healing, it's totally fine to have this up higher. If you're more accurate and you're tired of healing the wrong person, setting this slightly lower so you have to at least heal relatively close to them. See the gap there? Then micromillimeter, and there it is, right? So you need to be, basically healing Ofuda sensitivity is how close your crosshair needs to be to the target for it to accept healing. That's okay to have a little bit lower. The swift step sensitivity, you probably want to have closer to high because it is used as an emergency cooldown. Now, I will say that having this at 100% has cost some people their lives. I've seen even Overwatch League games decide because this was too high. However, the speed is more important than the accuracy, usually. Okay? Toggle healing Ofuda, please have that off. So you can obviously, like, it just basically means that I click once, that's only 1 heal, 2 heal, 3 heal. You should get in the habit of, like, you heal as much as you want so you don't get locked in the animation. Like, let's say you want to, like, quickly damage. I don't even have to do all my healing, right? Generally, you want to do a full healing and then that's kind of what you want to do, right? It slows you down very slightly from what I know, but it's not enough to be super impactful. Now, the interesting one with Kiriko, obviously, is the healing Ofuda UI. I kind of like having that on, but it's actually, if it's just visual clutter and you're mashing your healing anyway, it's really not that big deal to turn it off. Because it's like, if you're only holding down right-click and finishing every single clip every single time, then yeah, it doesn't really provide a lot to it. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, this is 100% is usually good. This slightly lower is usually good. This needs to generally be off. This generally can be on, but it can also be off. The other thing with Kiriko, obviously we talked about, is swapping your M1 and M2. M2 to heal, M1 for the accurate shot. I like this one better because it reminds me of BAP more. I know it's ironic for me to say, like, oh, don't do the swap on Sojourn, but for me, it's like I don't mind healing with my M2. This one feels okay to me, right? You want to avoid doing this, right? Everybody does that at the start, but yeah, you want to break that habit. Okay, Lucio, this was another tricky one for me. But I managed to give you guys some good. Hold to crossfade, please have that off. I do know that it affects your wall riding slightly. It was only relatively useful when you would get stunned and it would automatically swap you to heal stance, but not as useful. There's not as many stuns, and also it does affect your wall riding, I believe, a little bit. Backwards wall ride needs to be on, please. That very, very important setting, allows you to backwards wall ride, right? It's good. Okay, wall jump on release. Now, this one can be on or off depending on what you prefer. I think most pro Lucios prefer it off because it gives them a little bit of control, but I do believe it makes your wall running a little bit harder, and I have heard that it is hard to do on console. So take that as you will. Hey Baggins, good to see you.
Just lurking.
Jake said that weaving doesn't have much benefit. Jake's VOD was definitely focused more on the healing side of things, so I think weaving is still important, yes. But in that particular VOD, it wasn't as impactful. Okay, Mercy. This is the big juicy one, okay? Let's talk about Mercy, okay? Min-maxing here. Okay, Mercy settings, 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 Mercy settings. Okay, Mercy settings. Toggle beam connection off. Toggle guardian angel off. Work that pinky. Work it. Work it. Work it. Work it. Work it. Work that M1. Work it. Work it. Work it. Please have. You need the immediacy and response from having toggle off. The two settings that are worth talking about: beam sensitivity. Again, beam sensitivity is pretty obvious. It's like, which do I beam, which do I guardian angel? Having this one relatively lower than 100 does help with beam accuracy. You shouldn't have a hard time aiming your beam at somebody. So this one should be a little bit lower to prevent you from healing or damage boosting the wrong person. There are full videos on Mercy settings, so if you guys really want some in-depth, this is just a quick run over. The other thing here is going to be your Guardian Angel target priority, prefer facing target. Very important that you do this one because this allows you to be healing one target, and if you're looking at no targets, you can Guardian Angel back to the target you're beaming without even looking at them. Look at this, see this? But if I want to fly to somebody else, I can by simply aiming my crosshair. You see that? Very important that I can do that. You need to have this setting. It is unquestionable the best Mercy setting to have out of all of them. You must have this setting involved because it allows you to even heal the target as you're running away from whatever's threatening you. Very important setting to have. Okay? Okay. Moira, nothing to mention. Zenyatta, this is the last quote-unquote hot take. The sensitivities of the discords and harmonies are going to depend on your personal preference. I find that I don't necessarily need my sensitivity to be very low because usually the way I'm playing Zen is everything's spread out, so I can be relatively accurate in my orbs. I don't really... There's usually not clumped up enemies or friendlies that cause me to orb the wrong person. So this being close to 100 is fine. Now, what is hot is that a lot of people do like Discord on the scroll wheel. I don't see any benefit from it. It's the same reason why I think like optimally you'd want your blinks with shift oftentimes with tracer. It's like I like having my right hand aim and not have to worry about Discord as well, because for me to aim, like I have to move one of my fingers to also use the scroll wheel. I don't like that. I do not like that. I clickety click. Discord is instantaneous anyway. I just mash it. I just don't see the benefit from it. And also, I don't know. I do know that there's people that have benefits from it, but I've never found the use for it. And I also don't. I know that most Overwatch League pros don't ever. I don't know the full settings of most Overwatch League players, but I do know the ones that I've worked with do not have this setting involved, so it might be a tiny little min-maxing thing, but it's really not that impactful, and it's more personal preference than anything. Where's the Ramatra setting? I don't think I have anything else, guys, hero specific. I think we're about to get ready to get into the Chiyo VOD, but I think that was mostly it. Did I miss anything that you guys can remember? Is there anything else that you guys wanted to look at here? I think that's most of the settings here. The hero specific settings. There's a lot of them. And a lot of them are personal preference, but I hope you guys found that. Did I talk about Widow? I did talk about Widow Grapple, yes. Allied health bars, yeah, I think default is probably the best one with default, because otherwise it could be a little bit visual cluttery. Yeah, okay. Let's watch some Chiyo. Give me just a second to get this pulled up here in just one moment. Early in the morning. I did get a chance to look at it. Yeah, I caught actually. I actually just checked out the TLDR. I think it was yesterday of some of the self-VOD reviews. So I didn't read it super in depth, but I did give it a skim. It was interesting for sure. Graham, do you see Amari back there? She is conked. Look at that, Amari. Graham. So I'm only gonna have time / only want to look at probably 3 maps. What do you guys think? If we were to look at 3 maps from Chiyo POV versus Shock, Spark, no, that's Spark, excuse me, Shock, Outlaws, Dynasty. We haven't looked at Dynasty, maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because obviously playing versus the Shock would be the highest level match, but we've also looked at the Shock match from a couple different POVs already. Dynasty? What do you guys think? Let's set our ranking system here. Rank bronze. All right, we can look at Dynasty. Let's look at Dynasty. And if after the first map, if it's like looking kind of dull, then we can do something else. All right, I gotta change all my settings here because all the replay settings are wiped. So give me just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Spectate toggle third person. I do not want that. I want spectate toggle pause. Spectate toggle overlay. R. Replay, decrease playback speed, increase playback speed, replay back, replay forward. You guys are gonna get the full experience of like of the wait, where's spectate toggle third person? Shoot, what is it? Is it page up? Page down? Shoot! Oh, there isn't a bind. There it is. There it is. Okay. We got the settings rundown, and then now we're getting another settings rundown. Okay. Graham! Kitty is whining. Give me 1 second, chat. Hey! Hey! What is it? Here. Here. All right. Come here, sit. Good boy. All right, so essentially we've had the luxury of looking at POVs. We've had the luxury of looking at Sojourns. We've had the luxury of looking at Kiriko. We've had the luxury of looking at Winston play. This will be the last Overwatch League POV that we do until next season. So we had the luxury of looking at a lot of different things ahead of time. So we can kind of already anticipate things that Chiyo is going to be trying to do. I anticipate that Chiyo is going to be trying to probably deny the enemy Winston Reaper on the neutral engages to enable his team to win that neutral engage. In other words, if my Winston Reaper takes space, but I boot that Reaper back, that means that my Reaper does more damage on the Winston, which means we get space off of the engage, which means that we can win the engage. The other thing that Chiyo was saying in his self-VOD review, which I think was worth pointing out, because it's probably not something that I've brought up enough, was about how Lucio in this composition's really goal is just to not flip and die to crap. If you can stay alive and get consistent pressure, that's great. But there's not a lot of pop-off, super aggressive, hyper-aggressive, super important moments that you need to be making. It's just to not feed and make sure that you have your speed engage or whatever available at the time. There's a lot of discussion about beat power. I agree that beat is probably the second worst ultimate in this composition, next to probably either primal or overclock, depending on the situation. But it's not the most powerful ultimate. It's really, really hard to deal with sometimes. It's certainly not as powerful as Kitsune. So all what we're going to be seeing from Fuel is Winston Reaper taking a neutral trade. Chiyo is probably going to be trying to deny Prophet, who I assume is on Reaper, from getting good damage. And then he's going to be trying to not die himself. If Chiyo can keep himself alive while denying the enemy Winston Reaper, that's going to be helpful a lot. The other thing as well we talked about with Dallas, and this is not just a Dallas thing, this is a lot of teams who are doing this, is trying to not use too much heals in the first neutrals so that the first team to get Kiriko ultimate can be my team, because Kiriko ultimate is so impactful. It's so important to understand that. So, okay. All right, let's try. Let's see what we got. So speed, 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 speed. A little bit of healing, a little bit of speed. Oh boy, that's quite the hot opener, ladies and gentlemen. Immediately get pick. And you're gonna notice something else here too. There's no Winston here either. What is going on? Why is Smurf so late? Oh no! I know we're doing a Lucio review, but that is just too funny. Chad, he didn't have interact bound. He didn't have interact bound. Okay, Chiyo VOD review. Chiyo, surely. Okay, and then Lucio overextends. Now we can go aggressive. There's no Winston. There's nothing to deny, so we go aggressive. Unlucky. I really don't like the TP there either. I don't think you need to get your Reaper in the neutral engage as quickly as you possibly can. I don't understand. I don't like the TP in this meta. I really don't like the TP in this meta. Speed, speed. Okay, let's watch carefully. Speed, speed, a little bit of healing. He's probably more for himself. You're also going to notice as well that I promise you that Chiyo is not going to be perfect at managing his heal and his speed, because it is such a hard habit to break for many Lucios. It almost looks like here as well that Chiyo is trying to bait himself for the engage, because if he can bait himself in the engage and then disengage, it's going to force a really, really bad neutral trade. Give me just a second, Chad. Give me 1 second. Hey! Hey! Hey, all right, girl. Okay, sorry. If he can force an engage on him, yeah, kitten time. Yeah, if he can force an engage on him and disengage, that's a really, really bad resource trade for the enemy team. But as long as he can survive, because it's not very efficient for Winston and a Reaper to be shooting a Lucio. It's much more efficient to be shooting the enemy Winston or the enemy Reaper. So right now, he's able to amp heal out. He's able to fully disengage the fight. He's playing cover. He's on heal now. They lose point cap. It's actually kind of crazy to lose point cap. Again, do you see the deny on the enemy Winston? Now we go aggressive. This is where it's just simply like good mechanics and cleaning up stuff from that. Okay. But yeah, baiting himself. You'll notice as well that like he actually did a lot of healing this fight. He actually did a lot more healing than I expected him to do. He's at like, even though they won the fight, Fielder, I feel like Fielder should already have his ult. So this is relatively earlier in this series, so I don't know if Dallas had like kind of cemented their style yet or not, but you know, obviously it's not super optimal. Okay. Beth, he's in the Beth? Yeah. He's in the closet. This one? No, our bedroom closet. Yeah, he was being just a little bit loud. Oh, no. Yeah, it's okay. I kept the light on, so he should be fine. Okay. Okay, so yeah, he wanted to hang out with you. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's all right. Okay, so high ground. Nothing super fancy here. Just getting scouting information. The amp is weird, to be honest with you. I think the amp is obviously off of a play call that they're looking to engage with Kitsune Rush, but obviously it ends up being just a tad early because he pulls an amp by himself, and they're not able to like quite get us in an aggressive position. We would have liked to have seen the amp just a tad bit later to actually catch the tail end of the Kitsune Rush, because this ends up being pretty kiteable if Soul is able to play this one well. That's off the map. Amp chase. Okay, and we're out. Wait, go to Kanizaka and rate your fanning Kanizaka cats. What on earth? Okay. Again, I don't know. Okay, so he's going for some early poke, I guess for scouting information more so than anything else, like telling where they're gonna path. but he is a little late on these engages. Like, these amp speeds are not exactly hitting exactly. Oh, the sensitivity on this needs to change. Oh dear. But he's not exactly hitting where he wants to be exactly. He is a little late on a lot of these engages. So, for example, like right now, he would really love to have this amp speed on this Reaper ult, and it's not there anymore, right? It ended up getting just the tail end. There's the attention on the Reaper. He's able to disengage that. That's really, really important. The beat timing, chat, is just because of the Kitsune Rush and then going in with Death Blossom. So with the Kiriko ultimate, you need to protect your Reaper, because if your Reaper can survive with Death Blossom in a Kitsune Rush, he can shut down a lot of its value, but only if he survives. If he gets immediately headshot, then obviously the value is not there. He's gonna get Suzu from, I mean, I assume this is Suzu from Fielder right here. Yeah. However, he's going to need more than that, and that's where the beat comes in. So what Fueler is essentially doing is trading a bunch of ultimates to survive the Kiriko Rush and then potentially win the fight after that because they have a man advantage. All right? So he's in aggressively with the beat. He manages to disengage the Reaper Death Blossom, which is huge. There's the Primal. Amping to survive. He should be okay. And then now we're going to see Dallas probably turn their attention, speed engage on whatever is available. Ooh, this is tricky. This is tricky. There's the amp engage. He managed to survive the enemy Sojourn ult. And they might chase this guy. Ooh, they didn't quite get him. If they got that kill, that would have been huge, but that's unfortunate. Okay, so we'll probably see another. I don't know if they can touch actually. Oh, they did touch. Probably just see an amp speed here into a Kiriko ult. There it is. He catches too much amp healing on that though, which means he's a little slow. Right, so too much healing there. And the Kiriko ult isn't as fast as we would have liked it to be. Tries to deny the touch. He's babysitting that Reaper. Stacks back with his team. Yeah, so there's some good things and some bad things. So we're seeing, obviously, the mechanics look pretty good. The wall riding looks pretty good. There's definitely an intention to have the amps stacked with a lot of these engages. The beat seemed perfectly reasonable. Denying the enemy Winston or baiting the enemy Winston Reaper engage was pretty good. The one thing that it's kind of tilting me right now is I don't think his amp usage has been as good as it could have been, because I think he's out of position oftentimes early in these engages. He's late to setting up, which means that a lot of the times his amp isn't getting as much value on the engage as it should have been. Obviously very early in the round, but definitely some good and definitely some bad things to see here. Now you have to keep in mind, from what we know of the VOD review, Chiyo was also very nervous, I think, for this. I mean, he's the youngest player, right? So it makes sense. But okay, amp speed, we're out. There's a TP. Makes a little bit more sense on a map like this where getting corner control is important, and also because there's not going to be a neutral engage immediately like there is on the previous map. Isn't able to get the boop. Yeah, see, he isn't able to get the boop engage on the Winston, and that's kind of tough. So he actually goes in bubble boops. That's super risky, but he's able to get away with it. So again, it's all about booping the enemy Winston Reaper back so they do less damage, so they're not able to get done what they want to get done. Very cautious. Is it worth the amp speed and Kiriko ult? Yes, it is, because it's about it. Remember, the Kiriko ult is being placed, so you amp speed into the Kiriko ultimate to allow your team to already be in that aggressive position for the Kiriko ultimate. I think it's probably worth. Because again, you're gonna get your amp back almost immediately anyway, right? So you might as well have it to have a better setup, more proactively aggressed Kiriko ultimate than to just sit on it, right? Anyway, your ears. Oh yeah, nice. The Baptiste video. Okay, let's take a look at this again. Notice we're seeing a lot of speed here. Like you see this right here. A lot of speed, a lot of speed, a lot of speed, a lot of speed. The reason, again, why we expect this much speed is because it's all about building that Kiriko ultimate, right? Amp speed N, boop the Reaper. That means less damage on my monkey, which means that we should have a theoretically higher chance of winning the trade. Now, again, the risk, though, and this is what we said with Lucio, it's all about denying the enemy Reaper Winston and not dying. We saw risk earlier by walking into bubble. He got away with it. This one, he goes too far. This one goes too far. I don't like this because Prophet is not playing aggressively enough to demand a boop. Do you see what I'm saying? So Prophet, if he were inside bubble or right here, would be not only easier to boop and more important to boop, but would require Chiyo to extend himself less to get the boop. Chiyo is overextending here. He's going way, way too far for a boop that's not that impactful. Look at Prophet again. Look at Prophet's positioning when he goes for the boop. Oh, right there was opportunity to boop, but you see he's backing off behind the corner, and Chiyo just goes. And you see by this overextension, even from Fielder as well, this causes the split. This is how Fielder dies. This is how Chiyo dies. This is a major, major overextension from Dallas. Not a good play. From what I saw his POV, he really likes to move from position to position constantly, like 2 shots before swapping corners. Yeah, it probably does. Gives him more opportunity to kind of give better information, and also makes it harder for the enemy Winston or the enemy Reaper to plan and engage that avoids him. Because remember, the enemy Winston Reapers, they don't want to get booped. They're trying to play around the boop just as much as Chiyo is trying to set up his boop. So then if you can be unpredictable with his positioning just a little bit, even in a micro way, it could be harder for them to not get booped on their engage. Why is Sparkle so late to this? I'm not too sure. I don't want to focus too much, though, on macro play, if I can. Okay. It's a good question, though. So this is going to be all about this is like, especially when you're retaking space, it's so important to deny that enemy Winston Reaper, because they're often going to be in a position to like drop on you. So if you can kind of delay or screw up that engage or how much damage that they're doing onto your backline, it's going to be really important. So that like you can see, he's looking for that boop there. If I can boop that monkey up, he's going to be outside of his zap range for that 1 second. And that's just a 50, 100, 200 damage that I can prevent from my team by doing that one boop, right? They're trying to bait the engage as well, but they didn't get that monkey to drop. Smurf was too patient. They're going to amp out. That's going to mess up Smurf's engage. He gets peppered. Ooh, watch the shot. He survives. But see, the funny thing is about this, and again, you talked about this in Chiyo's self-review. If he absorbs this shot and lives for it, right there, you would rather have your Lucio take that shot than your Reaper or your Sojourn or your Kiriko or whatever, because Lucio could just hide. Reaper is going to get his Wraith forced, right? Kiriko might get her Suzu forced. Lucio is going to duck behind this wall here, and he's going to be okay. He probably won't take any cooldowns whatsoever, actually. And sure enough, there's no cooldowns. He has to take a little bit of healing from his Kiriko, but that's pretty much it. But if you hit a body shot like that to a Reaper, Lucio is also harder to hit with that shot as well. You kind of see what I'm saying? So you can bait the shot onto yourself. Not purposefully, necessarily, but if you can play and live that, then that is a good net neutral trade for your team. He adds something to the fight by just living. Exactly, like his Reaper is very happy that he took the shot and not the Reaper, right? Much higher chance that your Reaper dies, and much higher chance that gets his Wraith force rather than just hiding behind a corner for a second, where you're doing most of what you're doing anyway. Okay, so that does mean that he is not quite set up for the engage. He tries to deny his Smurf. He doesn't quite get the boop. If he gets able to get the boop on Smurf there, Smurf goes a little bit further than he wants to, which means that he's not zapping for a crucial couple of seconds. Guys, the boop is not about booping people off the map. It's about displacing them for a meter, 2 meters, just so that they're not able to do as much damage as they like to do, which means they lose slightly more in the resource neutral trade. It's just slightly. If he boops this Winston just a little bit further, the Winston's not zapping the enemy Winston, the Winston's not zapping the enemy Reaper, the Winston's not zapping the enemy Winston bubble for about 1 second extra. He's not doing it. So that 1 second of DPS on bubble, Winston, Reaper is just 150 HP, kind of spread out. It's a very small thing, but it's something that adds up. And because your boop is available so frequently, it could be very impactful. Now, it's interesting to note here that because he misses this boop, he does not have the boop for the neutral trade, where theoretically he could be. I mean, Sparkle dies either way, but theoretically he would have this boop available to peel off. I'm curious why Chiyo goes around the corner here. Was this just to stay on the wall? Not sure. Amps out. Don't think they're going to be able to get out. I think that's Hawaii. Yeah, okay. Yada, yada, yada. We keep going. Speed around underneath.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Amp speed engage. There's the Kiriko ult. They're immediately focusing that Reaper. Remember, chat, we talked about this. You focus the Reaper first, the forces Wraith. If a Reaper in Kiriko ult is in Wraith, that is a disaster, because that hero is not shooting. You see that? Oh, man. That right there, just Chiyo focusing down that Reaper. could be the difference between winning and losing this fight. Because when you're in Kiriko Ultimate, your Reaper needs to be sandblasting the enemy team. That is by far the biggest source of damage in this ultimate, and it is now in the current. He's not going to die for it, but they're wraithing. So the one Reaper is shooting, one Reaper is not. That's it. Doesn't have his speed though. That's a tragedy. So I mean, great neutral, ult into ult, but Dynasty just has the ults. Sparkle doesn't have his. Chiyo doesn't have his. That's that simple. But it was a great play, and they should be able to win this fight off of this beat. There it is. Oh, that's scary. That is scary. Beat turbo stomps this ult as long as you don't Ajax. There's the focus. Oh, he's panicking. He's panicking. He's panicking. Find that Reaper. Find that Sojourn. Oh, nice shots. All right, well, they pulled it out. Ult for ult. That's huge. What is he doing, man? I swear, Chiyo is a bit of a feeder sometimes. No amp. Oh, shoot, there's a Reaper there. Still on speed, right? I'm actually kind of curious why he's doing so much spam damage early on. I feel like that's just feeding the enemy Kiriko ultimate. I feel like that's, if we're focusing that hard and farming up your Kitsune rush, I do not feel like that's something that Chiyo should be doing. A little bit of scouting, sure, but not feeding, right? There's no chance of him getting a kill with that pressure, right? There's no actual pressure here. And now he's on Healsong right now. Should he be on Healsong? I don't think so. I don't think so. So, come on, Chiyo. Now, I'm saying this as a person coaching the Overwatch League Grand Final eventual winner. Not coaching the average Lucio player who should probably be using Healsong a little bit more or having a better balance of speed and Healsong given the circumstance, right? There's nothing happening right now, so it's good to be on Healsong unless you're trying to farm up your Kiriko ultimate faster, right? They force Suzu out. Little rotation. What on earth are we doing? Oh, we're going in for fast engage. Death Blossom. Amp speed and Death Blossom. And we're amping because we know that they don't have any ultimates, so we don't need to kite anything. We're just going in. Kind of loses track though. Yeah, he loses track of the target and then he overextends. He goes in beyond where his team goes, and that's how he dies. It's interesting to note, chat. I have a question for you guys. Question for you. Why is Sparkle where he is? Because we're focusing on Lucio, right, y'all? Chiyo Lucio is great. I've heard good things about Vendame Lucio as well, right? Or am I misremembering? Either way. Why do you think Sparkle is where he's at? Let's watch Vendame's POV. You see that? Uh-oh. Big play from Vendame. And that means Chiyo is overextended. And that's the round. That's it. Wow. Okay. That's a fight-winning boop. Map-winning or round-winning boop. All right, let's see what we got here. Should you always amp speed with your Reaper ults? I think if you have it, probably yes. Makes them a lot harder to hit, gives some more flexibility with the targets that he's engaging on, so he can reach different targets, go wherever he wants to go, and it allows the rest of you and your team to actually follow up on the ultimate. So he is focused less on enabling his Winston Reaper in this neutral trade, and more on making sure that the enemy Sojourn isn't allowed to contribute, which is fair, but I'm not 100% certain that it's the best play. Oh dear. That's that. On the neutral, on the neutral, on the neutral. Pressure on Reaper if he can. Force that Wraith. Amp speed on something. Looks like they just might be rotating. I'm not sure where they're going to. This feels pretty bad for this. So this is where it feels tough for Lucio, right? Because you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Thankfully, the enemy team doesn't have a lot of range besides the Sojourn. But I look at this here, and it's like, he definitely feels a little lost, and so now his job is to survive. And then now, I mean, you could see it right here. You should know by now what Chiyo is going to be going for right now. This is a perfect opportunity for him to get a big boop on Prophet. Probably won't get him off the map, but at least make sure that he's backed off of Sparkle. Prophet wants to be close. Prophet is Reaper. Make sure that he is not close, so he's easy to shoot and force Wraith. So here comes the boop. Boom. Exactly what you want, right? Forced to TP, sucky, sucky, sucky. Good job. That one was relatively easy to do. Oh, nice little boop there. But, you know, you do the easy things well, you win games. Still interesting to see about the amount of spam that Chiyo is doing here. They should know at this point in time that they have a serious Kitsune rush advantage. So I really do not like this spam. I do not like the spam from Chiyo at all. That triple headshot right there just feeds Iris like 6 or 7% ult charge. And so yes, they get the ultimate here, but this should be a much, much larger advantage than... Iris should not even be close to his yet. It should be still like 80%. What happens here? In they go, amp speed. Oh my gosh, what a boot from Vendame. Look at this, he's ready for it too. Oh my gosh, dude. Completely screws the engage. Completely screws it. So there's the Kiriko, there's the amp speed, but then it gets completely ruined. That is an unbelievable boop by Vendame. Completely shuts down the most powerful ultimate in the game. Surely they poke for a chance of a cheesy pick though. It's not worth it with Lucio. Not in this, not when you're farm. No. Normally, yes. Normally, in normal Overwatch, yes. 99.9% of the time, but not in this particular instance when you're trying not to feed ult charge and your hero has such an unbelievably low pick chance, right? Wow, what a boop though. What a boop. Crazy that they actually still win that though. And so now it's really important that Chiyo gets his beat. Because we're going to be working with Death Blossoms, we're going to be working with Sojourn ults, in which case having a beat is nice. It's not the most important thing, but Fielder's not going to be getting his Kitsune rush anytime soon, so there's no reason to try and farm it. Just build your ult, build your beat. You win the next fight with beat, you do not win it with Kitsune rush, and the goal should always be to win the next fight. So you notice how heal song heavy he is right now. You see that? Very heal song heavy, very heal song heavy. Spam, 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 spam. He's getting it in time. Weird amp. I guess he was anticipating something that didn't end up happening. I think it was an engage. Now we have the beat. Soul just kites out the ultimate. That sucks. We might see a beat engage with Death Blossom here, actually. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. They might try and play it slow. I'm not sure. Probably beat this. Yeah. Beat in. Tries to get the boop, doesn't get the boop on either the Winston or the Reaper. They counter beat, but they're in a position to kite it out, but Edison goes in too far. That is on Edison. This is Edison's fault. They know that they have beat to match, so you should not be playing aggressively. Well, okay, never mind. He wasn't playing aggressively, he just got his head blown off. So never mind, not Edison's fault. I mean, Edison's fault, but not what I thought it was. So yeah, a really difficult fight for Dallas to play. Nothing particularly poorly played there. They just had the better ultimate game. That's it. To kill, okay, that makes sense about the Edison with rail. Maybe so, yeah. They do play around Edison rail, which is, I think, normal. They get out. That's good. Good amp. Edison gets caught. Now, so they already have Kitsune Rush, so at this point, there's no point trying to not be in heals, so you might as well just be in heals. Huh. Okay. Amp to point, Kitsune Rush and point, probably. That's a huge boop. That's a huge boop. That's a huge boop. Okay, let's put it this way. It wasn't a huge boop, but it had close to a huge boop, and it was still impactful, because remember, it's just about displacing. Bang. He wants to land on top of Fielder to immediately force the Suzu. He doesn't. He's very late. In fact, he doesn't get to Fielder until now. So, good. Okay? Now, in the Kitsune Rush, you're probably going to see some attention put on... Ooh, I was gonna say on the enemy Reaper, but the Reaper's dead. Now he just needs to live and they win. So, nice from Chiyo, but I actually think that Chiyo is not playing at the same level that I would expect the Grand Finals winner. I think she's playing okay, but I think I was more impressed with Fearless and more impressed with Fielder. From what I would expect. I don't have a Lucio to compare him to, so that might be unfair. I have not watched enough POVs to know for certain, but in my mind of what an optimal Lucio would play like, I think Chiyo is below that level where I expected Fearless to play with the optimal Winston, if that makes sense. Yeah, but he's still playing well. I think things like how much spam he's doing pre-fight, his engagement timing with his amps, I think it could be better. And then there's been a couple of silly deaths as well. Okay. I'm not doing a Reaper POV, no, sadly no. I don't have the time to, unfortunately. And by the time I will have the time to, it probably, maybe, I'm not planning on it. So he's amping not for himself here, but to try and get his team up in position to be able to meet them on this choke. So the amp is understandable. He doesn't end up getting there, nor is he in a position to actually boop the enemy Winston Reaper. So actually, Dynasty get the better of that trade, especially considering that they were rotating. I don't imagine teams will play as much for farming Kitsune Rush in this particular map because it is so chaotic and so difficult to play around. So we'll probably play him playing quote unquote more normally with his ult. Whoop, there's taking the shot, right? Huh. Heal amp for himself and Reaper. I mean, Dallas just straight up loses this trade pretty badly. Does manage to reposition in here. Ooh, this is really scary. Not a great amp again. Like, it feels always like he's just a little early with the amp. Right? So there's the amp. He goes forward, but then the Winston Reaper are a tad late. So I think maybe I'm nitpicking a little bit here, but it always feels like the amp is just a half a second too early, right? Just a half a second too early. Denies the Winston jump. That's going to prevent some of the damage that he does. That's going to force Wraith and Suzu. Damage pressure here. Ooh, he's trying to stall. They get the Kitsune Rush first. And to be honest with you, that's actually kind of suffering from success from Soul, where Soul legitimately does the better job with positioning there. Soul won every single neutral trade, but it just meant that Dallas ended up getting the Kitsune Rush first. It had nothing to do with Chiyo not healing or whatever, because look at the Lucio ult charge. The Lucio ult charge is the same. The difference is the fact that Edison was doing significantly less damage than Fitz. I mean, it's really, really quite that simple. I think it's really quite that simple. So Fitz was able to put out a lot more. I mean, they actually it was a lot more than just a lot more. I mean, look at the ult charge here. Look at before they used the Kitsune Rush. Look at the gap here. 25% gap between, because his Sojourn had better positioning. But unfortunately, they're not able to quite convert that into the cap, and then they go from there. Vindane, probably the more impactful Lucio that map. The flashier plays, yes, but 2 or 3 plays where Vindane popped off doesn't necessarily mean that he was the better Lucio that map. I would have to look at his POV and weigh the other things that he was doing that compared to Chiyo, who's maybe not as flashy in some ways. I'm not saying that Chiyo's not a flashy player. I'm just saying Vindane did have more flashy plays that map. Reddit, come and can post it on Twitch chat. It was on Reddit, competitive Overwatch Reddit. Okay, let's check the amp here. We'll probably see a beat engage into a primal on this. Maybe they just disengage. Ooh, they just disengage. I'm surprised Fearless didn't get blown up. So there's the amp. He gets caught. So this is the interesting thing. Look at what Chiyo does here. This comes down to, you guys remember when we were doing the Reaper VOD review the other day, where both Reapers were trying to take a flank and they ended up dueling each other because they're both going for the same play? That's kind of what we're looking at here. Look at Vindame. Vindame is going into this engage and he's going to try and deny Fearless the position. So what Chiyo does is then Chiyo comes in to try and deny Vindame from denying him, his Winston. So actually, if you look at Vindame, I think Vindame might miss the boop. Yeah, he doesn't get the boop on Fearless. So Fearless is able to get the zaps that he wants because Chiyo boops him off of the position to get the zaps that he wants. I have no idea how Fearless survives here. I guess Soul just kind of ignores and goes for backline. Yeah, they go for backline. They probably should have focused Fearless. I thought Fearless was going to die there. But they commit. There's the beat. He gets the fat beat around the Winston bubble. Notice he kind of moves inside and outside Winston bubble to make sure that the duration of the beat... Because remember, beat isn't just like, let's break it down. It's like, let's break it down. It's like 3/4 of a second where it will continue to offer the beat for anybody that can accept it around a wall, through a bubble. Watch it carefully. I don't think all the targets got hit at the same time either. Let's watch really, really slowly here. Maybe it's not the case in this particular instance, but I think it's worth pointing out. Nope, everybody was around the bubble. But like, let's say Fielder or Edison were inside the bubble. Look at Chiyo. He actually moves inside the bubble briefly, just so that if anybody inside the bubble gets it, right? You can keep that in mind. It works through walls as well. There's a cast duration for beat of like a second where anybody that is inside a bubble, outside a bubble, inside a wall, on the outside of a wall, left, right, wherever, has the opportunity to get it. Nice boop. This is a clutch boop. Look at this. He goes in hard, maybe a little too greedy. Here comes the jump, boop, back. There it is. Fight winning boop right there from Chiyo. Ooh, careful Chiyo, careful Chiyo. So there's your Chiyo cheese right there. There's your Chiyo flash. He gets split. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so we're seeing this a little bit from Chiyo. They're up one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're amping in. Oh shoot, they have Suzu. So this is what we call lose cons, right? This is called lose cons. This is something that London used to talk about a lot, which I think was really great. Where you have an advantage, but remember, especially without the second tank that has like the matrix or the bubble, the way of slowing things down. The enemy team can just press a Q here and kill people. Like, in other words, if Prophet was like here, 3, 2, 1, we're down 1, and he just walks in and gets Suzu and presses Q. If Dallas have used cooldowns to pursue and they don't have those cooldowns to survive, Fitz pops Q here. Chiyo has overextended. He's used his cooldown to get here. Now he's stuck. So Dynasty baits them in. Oh, look, we're weak. I'm weak. Right? And then bang. And look at this. Disaster. Dallas is out. Chiyo is stuck. Ah! And he dies for it. So not great lose cons from Chiyo there. He needs to be more careful. You need to expect them to try and turn with Death Blossom, with Sojourn, with Kitsune Rush. You need to be ready for them to pop the Q. And he obviously knows that they have what they have there. Okay. They have the Kitsune Rush, so he can focus on healing now. Nice attentiveness to the TP. That's exactly why people don't TP in the Year of Our Lord 2022 in this matchup, because it's simply so easy to force your Wraith if you're not fighting inside your Winston bubble. Look at that. Instant Wraith. Your Reaper's useless. And Reaper dies. Surely. Messy, 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 messy fight. Oh my gosh. How does this cure go? What happens to this cure go, bro? What happens here, mates? There's a Kitsune Rush. It doesn't get amp speed because of Prophet. I actually wonder if it would have been better if Chiyo to ignore Prophet entirely and just go in with his team and to set up this. Probably better. I think the reason why he does is because he thinks the TP is really close, but the TP actually ends up being very far, so it's not a risk. So there's no reason for him to actually turn on this at all. And look at how much attention this gets while they're Kiriko ulting. Where we should have had, 5 people running this down. We've got 5 people not running this down. Everybody's turning around. Now everybody's all split. This is a disaster. And now we've got 2 people that aren't even in the Kitsune Rush. So this is a, I will say, an error from Chiyo there. We should have trusted the Kitsune Rush and just gone in and then ignored the Reaper and then healed it later as necessary. Did he need to amp to chase the Reaper TP boop? No, because he was probably amping his team for speed in the Kitsune Rush first. That's why he amped. It was not necessarily for him specifically. So I think the amp was fine. I think the amount of attention given was not so fine. Given the fact that they had Kitsune Rush. Do you hear me? If they'd been gone in with Death Blossom, if they'd gone in with Kitsune Rush, if they are going in aggressively, you need your Lucio to kind of follow in to enable those plays. I know that's where the tricky thing with Lucio is finding, do I need to peel off the enemy? Do I need to go in aggressively with my team? It's having the smarts to know which is the right play in which situation. And given the situation, I think it would have been more important for Chiyo to help his team to get in there. Even Edison should have just shifted in there, I think. Boop doesn't hit, but it's again trying to deny that Reaper from doing damage at this crucial moment. The amp doesn't really matter. Oh, I won't say the amp doesn't matter. The heal doesn't really matter because he needs to probably build his beat. It does cost him their ability to kite out this ultimate though. Fearless might die. Fearless needs to go out. Yeah, the amp getting cost there kind of sucked a little bit there. That was hairier than it needed to be. But all's well that ends well, right? Okay, the Amper on the corner. Notice how he's all of his attention, like whenever there's like whenever there isn't a more important target in a situation, the focus is always on Reaper. Always on Reaper. Any damage you can get on that Reaper is so helpful. Forces Wraith, puts pressure on him, prevents him from doing damage, win the neutral trade, right? Reaper, 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 trying to boop him in. Oh my gosh, what was that? That was disgusting. He's trying to boop the Reaper out of the corner to force his Wraith because he's out in the open. Oh crap, get out of here. It's a very risky play. But check this out, guys. So he's trying to boop the Reaper in to force his Wraith, and he's doing so within his own bubble. So theoretically, he should be safe with this wall here. But check this guys out. Check this out, guys. What am I saying? Oh my goodness. Doing that on the move? That is unreal. Crazy. Big play. So he's just going to spam a little bit. He's going to build his beat. There's no real urgency. This beat is basically already built. Alliteration. They're not going to stuff up top. They're going to let them come out. And then what we probably will see is some sort of beat for beat trade. Or even opening with a Kitsune Rush. And then maybe stacking something on top of that. So let's see what happens. They've got the Kitsune. Oh dear. Will they try and clutch it? They will. Very, very greedy. But they have Kitsune Rush and they have the Reaper, so maybe. That's really kind of tragic from Dallas, I'm not gonna lie. That's unfortunate. That's where a little bit of the NA ego kicks in, you know what I'm saying? We're like, oh, we got this, y'all, we got this. Oh no, we just blew 2 ultimates for 1. Actually, yeah, 2 ultimates for 1, and we're down 1 still. Ouchies. Ouchies. And that's it. Okay. Dying cart. Unfortunate. Go next. Let us see how this... Ooh. Amp speed on the engage. There's a Kiriko ultimate. This must be a massive Death Blossom here. Has to be. There it is. Yeah, it's a massive Death Blossom. Soul forgets their lose cons, and they're the ones that overextend too deep and go too fast. To be honest with you, Chiyo is just a total non-factor this fight because he's just trying to survive versus the Kiriko ultimate. There wasn't really anything to do there but survive. This is the best bronze play we've ever seen. I would agree with that. Okay. They got nothing, so this is just deny the Reaper, deny the Winston. GG's, man. Probably amp speed with your own primal. Amp speed, here it is. He's gonna go in aggressive, and basically, do you see how, like, when Fearless is going for backline with primal, the primary target is not the backline, because the backline has a trillion cooldowns to survive. You know who does not have a trillion cooldowns to survive? The Winston. So what he actually does is, Chiyo is not diving with his monkey. He's letting his monkey do his own thing, because the monkey's got primal. He's going to be fine. And then he's going to enable his Reaper to kill the enemy Winston, who's now isolated, because they're all turning on the primal. You see this? This is like a perfect encapsulation of, like, the ult situation. Look at the attention on the Winston, and then look at the poor Chiyo, or poor Smurf, getting booped into the middle of the rest of the enemy team. It's a 4 versus 1 and a 4 versus 1, but the one has primal and the other one doesn't. So it's over. Nice boop from Chiyo. I'm surprised. Did Smurf have jump there? Oh, he didn't quite have it in time. That's unfortunate. But yeah, nice job. We go next. So some nice plays from Chiyo. A little bit of overextension, carrying of lose cons. Hitting most of the boops that he's been needing to hit. Mispositioning, overextending a little bit sometimes, but overall, pretty solid play. Let's do this. Now this is where I imagine, because they're on the attack, well, let's actually wait and see. Is Dallas going to go for the aggressive play like Soul was and just win the fight through positioning and then live the Kitsune Rush? Or will they play nice and slow for Kitsune Rush? A lot of healing here, so don't really know. Let's go back a little bit. I kind of lost track of what actually happened here. There's the amp speed in. There's the we attempted to boop the monkey in. So that's a funny thing. You can look at it two ways. You can either boop the monkey in, so he takes too much damage. I didn't want to go in, right? Or you could boop, or the Reaper, by the way, same thing. Or you could boop the Winston Reaper away, so they're not doing enough. The goal is you either want to make them do more than they want to do, so then you force cooldowns and they might die, or you make them do less than they want to do. You kind of see what I'm saying? The Winston Reaper are calculating the exact corner, the exact spot where they want to set up for their engage. And if you boop them too far in, too far back, you really mess them up. That's why you see people booping them in and out. It's the same thing. You're displacing them from where they want to be to get the maximum effects to this. Oh, that Sojourn's way overextended. Forces her out. It's a good trade for Dallas because Kiriko is back really, really quick. The amp speed in, they immediately focus the monkey. He doesn't quite catch the boop. He gets like a millisecond away from booping that jump. Check this out, y'all. Oh, just a slightly too late on that boop. That would have been, the Smurf would have been instantly dead. Sparkle gets his Wraith Forest, sadly. And we have, interestingly enough, seen a decent amount of speed. I don't know. It's interesting how, like, again, it feels like Fielder is somehow getting his... What is that noise? Oh my gosh. All right, loudest breaks ever. Okay, anyway. Fielder is somehow getting his ult faster. There's a great boop on Winston. That really ruins their day. That means an overextension from Vendame. How does Vendame dive? Does Vendame overextend because of the boop? Because that's where you could really dig deep. Because he's thinking we're going in, right? Nah, not really. He also booped. Not really. Not really. But a good boop from actually both Lucios here. There's the amp speed. Looking at the Reaper, right? That's always a priority target. Don't get clutched on. GG's. Yeah, that's what Moira did to him. Yeah. Huh. The Reaper, I think it's Reaper and Zarya, I think. I feel like there's another hero that have issues with that as well. Genji tends to do, when he's dashing, he tends to like lose his sword as well. There's some serious crazy replay code. Wow. Seriously, some crazy stuff. And now Chiyo can farm the beat. In fact, he wants to farm that beat, right? Lots of healing, lots of spam, lots of damage. Look at that. Ooh, clickety, 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 clickety. Dopes. The dopes, which is the way you say it. I mean, what? Uh-oh. Right? Just a little bit of displacement on Smurf. I don't think Smurf really wanted to go in aggressively here, but a little bit of displacement, always good. We love to see it. No real risk of dying there. Amp speed on the Kiriko trade. Dallas is going to be able to keep going with beat. We might see the beat. We don't need it. There we go. Oh my gosh, just the crispy dopes. The dopamine, ladies and gentlemen. Oh! Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh! Juiced. Yeah, preemptively denying Winston jump. Exactly. And it's such a safe position too, right? Like, there's no real risk out of holding here. He's always got good cover, right? So, really nice. Not flashy, but nice. Okay. Amp speed. Beat. Focus the Reaper down. Prophet's out. That's huge. And we're going to see a Death Blossom. That might be it. Oh. Ooh, crispy, man. Crispy! Oh my gosh, the shots on a Primaling Monkey! This guy was doing like actual damage. Focus on Reaper. There's your lose cons, right? We don't lose the Reaper, we win. Nice job. Okay, some really, really impactful boops from Chiyo there. A little bit less feeding of support ult at crucial times. Good positioning. Looks good. Let's watch one more game. What was that notification? Save Winston and Reaper? What do you mean, what notification? It might have been the Suzu that you heard, the Kiriko Suzu. I don't know. Do I plan to do Reaper analysis anytime soon? I'm not streaming this Thursday, but maybe. I'm not sure. This is kind of old footage. We're already pushing the limit here of like how long this is going to be interesting for people to see, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how long Banana Rush remains relevant. Okay, now the Tracer is interesting. So with the Tracer, you have different priorities. So we talked a lot about the neutral frontline trade with the Reaper, right? Because that's something that you can deny too. Tracer is actually not less important for Lucio to be concerned about, because you're also very good at dealing with Tracers, because you're a good duelist. You don't die. Now, you have to think about, like, what is the Tracer going to be used for? On this particular map, probably going to be used more for dealing with cart, pushing cart. We've talked about this map before. Tracer being used for cart is really helpful, which is why you see the Tracers. It often is less of a frontline battle on this particular map. However, if things do devolve and you do see Tracers running wild, well, who are the Tracers going to be going for? Well, it's going to be going for Kiriko, without Suzu, without TP, or going to be going for a Sojourn. Lucio is really, really good at peeling that pressure off. So we will probably see Chiyo playing relatively normally, focusing more on Monkey than Tracer. But then as fights evolve, and if Prophet gets a good position, right, then he will probably put some attention on Prophet as well. So more peeling, less on your Monkey, more on your backline, more aggression on the enemy Monkey. The enemy once it becomes more free, no. Yeah, I mean, there's you have more time to spend peeling off the enemy Monkey, because you don't have to worry about Reaper. And if Prophet is stuck pushing cart, then he's probably not threatening your backline either, so you don't have to peel Tracer off. So you will probably see pressure on Tracer at some point, but we will see. Lucio and the Hog Tracer variant. Lucio and the Hog Tracer variant is more about the Lucio has to play a lot more careful. Because there's also the threat of the hook. So probably more passively, probably more about controlling off angles with your Sojourn and so on, and less about actively frontline trading, because you don't have a Monkey bubble to play with and you have to worry about hook. The Hog evolution is a perfect evolution of a counter comp. It is not, Hog comp is not what revolutionized the meta. What revolutionized the meta was Kiriko dive with Winston, whatever. And then what happened is then people found the best comp to beat the best comp, which was Hog. But if you were to play a spam comp or something like that versus the Hog, you would lose. The Hog comp, would lose. It is not very good versus spam. But the problem is that the Hog comp is only one swap away from a comp that would beat you. You see what I'm saying? These fights are always super messy. When there's this much of a gap between low ground and high ground in this composition, it's very messy with a hero like Lucio, who doesn't have that immediate vertical mobility, right? It takes a little bit of effort. Odd amp there. There was definitely a miscommunication there. You can see he goes in, his team goes out, and then the amp is used as well. So I'm not sure if they were thinking they would push this, or if Fearless, I think Fearless got booped there, yeah. So Fearless decides to bail. Fearless decides to not go in. So that's a little bit unfortunate. There's the N. Nothing particularly flashy from Chiyo here. There's not been a whole lot of opportunity to do anything outside of just not die, I guess. Neither Lucio's had a major impact on this, with considering how crazy and vertical heavy it's been. Nothing crazy. Yeah, exactly. Hog isn't good versus Kiriko. Like, Hog isn't good versus spam. Hog is weak versus a lot of compositions, but he's really, really good versus the composition that beats all the other compositions. And I think the Kiriko synergy is definitely something that's worth mentioning as well, where he's a lot harder to counter specifically. There comes the peel boot, probably. Keeping eyes open for Tracer as well. They do have Kiriko ultimate now, so we can sit and heal Song if he wants. Here comes the amp speed with Kiriko ult. Right. 3, 2, 1. Nope. 3, 2, 1 now. There it is. Laser gun. Nice shots. A lot of shots here. I mean, really, truly, mechanically, like, Chiyo is really quite good. Like, a lot of shots are landing here. Even if they're not getting kills, it's just so much extra pressure that a lot of Lucios might not be able to put out, you know? And that is definitely something worth mentioning. I also like the pulse bomb from Sparkle into the monkey there. That's such a, like a low-hanging fruit, a little bit of extra pressure. Beat in, they go in, there's the amp speed. Oh, they peel it off. That's actually tragic. Did he get out alive? Maybe. Nice boop on the jump. This fight's lost. Probably dying cart and go next. Okay. Interesting there that on the beat engage, somehow Edison dies. So I think if we go back, let's actually go back really fast because I don't know how Edison died. Did he not get beat? He should have gotten beat on the beat engage. At the very least, they would have forced the enemy team to use beat on them. And then Edison dies later. But Edison died, felt like very fast with the beat engage. So they're going to pop Sojourn ult and they're going to beat. There's the Sojourn ult. Oh, he's in bubble. He doesn't get it. He also looks like he messes up his shift. Yeah, so he doesn't want to use his shift so that they can force the enemy beat and then disengage it. That's what Dallas is trying to do, I think. I think they're trying to jump in and then be able to get out once Dynasty pops beat. But Edison screws it up. I think that's why Edison doesn't use shift there. I think he's trying to save it for when the enemy team uses beat, but he doesn't get beat, so he doesn't live long enough. And then he ends up getting a shift forced anyway. I don't think Lucio will get reworked. I would be shocked if Lucio got reworked. I don't know. What heroes am I mean, I think Moira, Roadhog are really low-hanging fruit. We might see something from Symmetra and Torb as well, but I think Moira and Hog are the two biggest candidates for me. And then Sombra, I still feel needs a rework as well. I just feel like the hero's disabling through hack is just goofy. Bait's shot. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Probably not. But we love to see it regardless. This is all about denying the enemy. Monkey jumped onto high ground. He's just looking for Monkey. Tracer's going to be mostly on cart, so it's not as much of his concern. That Sojourn, I think, has shot. He could definitely shoot at the Tracer if there's nothing else to shoot at. He's going back to position for the Monkey. There's the amp speed engage. Enabling his Monkey to go aggressively, pursue the Sojourn, and we go from there. Okay. How quickly these calls communicated? Very quickly. Very quickly. They'll often have a preset plan before the fight starts, but then in the heat of the moment, being able to make these adjustments, it's like instantly. But I think most teams in AL probably could do a better job communicating more efficiently. There's probably more yelling than there probably needs to be, but yeah. I mean, for support, they're confirmed they're reworking a lot of the support roster to make them more fun. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of that, so I'll have to look at the article or whatever. I think Brig might be a good candidate as well because I think that she's not as fun. Okay, we're amping out. Failed push, unfortunate. He's at a bad, really bad spot. He's able to get out. Getting kind of like stuck in Narnia here. I'm trying to see what is he looking for here. There's a Kiriko ult. He's going for the Tracer. He overshoots? I don't know. Then he gets kind of stuck in Narnia. I don't know. His impact there didn't feel super good. I felt like he got caught with his pants down. Hi. We're discussing targeted support. Where was the game say? Oh, interesting. I don't know. I don't know then. That's interesting. Maybe it's not a rework so much as some minor adjustments to like how supports play, you know? Maybe an adjustment to the passive. I don't know. I don't know. Beat. Oh, don't ajax. Don't ajax. That's such a dangerous thing, you know? It's like what you're trying to do is get that beat off, but yeah, you can be one shot so easily. Nice peel. But unfortunately, they don't really have the space to do anything with it. Like Smurf just lives forever in the backline. Okay. Oh gosh, my head. Fun little fact, by the way, chat. If you ever see this in your replay reviewer, I'm fairly certain that even when they're dead, it's still tracking mouse movements. So if you ever see like random mouse movements, that's because the player at that point in time was moving their mouse like that on the mouse pad. You see this foolishness? And look, it translates. What? Watch. Goofy, what is this going on? And then look, hey, look, that's what he's doing, right? Fun little fact. Okay. Ooh, easy. Denies a Winston. Very risky. That was probably used. So this was all about. This was not our standard typical boop the Winston back so he can't do damage. I think this was Smurf holding an aggressive angle and knowing that he's going to want to jump out. I think he might have even tried to jump out here. Let's watch. They're going to trade in him on the Reaper. Yes, exactly what we expected. So Smurf is holding an aggressive angle. They're on the Reaper. They can blow up the monkey. Smurf is just baiting them so he can jump out and then they can crossfire on them. But Chiyo goes, hello there, right? And completely boops engaged. Smurf is dead. Huge, huge, huge boop. Huge boop from Chiyo. He almost dies for it, but huge boop. So he's thinking ahead. He knows what the enemy monkeys and Reaper is going to do. Not always, but a lot of the time, and he's able to make a play from that. Yeah, fight winning boop. Fight winning. And really truly could have been map winning even because Dallas was not in a good position to win that fight ult game wise. They were a little bit behind. This is buying them so much time that they needed. Now we're all about farming that beat. We've already got Kiriko ultimate, so there's no point saving up on the high ground. Amp speed. Pressure on Reaper. Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. You guys see it? Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. Oh, Sojourn's aggressive. Let's get this guy. Let's get this guy. Oh, we missed the boop with the bubble. We try again. Now we can get her. No, 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 no. Yes, we got her. Got her. Nope, she doesn't die. Huh. More focus on the Reaper. We play our life. We're able to get the Death Blossom off and get the kill under the beat. There's the beat just in time. Fearless jumps out, but that's okay. We might still be able to kill. Oh, we're a little overextended. Get out, 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 out. Boop the primal. Crazy overtime. Can he get out? Ah, overextension. That's sad. All right. Do they cap? No, not yet. Big shots there. Forces the Wraith. And this is where we talk about mechanics, right? There's nothing fancy about this. It's just hitting your shots. Look. It's not even perfect either. Right there, just a couple of shots there, right? That was even less flashy than I thought it would be. But just right, even that right there, just that little burst, just a little bit of extra mechanics. It just forces the HP, forces the Wraith, forces the kill, you know, whatever. All right. Yeah, the APM on this here is absurd, and you can see even somebody like Chiyo is screwing up fights, right? Because it just gets to be overwhelming, and it's not so clear what you should be doing. Okay. Alright. Deny the enemy Winston. Do not let him get too much pressure. Amp speed. Careful, careful, careful. Ooh. Hey, but you know what? You took the Sojourn shot. And guess what your Sojourn did in the meantime? Right? Right? That's the thing. If you can't finish the kill with Sojourn, because the Lucio baited you, purposefully or not purposefully, you know, Lucio's a pretty hard target to hit. He feeds a little bit here. Alright, ahead and Kiriko by a pretty decent amount. Still on speed. Reposition. Yeah, speed around the corner, looking. Look at that vision, right? There's no Reaper, so as soon as he turns a corner, immediately zone in that monkey. I'm gonna deny that monkey engage. Okay, now we're going in. Now we're going in. Boop that monkey out of his bubble. Ooh, wow. He's gonna die for that, surely. Yeah, he does for that. That was a big pulse. He actually takes the pulse damage. Looks like, even though the other one gets TP'd out of or gets Suzu'd. Ouch, that's sucky.
I'm not a fan.
So not a hot start for Dallas. Some mistakes from Chiyo in terms of sloppy, a little bit of sloppy over-aggression, a little bit of sloppy positioning, a little bit of bad luck, but also just a little bit of slop, right? Uh-oh, he gets juked by Smurf. That's not good. So they're looking to initiate very fast with Kitsune Rush, so I'll cut him some slack. But he does lose track of Smurf. He expects Smurf to be here. Smurf completely jukes him, which means Smurf gets a nice juicy engage that he should not have gotten. So Chiyo is like crap, right? Probably fine though, given the ult game. Kitsune Rush versus speed. Oh no, Eurus wastes ult. That's terrible. That's terrible. Okay, so that's a cap, and that's a great ult trade for Dallas. Essentially one ultimate for 2. And no map control. Massive boop. I think he does this a couple times. I'm pretty sure we saw that in a previous series as well with him. Might try it again. There's the speed, nothing there. Yeah, here it comes. Oh, he almost got it. He almost got it. There's not a lot of risk to that either, unless the enemy Lucio boops you, because usually the Sojourn, enemy Sojourn won't have shot at that point in time, so there's no real one-shot opportunity. We might see a beat if they drop here. Oh my goodness gracious. A little bit of open positioning. He's got to be careful. There's the pressure on the Tracer when she's close. Almost gets pulsed. See, now the Tracer's like an actual dive threat, right? So he's going to focus that Tracer. Whereas before, the Tracer was just kind of a spectator. Everything's fine. Nice boop. All fine and dandy. No even need for a beat. Alright. Might see a beat on the Primal here, or a beat on the Sojourn ult. Probably the beat on the Sojourn ult. Hopefully it doesn't get Ajaxed. Surely it doesn't get Ajaxed. Let's see if he positions smarter on it. There it is. You see that? You see how he's positioned around that? Ahead of time, he knows it's coming, plays the corner, has the Q for it without any risk of Ajax. Again, if you guys don't know, Ajax means dying during the beat cast, because we got one shot or something. There's the pressure on the monkey. Here comes the Primal Rage. We should be able to mount this Primal relatively fast, maybe? Looks like we're going in different directions. Dallas gets really split here. I don't know what happened. Dallas should not have lost that fight. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The level of like decision making and quick mechanics is just crazy. It's the ADHD mindset, you know? Amp speed. Ooh, huge pulse. Kitsune Russian point. As long as everybody can play safe, there's the attention to the Reaper now, because there's no Tracer. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Nice job. We're almost done, chat. Holy cow, this went by fast. I don't know what the plan is here. Probably to kite out an ultimate. We might see him not sitting on amp. There's the amp, yeah. I was gonna say, probably sitting on amp to kite out an ultimate. Eurus way overextends with that ultimate. That's something that Shock we're really struggling with as well, if you guys remember the grand finals. Fearless gets split, but they get the overextension. So that's a pretty decent trade, all things considering. He'll be able to get a little bit of extra charge. He baits the shot without dying. There's the head dive, right? Knowing when you're out in the open. So you kind of, this is a tricky one where like he kind of would like to have beat here, but they're also getting like to 50% on Kitsune, so I'm not sure what the decision is going to be here. Focus on Reaper. Now we're back on Reaper, so bump. Doesn't quite get the boop, but there's the damage, so that's going to force Wraith. That's good. Nice little trade there for Dallas. Primal for a little bit of space. They isolate Prophet crucially, and they're really close to beat. Just need to survive this ult. This is it. Oh, they get the kill. Oh, okay, we're good. And die, and he died. There's the Widow. Get him. And they got him. Okay. So a lot of really great things from Chiyo. Best thing about Chiyo was mechanics. Second best thing about Chiyo, I think, were overall the beats looked relatively good and understanding his role in the neutral. Some things that I think Chiyo needed to work on. I think Chiyo, timing of some of the amps could have been a little bit better, or being on the same page. Like there's some miscommunications or timing is miscommunicated with amps, not necessarily Chiyo's fault. I think getting split, kind of getting exposed and isolated for situations that weren't really necessarily, didn't really need to. I'm trying to think of what else was there. I think those are the two big ones there for me. The two big ones. Just a little bit of sloppiness here and there, but also that's just the nature of the hero. So I think a lot of really cool things from Chiyo, and I think hope you guys learned something about like how he's shifting his priorities based on the situation of the ults, how he's going aggressive when there's not threats on his team, and when there are threats, he's able to direct his attention towards what's the most impactful thing I can be doing. Is that shooting the Reaper? Is that denying the instant from going out? Are we going aggressive? Okay, then I want to be going aggressive. Are we playing kind of safe? In which case I need to be kind of booping the Winston and Reaper away, kind of keeping them at arm's length. And you guys could see it. Like we talked about that with booping the Winston in, you're displacing him. If you're booping the Winston out, you're displacing him. You're just making it not do what he wants to do. And you can apply that to a lot of situations here where whether the enemy team wants to go aggressively or not, if you make them go more aggressive than they want to by booping them in, or by going more defensively than they want to by booping them out, you're denying them from what they want to do. There's a lot of nuance to this, and so it doesn't really do it justice to give it only the 3 maps, but that's all I've got for now, so I hope you guys learned something from that. I will say, especially with stuff like farming the ults and things like that, that is definitely more situational ultimate specific. Like we talk about Kitsune Rushes just being overwhelmingly strong, and the ultimate grand finals comes down to, really just playoffs in general, come down to which team is going to be able to farm that ultimate more efficiently, and that's Dallas are winning a lot of fights off of that. that is not necessarily something that you guys need to or even should try and replicate in all of your Overwatch games. It's just something to be aware of, why he's spending as much speed as he is. And maybe it's something that you can apply here and there, but I definitely think that there's more nuance to it than just that. But yeah, I think like you said, like the ADHD, like being able to track a trillion things at the same time, being able to make these split-second decisions is really, truly, really unbelievable. And I think that's like what separates these great Lucio players from everybody else. That, and honestly, the mechanics. Like, you hit more shots, you're gonna force more wraiths. Even if you don't get the kill, you're gonna get yourself a cooldown advantage, that you're gonna win the fight off of space. Like, hitting shots makes more space. More space means more team fight wins because your team has more space, right? And then obviously where you're hitting your shots as well. Like, there was boops on Monkey, but notice the damage was more spent on Reapers, right? Or overextending Sojourns. Like that was the big thing for, right? It's like the boop and the Monkey was very helpful, but it's more important for you to actually get the damage done on the Reaper, because that's where your actual shots are going to be more impactful. Whereas, shots on Winston, kind of a drop in the ocean, right? Not as like significantly impactful, if that makes any sense. Will Lucio ever drop in the meta? He just seems so valuable. I mean, I definitely think so. I mean, if we see the meta slow down to something more ranged oriented, then yeah, yes, we will. Absolutely, 100%. It's just going to depend on the meta and the situation. Lucio just so happens to be an absolutely phenomenal short range hero, or a great hero when you're playing short range heroes, because he's going to enable those short range heroes to close the gap. So, yeah, I think like he just meshes really well with the heroes that we're seeing being played. But I don't necessarily think that he's going to be hard meta permanently 24/7 all the time. It's just the situation that we're in, that's all. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to end stream. Loves and kisses. We're going to toss a raid over to somebody. Looks like they're doing a unranked to GM. So with May. So that should be fun. So chat, kisses and love. Thank you guys for hopping in. ! coaching. Hope you guys enjoyed this. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to jump in my Discord. ! Discord. We do Ask Spile about once a week. And we post the questions answered with the timestamp in that channel as well. So thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Let's hop in the raid. We're getting started in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You're welcome. 3, 2, 1. Raid!